Boys' Day tomorrow. That's why I go back to the estates. One of my blood boys in the photograph with me. That's not my son, but one of my more favorite sources of blood. And if anybody's new to this program and just tuned into that, we've lost them now. Okay, we are going to see how we're meshing with the studio. Let's see if we mesh with the studio. Okay, I'm on Skype. That's confusing. Let's go over here and go to live stream. And are we live streaming? Let us know. Everybody give us feedback. T. Tankberry or anybody. Eric Cradle, any of the usuals. Analytics good. Excellent connection, it says. Says we got an excellent connection. Okay, things look like they're working, and probably nobody expected us to be on because, of course, you know, the whole Skype thing. But it's not Skype that runs the show. We can live stream without Skype, but I would prefer not to, because then I'd just have to go straight to monologue.
You sound like you're clear.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. At least we're getting some feedback there from, and you're listening to me through the like YouTube or something, right? Like. You're not just saying that on the Skype. El Nemo says, please contribute. Thank you, El Nemo. Love you, El Nemo. He says, yes, you're live. Thank you. Love you, El Nemo. And El Nemo has downloaded Microsoft Teams.
Okay, I confirmed we are both audible.
Okay, good.
Audible.
Yes, thank you.
And yes, it is on the YouTube. Obviously.
Yeah, and yes, bless you. And why is Aristides not testing his voice? Aristides, aren't you going to test your voice? Aren't you going to...
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Can anyone confirm that they can hear me also?
Yes, we love you.
Nemo, you're there, so.
Yeah, we love to hear you. We love you. Love to hear you. Yeah, and all right, and okay, and all right. Okay, so that's from somebody gave us a nice big thumbs up. Who gave us the thumbs up? That's Brendan. Brendan gave the thumbs up. That's right. And there's Holly's phone number. Holly, you don't mind that I read your phone number out loud, do you? Okay, that's I should start reading. It's look, you people have no idea what we took to get to this point, and it's like the show hadn't even started. I already had a headache. Didn't want to be here. And but we're here now. Let's give our appreciation to those who have joined us. Jason DeJulius says, talk about Vietnam Dodger pedo ring. The Vietnam Dodger pedo ring. It's like, okay, is this like the only thing on your fucking mind? Like, it's like, what the fuck, dude? It's like, wow. It's like, I am just going to jump on and say, talk about the Vietnam Dodger pedo ring. What the fuck does that even mean? It's like a pedo ring for Vietnam draft. That's like, how old are you? So it's like Vietnam draft dodgers would be how old at this point? It's like, so how old are you, and why don't you have anything else to do in life? It's like, do you mean by Presidio? And he says, that's what all the other podcasters talk about for clickbait. Yes, that's by the way, that's not this guy saying that. That's someone else. It's yeah, there we are. Yeah, thank you. So is that the in thing now? That's the in thing now that okay, obviously the first thing I'm going to do is check where this guy's coming from. First thing I do is check his channel. Basically go to channel, and what happens when I go to the channel? He actually has something. That's even more alarming. That's even more alarming than he's not having something. What's this one? An urban sprawl sits choking on its discharge, overwhelmed by indecision. Okay, that's and Joe Bonamassa full playlist. It's like who apparently is some, I don't know, old person's garage band. It looks like Lawrence Welk if he had been playing Vegas. That's like, wow. Okay, this person's real, and that's even scarier. All right, well, just for that, you stay on. I mean, if it had been an empty channel, I would just, hit him from the channel, but he's for real. So that's even scarier. And but we'll see if he goes in any other direction besides his monofocus. At any rate, let's tell everybody we're adapting to the new venue. Corn and Candle says, I'd rather hear untold Adolf Hitler stories, to be honest. Love that guy. It's like, damn. So Yel Nemo says, at Jason DeJulis, sounds like some QAnon rabbit hole. Not worth addressing. Thank you. It really does. Honestly, if you want to know, all the people that I was dealing with in general that were pedophiles were honest to God servicemen. These were active duty, and most of them were Vietnam veterans. So when you politicize it by saying, oh, Vietnam War draft dodgers, that's just the opposite of what I personally experienced. My experience confirms to me the majority of pedophiles are in the military so they can fuck kids overseas without it getting arrested. Like in Thailand, like when they're stationed in Thailand, it's just endless child butt for them. It's like whenever they're in Panama, whenever they're anywhere else, they fuck all the little brown kids. Philippines, Panama, everywhere, and then come home and don't talk about it. And then he says, wasn't Mango Messiah a draft dodger? Let's see who entered that one. And somebody, Mango Messiah. That's Brendan. Oh shit. Who's Mango Messiah? I can't remember. Mango Messiah. Who would that be? Mango Messiah. It's that's a clever name. You're not talking about Peter, are you? You talking about Peter? It's in a sense. Let's see now if a name is given with this. Cheeto Lord. Yes, that's yeah, Trump. It was a draft dodger. How's that, people? So if you're calling with this politicized agenda where you want to find out draft dodgers who are pedophiles, look at your president, who you probably voted for. Seeing by the nature of your question, since you have a thing against draft dodgers, you probably are someone who voted for Trump. And believe me, there's all kinds of people we know who voted for Trump, including Real Tech Geek, who voted for him twice, no less. So it's like, all I can say is that you need to look no further. There are photographs of him that are quite real and are not CGI or AI or Photoshop, and he's with Jeff Epstein. So there are pictures of Trump with Jeff Epstein. Then there's the incest factor and everything else, and the fact that his son-in-law is a transgendered individual, and yeah, so yeah, you have to look no further than your executive commander-in-chief. How's that? And that brings us to that answers your question. How's that? There's your question. It's been answered. All right, then let's see what else is going on here. Oh, I can't resist Corn and Cattle. Let's take a look at the channel, see if this is real. It's a real individual as well, so yeah, and interesting. All right, so you're all real people, and that's to your credit. And as for Adolf Hitler stories, yeah, we can go into that later. Our numbers are up, though, so that's good. That's a good start for tonight. Considering the fact that we're going to cut off all communications tonight, that's a good start for tonight. And so...
yeah. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Hitler stories, did you hear that? Did you see that shit I sent you? That hilarious, fucking ridiculous shit?
Oh, God. Oh, tell me. It's been...
Oh, God. It's so... Yeah. It's so horrendous. It's so hilarious.
Okay, let me take a look.
Where do I start?
So basically, I did see this about Musk. Oh, they fucked up the statue of Musk in Texas. Yeah.
Or no, that's just his personal town where he has that Soviet-looking statue of himself.
Yeah.
But forget about that.
Yeah.
Look at the one with the highlights.
The one with the highlight. Okay, here we are.
Where I said propaganda so petty it's comical.
Okay.
So should I read it?
Yes, please. Please. Yeah.
Okay, so I was looking. Somehow I went into looking up facts about your biosire and all that, and then somehow I got linked to the wiki page, which of course is bullshit. We all know that, but I just wanted to see. I just was browsing, and then so in the wiki of Hitler's death, it basically says that he killed his own dog trying to test the cyanide before he killed himself. And first of all, Blondie, the dog, wasn't even, I mean, it was like in a totally different estate. It wasn't even in Berlin.
Thank you.
So, and then the fact that they're trying to say he killed his own dog just for like, okay, so here's the quote.
They just want to make all the Brooke Gibson hate. They want to make Brooke Gibson hate him.
Yeah.
It's like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually funny. I think it's hilarious. It says, Hitler was outraged when he received the news that Hitler had contacted the Allies through Swedish...
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah.
What did I miss that?
Yeah, you said Hitler, but it's Himmler.
No. Yeah, Himmler. Thank you. Yeah. So news that Himmler had contacted allies through a Swedish diplomat to arrange for an end of the war. Hitler was outraged. With betrayal in his mind, he began to doubt whether the ampules, meaning the ampules that the Swiss doctor, or that his doctor gave him to kill himself.
Yeah.
Which is essentially cyanide. It's some other substance, but it converts to cyanide in your body. And then he says, but he ordered Hess, H-A-S-E, that's Hess, right?
Yes, I believe.
Haas,
yeah.
Yeah. So he ordered Haas to test one on his dog, Blondie. The capsule worked. The dog died instantly. So they're saying Hitler was a dog killer.
Yeah, of course.
For no reason at all.
Oh, yeah. Got to throw that in there. Yeah, that's...
Can you believe that? I mean, do you think that's even remotely... I mean, first of all, you wouldn't have a dog in a fallout shelter. But it's just... I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, it's...
it's obvious propaganda.
It's, you know, DC Comics.
And then my comment...
Yeah,
sorry, before you say that, I'll just say one last thing. It says, before the last comment, I said, who the fuck tests cyanide? It's like, you know it works. I mean, it's just like, like you don't test cyanide to see if it works. Like, it's like you just go for it. You know, come on, what the fuck?
Insane. Well, they're trying to say he was in such a frame of mind, he did not believe that the cyanide ampules would work, and you know, anyhow. So all I can say is that of all things to choose, he wouldn't choose his dog if he were to do that. Right. He would test it on somebody he never liked, as opposed to something that he loved.
Well, he would just tell the dude to try it.
Yeah.
You know, if they're already in it to win it, you know, he's already in the bunker with you sealed off. What's the point of giving it to the dog? It's just so crazy.
Yeah, it's just the
propaganda is crazy.
The crap that they come up with is, of course, it just becomes oppressive in its own right, and that's what they use to break people with. They just break people with just an incessant amount of every negative thing they can imagine. Well, DC Comics, like I was about to say, DC Comics, they put forth the idea that he had Hitler Youth in the bunker that he would visit for inspiration, implying that he was a pedophile and that he was constantly, you know, assessing the kids to fuck, you know, for inspiration, quote unquote.
Like, I get it. They want him as like the most evil person ever, but it's like if someone's that evil, they should get a medal. If they like completely checked off every box. Like,
let's put it this way. I worked with people who were that evil. You know, Michael Aquino being personification thereof, someone who actually did all this shit.
Oh, but people praise him.
But people praise him. When I look at the comments on videos put up,
it's a shame what they did to him.
Yeah, I don't see any detractors. I didn't see a single detractor. All I saw was people like saying he's so intelligent, and you know, may he be in the consciousness of Set. You know, all the cultists came out, and I'm sure the list is still growing. But there you go with that. But he would get that even while he was alive. Yeah, so there you go with that. At any rate, again, but this was a military situation. I was at Presidio, a place loaded with active duty military personnel. All of them, which I can guarantee you, were honorably discharged, and as well as dealing with people stationed overseas. So it's not like I had much experience, if any, to rack through my brain. I'd have to rack through my brain. I'm certain I met more than my share than your average person would of civilian pedophiles, but I don't consciously remember them. They're not on the tip of my mind. I guess a good example would be my father's father, my legal father's father, my legal grandfather was an example of that. So there you go. But he wasn't a draft dodger. He was just a guy who happened to work for Eastman Kodak. But there you go with that.
Well, that draft dodger thing sounds they're
Yeah,
just trying to obfuscate from
yes.
the actual criminals, like you said.
Thank you. They politicized it right off
Even
the
in my
bat.
personal life, the
Yeah.
only people
Yeah. Thank you.
that I've seen do that kind of abuse were literally all ex-military.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
every time someone tells me a story like that,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they were ex-military, and they'll be like, how did you know?
Yes, thank you.
And I'm
Thank
just like, I don't know, it was just a guess.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. She told. Oh, there's this guy I know. Yeah. And but
Or even shit that's happened in my own,
Oh,
family, which I won't go into.
Oh
But
yeah. Not.
I asked the question later. Oh, was he ever in the military? Oh yeah, he was in the army.
Thank you. Yeah. Not to
Imagine
mention,
that.
Yeah. Not to mention your one true love, no less. And that whole thing was
Yeah.
like. Not to vilify
Well, in her
father.
father's
Yeah,
defense,
not to vilify her father.
he was like a saint.
Yeah,
Which,
comparatively
who
speaking.
knows, actually, though.
But
I don't know.
what we feel is that there's a good chance she was MK Ultra'd, which would then change the picture dramatically. Because
why would he give over his daughter if he cared about? It's very strange.
The whole situation was strange. He knew all about what was going down, though. He knew what was going down. He definitely knew what was going down. Was trying to enlighten you about it.
He knew.
Yeah, and
but then he still let me get hit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's yeah. That's well.
And
hey.
he even like one time we got caught going to a party or something.
Yeah.
And like literally they like had us bring her home, and then he took me and my friend to the side and he said, you guys, you get your heads out of your asses. We got like the Red Foreman treatment from that 70s show.
Yeah.
If you do that again, I'll put my boot so far up your ass.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
That's actually endearing. That's actually endearing in its own right. Yeah.
But he said, if you guys ever get your head out of your ass, I'll tell you the full story.
There we are. Thank you.
And I guess we never did and then by the time I could have recontacted him or whatever, he had like a massive stroke.
So sad.
He's potentially not the same person.
Potentially? Oh yeah, probably not. Almost certainly not. I mean, some lucky people come back from that. Very lucky people, most of the time they don't.
He was like super unhealthy. He smoked like menthol cigarettes, like
shit.
and ate salt. Like he ate salt because he was he grew up in like some traumatic kind of situation.
Yeah,
because he was like half Native American.
Yeah,
like he was super Native American.
No, that's already a bad start. It's already a bad start. Native Americans they have it so bad because they're just not. It's everything. Everything's against them. Yeah. Everything's against them.
But like I said, in his defense, he was one of the best people I've ever met, as far as just being one of the best Americans I've met, let's say.
Well, let's put it this way. As far as I'm concerned, Native Americans are not Americans as we understand them today. They are people before that concept. Yeah. Okay, it was mixed. Yeah, but I remember at Letterman Hospital, there was a couple that did their best to do everything for me, and they were a Native American couple. And honestly, so, I always will stand up for Native Americans. I do want to... by the way, Douglas Marks says, great point, team leader. Everyone look up MK Ultra and MK Delta. Hey, everyone. So, and let me say welcome back, Douglas Marks. And to everyone else, I'll get back to welcoming you all, especially El Nemo. Thank you, El Nemo, for everything you do. And so in the meantime, let's allow our man Aristides to deliver the blurb and then try to bring everybody on. How's that? And... Aristides?
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, finally.
Bless you. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I can blurb.
Sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
Thank God. Shut up. All right. Yeah. Okay. As soon as you show up, please hit that thumbs up vote. Very important. Got to keep the algorithm in our favor. There are those that try to do otherwise, and hit the down vote. YouTube hides them. These people might even use bots to do it. Which may be resolved later, but by then, Douglas is harder to discover and search out. So please do that, and make sure you're subscribed. Subscribe button and the notification bell, which will pop up a little notification that the program is starting. You should know when to be here, but it's a good reminder. Also, there could be in the event of a restart, which takes a reboot and some time. That would be handy there.
Bless you.
And if you really like it, it is pretty easy. You do have an account to do all these things, and I don't think it will let you. So you have some type of account, and you can go into your account settings and create sub channels under your account. Normally, people put different types of content in their channels, but you can just basically make dummy channels, and they're each capable of their own upvote. So I've already switched to another channel and done a second upvote as one person. You can make more, and it's pretty easy to do. So please do that. And also on the subject of upvotes, once the program is over, comments underneath the window will be enabled, not the chat, which is during the program, but underneath. Douglas will always put a pinned comment there.
Thank you.
Please upvote that for similar reasons, and any other positive comments that you might see there. So please do all that. And see, Nemo has nice enough to already put the PayPal link in the chat. If you can't find it, and we'll put it again. If you're not in the chat and you're just hearing this, you can go to PayPal and search Douglas D. Dietrich, and you should find him, and you should see his cute little picture there and know it's him, and then you should send him some money. So please consider doing that, so he's not in a crunch at the end of the month. And also you can grab the YouTube link right out of the browser bar and share that places. It will stay the same link once the live converts to a fixed regular YouTube. So that is handy, and you can post that places, and whatever, surprise your friends, make new friends, get rid of friends you didn't need, whatever you want to do there. So
thank you. No, that's delightful. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it's you're getting more and more professional, and it's deeply precious. I want you to know just how good you're doing with everything, and there we have that. Remember, our executive producer Aristides is what makes this program possible, and technical support from our man Brendan Zoget makes it possible as well. We wouldn't be here tonight without him. Well, maybe we could have been here tonight, but then we'd be worried about appearing at all the next night. As a matter of fact, we'd probably be expecting to be cut off at midnight, but that may or may not yet happen. We'll find out. And I'll bear that in mind. He's reminded me of something, and but nevertheless, it's not like the enemy doesn't already know. So, all that being said, I do want to give a shout out to Holly Kiefer, who was trying to work with us earlier tonight so that she could appear at all. And I want to give a shout out to everybody who's been responsive about their warnings about the shutdown of Skype, Samuel Romero, Aaron Tice, and of course Heather Holman, and there may have been a few others. If I forget, I apologize. But right now we're going to do our best to just probably start in on monologue, so to speak, and have everybody just interject whenever they feel like it. And I do expect anybody who wants to communicate in the chat, and we'll do our best to make tonight work. With this is our last spin with, as Aristides said, the old lady. One last night with the old lady Skype until by the time we come back on Wednesday, if not by midnight tonight, we will be transferring to Teams. Aristides is going to stay with us till midnight Pacific time, which means it will be 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Well, maybe he won't. That's 3 in the morning his time.
Wait, who, me?
Yeah.
You say me?
Yeah, you may not be here.
You know why? No, I did.
Yeah.
No, I'm not on the Skype anymore.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're on the you're on the Teams right now. You're on the Teams right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I know. I said, I'm not gonna do it tonight, and then in the course of 5 minutes, somehow it all worked out. So
that's incredible. Thank you. No, that's amazing. And so somehow it's synchronizing. It's synchronizing because I'm still on Skype. Yeah. So it's synchronizing, and that's miraculous, and that's fabulous. All right. I might be cut off at midnight from Skype, in which case I will jump back on Teams. In which case, I'm presuming or praying Brendan will still be awake. Then he can help me do that, because this is still new to me. Probably what I'll just do is hit this sigil, that's on the bar here, the search bar, and then try to navigate my way back. But we'll find out what happens at midnight California time with Brendan. By the way, Aaron Tice has been added to the conversation, and he may join us at his leisure if he decides to. Yeah.
It's not letting me as of yet go down the list, or I'm still working on it, so it might be one by one for now.
Yeah, understood. We'll perfect it as time goes on, and who knows, by the end of the month we might be on Discord or something else, because Nemo recommended Discord because it's OBS compatible, and Brendan Zogit's pretty enthusiastic about that. But we decided to at least subscribe for a month to Microsoft Teams, which is $9.99. Not really $10, but of course I would save money by subscribing for a year's worth of time on it, but that would be about $20, and we can do that later. We can do that next month if we decide we're still sticking with it. So all that being said, I welcome all the wonderful new people who have joined us. Numbers are good. Might as well start with monologue. Everybody just join in and interject whenever they feel like it. If Aristides notices any new people jumping on, he'll let me know. Okay, Aristides, thank you. Just because I go into this fugue state, if you happen to notice. Okay? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'll be adding people one by one. I think it'll be another way, but for now,
yeah.
All right, go on.
Yeah, and I do want people to know that, all right, tomorrow is Boys' Day in Japan. There are going to be people out there who say, no, it's Children's Day in Japan. Well, we're old-fashioned here, and we still call it Boys' Day, and all I deal with at the estate are boys, the lads, who are adapted, they're adopted, but they're also adapted to the environment. And so I tutor them in history and civics and generally the liberal arts. I'm the liberal arts tutor, and everybody else that they hire is generally some professional, oftentimes Asian when it comes to science or math, that tutors them in the so-called hard sciences or the serious stuff. Obviously, what I'm dealing with is the most serious stuff of all, but this is per society's judgment as opposed to mine, and society does not have its priorities straight. Obviously, if it did, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now, which is bad, undeniably bad. Nobody is happy about the current situation, whether they're liberal progressive or reactionary conservative. No one is happy with the current situation, so obviously it's bad. Brandon Young? Oh, God, cut that guy off. Oh, he's removed him. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I fixed it.
No worries.
Sorry, it's still.
No worries. They got the names all mixed up. Yeah, they got the names all mixed up in the new Skype.
No, I got.
Okay, no worries.
Sorry.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, I would hit his button sometimes by accident. Yeah, no worries. And I remember one time I hit the other doofus, the Cho guy, Cho Tai. That's it. So if anybody were back in the old days, they would have heard that old idiot, the scrotum-sacked individual. By that I mean a scrotum-headed individual named Peter Moon. And that's not his real name. It was Vinnie Barbaric, supposedly a co-author, and who did absolutely nothing. And the individual wasted all our time and used to talk about the Cho endlessly for a while before he started talking about the Vox Arca. These are different obscure subjects that most people would never have heard about. But since you're all here, you're not going to hear about them tonight either. We're just not here for that right now. If we get brought to that topic by other people jumping on the call, that's fine. It might happen organically. But for right now, we'll talk about more conventional politics, which are hardly conventional. The situation is not conventional. Okay, so I got some questions about my hair. My hair grows out very fast. For those of you who take a look at the thumbnails embedded in image, the images, the photographic images embedded in thumbnail of live stream. Obviously, they are generally the same person, albeit many of the people you see might look like me to a degree. My son is obviously not myself, and Ed Beth, as we refer to him as, is someone who looks different enough, however, where you should be able to tell when his photograph is there. It's he looks younger and more effeminate or more effete than even I. Whereas one of the blood boys in the photograph with me tonight is obviously much younger and would hopefully obviously not be my son, even though they all have a certain resemblance because of the similarity of our environment. And all of the people kind of project themselves in a kind of manner that is, shall we say, the environment kind of encourages in its own way, just by example. But all that being said, I look like I have much shorter hair. Basically, about 13 days ago is what it will say in the YouTube. And the YouTube, you have to remember, is dating things a little inaccurately. You can find the exact date by opening up the video. But if you compare my hair then and the hair as it looks now, it looks much longer, but it grows out very fast, especially when I have access to blood. And when I am drinking blood regularly, then my hair grows out fast. We actually have to clip it very fast. Same thing with my nails. So it's indicative of my subspecies, if you will. So that having been said, for those of you who haven't known or don't realize it yet, I'm 1/4 vampiric. That means vampiric would be the actual dialect, which I'm more used to. But vampiric, I'm 1/4 vampire, and it's a regular subject, the butt of jokes, a running joke, however you want to take it. I don't mind. But if you don't believe it, it's really, okay, that's not my problem. That's my problem is sustaining myself. So that's my problem, and I found a fine way to do it. But I have to work for it. So I work for blood. And for those of you who don't know, a young boy's blood is about $8,000 a pint, if I'm not mistaken. Well, you can ask Brendan Zogan if he's still online with us. If he's still on bandwidth, he can confirm that because he's actually done research into this and found out that I'm getting paid the equivalent of a 6-figure salary in young boy's blood. And that's fine. It's all voluntary. And so there he goes. Aristide Troy says, I'll chime in a bit, just getting home. Wonderful. Okay, so let's give him a nice big heart. And that way he can come in and share with us things that are going on with him and what's going on in Florida, the homeland of the enemy. He's in deep red territory. As far as I'm concerned, he's in deep shit. So again, for the color of my hair, I dye it a lot because it grows out a lot. In case you don't know, my natural hair color is pure white. White as virgin snow white. And that's because of the Night of the Broken Circle, which is, again, a subject that many people heard of over the years, if they were regular listeners. If you're not a regular listener, there was a summoning of a extremely powerful entity that was above the ability of the summoners to contain at the Presidio military base. I have showed people where this summoning was done. Sammy Romero has seen it. Our man Brendan Zogan has seen it. The idiot known as Peter Moon saw it perhaps more than once. Likely Aaron Tice will be seeing it. No, that's not the case. At any rate, anyhow, I'd like to show it to him by showing him a picture. All that being said, all right. So we're going to just Israel fails to intercept Houthi missile targeting its main airport, showing the limits of American imperial efforts to weaken the group. Okay, there we go. Ballistic missile strike by Houthis from Yemen at Ben Gurion International Airport in Tel Aviv, Yafo, without being intercepted by the Arrow 3 aero defense system. Excellent. Okay, glad to hear that. That's good news. And for those of you who think that I'm quote-unquote anti-Semitic, I have often expressed to people that's an incredibly stupid term. The term is Judeophobic. Not that I am Judeophobic, certainly not by my measure or my opinion. Other people may see me as such. You're wrong. I really have respect for all cultures. And the Jewish culture, of course, needs to be acknowledged that it has incredible mutations that are extraordinarily negative in their impact on everyone else. And I've gone in depth into that history before for people who are regular listeners. So when it comes to the regular listeners, they know about what I've said about Jewish history and its exterminatory impact, its mass genocidal impact, indeed its truly apocalyptic impact, so incredibly destructive that it's actually caused climate change. The mass deaths that were caused by Christopher Columbus, or Christopher Columbus, who was Jewish. He was a Marrano, or what they call a dirty pig, meaning a crypto Jew, who was practicing his religion while hiding himself as a Catholic during the days of the Inquisition. He was looking for a new homeland for Judaism in the American hemisphere. Unfortunately, he found it, and he declared America a new Zion, and he wrote apocalyptic books to this effect. So it's not like this is without extraordinary evidence. It's more than evinced that he was a practicing Jew who is acknowledged in various Jewish encyclopedias, like the Encyclopedia Judaica as Jewish. So it's not like he's not claimed by the Jews. So it's not imposed upon him. It is what is. So a historical fact, Columbus was Jewish, and he started a mass genocide that was so extreme it ultimately resulted in 127 million dead in the Western Hemisphere, and it resulted in untold numbers of deaths, which are calculated to be at least 20 million in number in terms of transportation of blacks alone across the Atlantic. The majority of them died in shipment to replace all the Indians that were killed in slavery, which resulted in a denuding of Africa. All of this resulted in a decimation of the population in both the Americas and in Africa, which resulted in reforestation, which, for those of you who don't know, the majority of American Indians were quite civilized, and they had a highly developed economy, and they were wiped out by disease and, of course, genocide. And to replace them in labor, blacks were brought in, which resulted in genocide on the other side of the Atlantic. And of this, the ultimate result of this penultimate act was reforestation. All of the forests were no longer, well, all the land was no longer cultivated, and the forests regrew, and as they regrew, they became enormous carbon sinks, which led to the Little Ice Age, which, again, killed millions of people. I mean, it's like one Jew killed hundreds of millions of people on either side of the Atlantic put together, in Africa, in the Americas from pole to pole, and in Europe through the Little Ice Age. It's, yes, Jews will do that. So this is not anti-Semitism, because guess what? Jews are not Semitic. The majority of them in Israel are Hazaric, which means they're actually Turkic. Oh, a burning Jewish flag. Is that a result of the missiles? Or is that just cultivated, you know, as a feel-good?
There's been a lot of fires there, too.
Oh, the wildfires! Yes! Yes, apocalyptic.
Yes,
cool.
yes.
Yes, they're having their own miniature apocalypse
Yeah.
now. Karma! Yes, at any rate, so when it comes to this is all history, it's not conspiracy. I don't need to resort to the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which, of course, is probably a forgery, but who cares? It's what it recounts is so accurate in terms of the behavior that it portrays, it may as well be deemed virtual truth, that it's rendered obviated. It's obviated. It's a moot point that it's a forgery. It's been called a warrant for genocide, but the Israelis obviously have their own warrant for genocide. It's called the Holocaust, and they're supported by all too many Jews this side of the Atlantic. So that means that we've got Zionists on either side of the Atlantic, and it's Zionism I'm speaking against. Now, in the past, of course, I've said that, in a sense, I'm a de facto Zionist because I don't talk about destroying Israel but I would I would advise altering it from its current state meaning that I would have divided it and united Palestine with the West Bank with a demilitarized zone that would go through Israel itself, that would divide Israel into a North Israel and South Israel, respectively. The South being, would become home to a new Judea, or a new religious Judaism, whereas all the secular, atheistic, socialist Jews could stay in the north, where they have a financial capital in Tel Aviv-Yafo. And Jerusalem, or Jerusalem, would go back to being a United Nations zone, which is what it should have been in the first. But all of that being said, incoming weather, that's the notification, sunny tomorrow, high, okay, good weather tomorrow, and that means I can go out with the lads. Today was Arbor Day, by the way, but I told them they have the groundskeepers on the estates to take care of that. They could plant trees with the Blood Boys, the transfusion affiliates, today. They don't need me to get dirty for that again. All right, so because I'm going back to the estates tomorrow for what will be my indulgence, and of course my responsibilities as a tutor, to the lot of tutors that, I'm the favorite tutor for any number of reasons, but such being said, because I'm the most fun and the most engaging and all the rest of that stuff, and of course the details are known to regular listeners, I'll happily go over them again should they organically arise, but the situation is well known to regular listeners. But the situation is such that I may end the show fairly early tonight, and that would be because, well, first of all, it's the beginning of the month, and even though we want to raise money for rent at the end of the month, which is always an issue, because, again, I'm paid in food, not in money, the end result is that I need to basically always be delivering something, and I feel obligated to do that. However, like Pixie Princess Star Fox, are famous and are, on this show, our famous OnlyFans girl says, I don't really owe anybody anything. So believe me, if I truly had a head-splitting migraine, and which it's not at that level yet, but we certainly were triggering a minor one with trying to get everybody on Microsoft Teams tonight, but we did it. But if I were really suffering or I really needed sleep, I would just let everybody know and end the show as early as possible. I don't feel we need to do that, but here we are with another image being sent. Let's check on that in the conversation. Okay, good. Sigil for helping to protect us in case we get cut off. And with that, we're going to, go into, here we are, another sigil, acknowledge that. And believe me, we need these. For those of you who don't understand, we work a lot with what the Department of Defense called applied quantum mechanics, which anyone else, remember what Arthur C. Clarke said, once a technology is advanced enough, it is indistinguishable to the ignorant as magic, or from magic. It's indistinguishable from magic. It's not only indistinguishable to the ignorant, but to oftentimes the people who make regular use of it. And that would include people who use cell phones, or people who use computers. There's all kinds of technologies people take advantage of, which is indistinguishable from magic. They don't believe it to be magic, but it may as well be, because they don't know how to fix it. They don't know how to fix their cars. Matter of fact, cars are manufactured in such a way today they're impossible to fix on one's own. You can't, because you don't have the parts. You don't have. It's just you need. You can't work in a garage anymore. Other than with classic collectibles, you can't fix a modern car. You've got to take it to the shop. So that's how they're manufactured, is so that you're dependent on the manufacturer. It's the same way with your cell phone and your TV and everything else. You basically buy a new one if you can't repair it. So all that being said, we are becoming subject to a technician class, which is indistinguishable from the monks of the Middle Ages, the keepers of the knowledge, the keepers of the information. The data masters, and the data masters and other examples of professional experts are the new master class. Without them, you cannot function. Your life cannot function. And guess what? The majority of your technology is all dependent on something none of them can manufacture or repair. It's all made in Taiwan. It's called super semiconductors. Any advanced semiconductors, the most advanced in the world, are manufactured in only one place. Yes, there are microchips manufactured in Korea, only a minor percent of the market. Yes, there's some microchips manufactured in California, my state, which is, of course, the largest economy in the world, other than 3 economies at this point. We're right behind United Germany, but we are going neck and neck and running head to head to tie with Die Neue Deutschland, or the new United Germany. The only economies we're behind are that of the Communist Chinese Empire. And in front of that, theoretically, is the United States. But that doesn't fucking count, because the United States economy would collapse to the level of bumfuck Cuba or Nicaragua or Morocco if it weren't for California. For those of you who say, oh, that's impossible, that's not... Well, you're fucking bloody ignorant. That's, let me educate you now. Because that's what I'm paid to do. In blood, no less, quite literally. Is to teach people about the reality of the world. I teach history, civics, geography, liberal arts. And so that's what people are here for. They're here to learn. So let me tell you something if you didn't know it. Your economy, the United States of America, and all its economy, you aren't shit. I mean, you aren't shit. I mean, you're really just beneath shit. You're like nothing. It's only thing you've got is California. And if there were a Cal exit, if California left, you would all shrivel up and die. There would be no American economy. You would fall beneath everybody else. And life is hard, but truth hurts. You're here for that. You're here to be hurt. And if I'm not delivering the pain, well, I'm not doing my job, and I wouldn't be earning my contributions. So, all that being said, you need California, and California produces only a few chips. I mean, like, something like less than 1%. It's like California produces almost nothing, but what little we produce is like the third in the world. Isn't that something? So, in the other words, all of it comes from Taiwan, where I was born. And guess what? It's only due to one reason. There was an artificial intelligence that was created years ago before people talked about it. And it was based on my mind. Yes, my mind. Only my mind at that time was processing at a far higher rate. I've done a lot of drugs since that point to prevent my mind from processing at that higher rate so that I don't overthink and burn myself out. Because biologically, even though cellular level intelligence and other aspects of biological computation are a lot higher than you would think, and this involves quantum mechanics, you don't have the ability to access it normally, but they instilled technology in myself that at that time was called nano, before anyone ever used the term, through a total body blood transfusion. Yes, all the blood was taken out of my body and they literally killed me. I was clinically dead for at least 24 hours, more likely 48. So around 1 to 2 days I was dead, literally dead, and then I reanimated. And when I came back, all the blood had been, well, adapted by my body. They had killed everybody else they had used it on before. Mostly prisoners who had volunteered for testing to basically have their death sentence revoked or the like. And most of them died anyway. It was the risk they signed up for at Letterman Army Medical Center, which has been demolished to hide all the evidence. And that's where they also killed a lot of dogs. And that's something I went into, and that's only relevant because of what we brought up about the propaganda against Hitler earlier. All that being said, when it comes to the situation involving quantum, we work with quantum a lot here, mostly because we're under what would be called deemed occult siege. And this brings us back to simply application of quantum mechanics. Great example, Department of Defense investigated the phenomenon of Madame Laveau. Madame Laveau in New Orleans was a infamous assassin who had a 100% hit rate. And Madame Laveau, if you paid her the $1 million contract, you were guaranteed with a hit. She had a no-fail rate. And this was done through voodoo, or correctly pronounced Valjo-Houduns. And this is really applied quantum mechanics. So quantum is what would be indistinguishable from magic for you. It is not technology, but a technique, which is just another word for technology. It is the application of a method which is not necessarily manifest in a physical form. And nevertheless, it has its dynamic. Okay, all that being said, Holly Kiefer has joined us, and welcome aboard. So give us whatever you feel comfortable sharing, a nice little update on yourself and all your, your situation status report. Tell us what you think about what's going on with the changes in our venue, and let everyone know how you're feeling about it and how you think everyone else is feeling about it, or know everyone else is feeling about it. Dear Holly.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Things are going along, quiet, uneventful for the most part, which is a good thing. It is disappointing and frustrating that they're putting this thing on us that we can't use this app technology without a real new phone. So, and I had a couple questions about your government phone.
Yeah, sure.
In terms of using Teams, like number one, let me get this back. It's hard to talk and think at the same time, you know what I mean, especially publicly. Do you think that on your, because you just have done Skype and stuff on your laptop?
That's right.
So do you think your government phone would, number one, support these new apps with these requirements?
Absolutely.
Like, I don't know.
That's guaranteed.
They call it iOS on Apple.
It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed.
Okay, so that's good to know. The second thing is, when I've looked into it before, you know how you join a phone plan and you get a certain number of gigabytes, like 3 or 6 or unlimited?
You're in California, it's unlimited.
Automatically. Okay.
Automatically.
Because
there's only two states that way, California and Texas. Every other place you're limited to some bullshit, but California and Texas, it's unlimited.
Okay, because there's unlimited calling is different from unlimited web use.
You get unlimited everything, honey.
Okay. That answers that then. Okay, so that does give me hope.
Yeah. Yeah, believe me, it's the way to go. It's
okay.
Yeah. So, any other questions? I'm surprised. I'm sometimes amazed at what I know, but then, like Brandon said, I've got a PhD on this shit. So you're talking to the right person. Yeah.
And I know nothing, but it's pretty, made for chimpanzee level on the consumer front of it.
Well, what I don't understand is, look, first off, plenty of things. There's plenty that you know. Don't denigrate yourself. But such being said, you're a care provider. We can share that. We can share that publicly. You're a care provider. So it's how you don't know of these things is beyond me. I guess your level of care provision is different from connecting them up with social programs. It's more of a direct level of care provision, I guess, as opposed to all...
Well, yeah. No, I'm not any kind of admin.
Right.
And that.
Interesting.
And I learn as I go, trying to find out what works and what doesn't. So I don't understand a lot of the terms. Right. I know how to apply them.
All right.
But with tech, I'm kicking and screaming,
Oh, well, we all are. You know that about me as well. I mean, I'm a creature of the fucking 20th century, and I would have preferred to have been born into the 19th if I had my choice. But all such being said, yes. Yeah, but all such being said, you can do this. You can do this. And do you know where to go? It's called California
I got a phone
Lifeline.
number.
Yeah, it's called California Lifeline. Do you know about California Lifeline program?
Well, you have to be careful because the original Lifeline was those necklaces you wear in case you fall down.
Understood. Yes. Well, now you're truly showing your age. You are now truly showing your age.
They still have them.
Do they really?
I don't know why. Oh yeah.
Do they really?
And that's their big company like trade name.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
well,
I'm
just-
surprised
yeah,
that
so
I would think that would cause confusion.
Well, it's called that. You're talking about Life Alert. Thank you, Brendan. That's Life Alert.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you. Yes,
Okay.
there we are.
Okay.
So
That's
California,
fair.
yeah, California Lifeline is part of a federal program, which is Lifeline in every state. Every state has Lifeline, but every state fucks it up in their own
Got it.
way, except for California and Texas. But for what it's worth,
But it will be administrated by my county. So they're the ones I'll be dealing with. And that's the number I have.
maybe.
Is through my county's social services.
Let me
department.
give you another number and see if it's not the same number. We'll find out. So when it comes to,
I won't know okay.
well, I'll give you this other number.
until I get home.
Well, I'll give you this other number right here in a second. So let me look up California Lifeline program. And here we are. So here's the number. Can you take this down? You have the ability to write it down?
I'm almost there. Almost there.
Yeah, and it's
Almost
state.
there.
It's
Okay.
yeah, it's definitely state.
All right.
It might be administered through the county in some vague way, but really,
I'm sure.
it may be,
Yeah.
but really, it's just state. So if you're ready,
Okay, Lifeline.
yeah,
you go.
California Lifeline program, and it's 877 area code 858-7463. Do you want me to repeat that?
87463.
Okay, so 1877 1877.
877.
Yeah,
Yeah.
858.
877-858-7463.
Excellent.
Lifeline. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll see what they have to say tomorrow.
Yeah, and yeah.
They'll
and-
probably want to send the phone to the mail and stuff. I mean,
Right,
there might
right.
be
It would take a few
delay.
days. It would take a few days,
Yeah.
but if not a few weeks, but you
Right.
might have to fill out a form and then send it in. They might,
Right.
I'm not sure, but you should be able to apply for it. That idiot Peter Moon got one just by being a senior citizen. So, and he's in New
Well, and
York.
I don't want them cutting off my other phone. Oh,
It doesn't-
you can't have that.
It doesn't
Yeah.
work like that, honey.
Fine. I'll know for sure tomorrow.
Hey, honey.
I ain't
honey,
taking nobody's word for nothing.
Honey, trust me on this. They can't work it like that. It would be impossible to enforce because they couldn't cut off a private
That's
phone.
Fine.
It's-
I have no axe to grind here.
Yeah,
I
yes,
just don't believe in anything until it happens.
Understood.
And I
yes.
do prepare for the worst at all times
Yeah.
because if it ain't here yet, it's coming.
Mm. Oh, God. Maybe you should stop thinking like that. I mean, maybe it's not healthy to think like that.
If only.
To
Yeah.
to a certain degree. I mean, obviously, I'm the same way to a degree, but then after a while, you've just got to stop giving a shit. It's just, but I get what you're saying.
I don't know that I give a shit.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, if it
Yeah.
doesn't work, it doesn't work. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But I don't like, I think that one of the most dangerous words
Mm.
in our vocabularies at this point is anything that starts with "it should be."
Well, you notice I didn't say that. It's not what I
No.
said. I said,
And I cut that out of my vocabulary because what I'm finding is nothing is as it should be.
right.
And it's
Yeah.
amazing what a stumbling block that is before you realize.
Well,
it, 'cause you
that-
end up screwing up that way because you're assuming it's what it should be when it's nothing of the sort.
Right. By the way, that comes from a lot of self-help therapy as well. That mentality, just so
Does it?
people understand.
Nobody
Yeah.
ever told me.
Yeah, no, I get it,
Yeah.
but just so people understand it, when people join Alcoholics Anonymous or various other programs that are similar to that, where they're rehabilitating, one of the first things that they get rid of is the term "should." You learn to get rid
I
of
didn't
that.
know that.
Yeah, that's because the term
Yeah.
"should" is, and this is where you could tell someone is automatically someone you should not be listening to. To use that term "should" would be like Rush
Oh, yeah.
Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh would use that term "should" a lot. Rush Limbaugh was infamous that was like one of the pillars of his vocabulary was the word "should," kind of like tariffs with Trump. It was like this should be or should be and there's so the old joke was don't should on me and I won't should on you. That was the joke among these kinds of groups. That so just so you know, it can be a personal and cosmic, or should we say existential principle not to use "should." So there we are with that. There's no.
Hey, I
shoulds
made
in
it up
this
all
one.
by myself.
Yes, there you are. So that's yeah. It's and It's amazing what I know. It's like when I was telling V driving me around, and she's, I told her about the Waymos, and I said, you see that spinning top on the Waymo? That's an imaging device, and that used to be used by Google Maps, and they'd have someone drive the car, and that's how they took pictures of the fronts of houses. And she was like, "Wow, it's amazing that you know that." And I'm just thinking to myself, why is it amazing that I know that? But not that I took offense. It's just like, what am I supposed to know? What does she think I told her, well, knowing things is my job. I am supposed to know things because more than that, I'm supposed to know things that the majority of people don't know. That's my shtick, right? So, but there you go with that. But of course, do want people to know there's plenty I don't know. Most of it practical. Like anything that's practical, I usually don't know it. I know that I should never go camping because I'm not good at camping, and I'm tired of reliving the Blair Witch Project every time I'm out in the woods. But Holly loves it, and she loves reliving the Blair Witch Project. I mean, nothing delights her more than finding abandoned cabins with children's handprints all over them, and little Bigfoot carvings and all that other bullshit. It's how she enjoys life when she's...
That never happened to me, Doug.
No, folded
You're
clothes
embroidering.
Folded clothes. Perfectly folded clothes near
You're
spots where
embroidering.
people disappeared. She's the person who
Yeah.
folds them,
No,
whenever
I avoid those places.
My ass, you climb to the top of the fucking hill and you drink in the rain fresh from the
Well,
clouds. You
Yeah.
love that shit. Jesus
Yeah, I
Christ.
do.
But
But it's not all haunted.
yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it is. Yes.
Yeah.
We are joined by Nemo. He could not resist. Nemo has joined us. Yes.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, so good to speak to you, Nemo. And whenever you feel comfortable sharing a little bit of a situational status report from you, please, whatever you want to share.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Oh, the Australian elections ended, and it seemed to turn out okay because fucking Peter Dutton, it was trying to run. He's part of the Liberal Party. It's not the same as American Liberal. He was planning to cut off fucking Medicare and start installing more nuclear power plants, but thankfully he got his ass whooped and he won't be in power. The Australian
Thank
Senate
God.
left. Labor Party retains power now
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, he lost hard.
because Labor Party apparently created the Medicare system
Yeah.
to help the poor people.
My God, the fact that
If they cut that off, that would have pissed off a lot of citizens and probably would have caused the riot.
what he was banking on was that it would kill them and they wouldn't be alive to complain.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Years ago, he used to say, poor people and people on disability, they should get a kick in the head and they should work and all that. He's just a scumbag.
What a...
He even looks Khazarian. He's
Oh.
definitely supportive of them.
Jesus. Of course he would be. All these reactionary conservatives are. They all think Israel's the shit. That it's the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. Well, yeah, if one's waiting for the Antichrist. Yeah, all such being said, again, just to clarify what I said about anti-Semitism as a ridiculous term, obviously Nemo already knows this, and anybody who's a regular listener knows this, but just so new listeners know, and we seem to have a number of them tonight, I want people to understand that Arabs are Semitic. If you're saying anti-Semitic, it means you're anti-Arabic. That's all Arabs are Semitic. The majority of Jews are not. Just so you know.
Around 80% of them, yeah.
Yeah.
They're illegitimate imposter Jews.
Yeah, well, obviously, Sephardim Jews are Semitic, and but I don't know if it's that low a number, but it's pretty fucking low compared to the Jews that we see in media. The majority of Jews we see in media or in power
Yeah.
tend to be
Or in Israel.
Ashkenazim. Or in Israel.
Yeah, you can clearly see the Eastern European genetics in them
Yeah, absolutely.
physically.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, what Nemo's saying is 100% true. Yeah, you can see the Eastern European genetic strain, but most of them are Turkic, and it's hard to ascertain that for most people who aren't really looking for it.
Yeah.
But
and Turkic people aren't Arabs. Most people don't realize that.
yes, thank you for reminding me. Yes, so for those of you who don't know, the three major Muslim populations are Turkic, Iranian, which would be Persian, but that really, Iran is simply the ancient Greek term for Aryan, so they're simply Aryan Muslims. And then you would have the Semites, or the Arabs in general. So that's those are the three major groups in Islam. There is a fourth, but many of the other groups would argue they're not really Muslim, and that would be the Kurds. But such is the way of life. Of course, Kurds would say, yes, we're Muslim, but, other people would say they're apostate. It's just horrible. It's just another shit show. And but all that being said, the Turks invaded Europe, for those of you who do not know, because most of you don't know that for some reason. But that's probably because Europeans do a big job hiding it. I don't know why, when they should be bitching about it to the skies as a historical trauma. But yeah, the Turks invaded Europe, and they got pretty fucking deep. They were stopped at Austria. But had they not been stopped at Austria, Dracula did a lot to slow them down before they were stopped dead at Austria. So Dracula was a real historical figure, and yes, the father of all vampires in a romantic sense. We'll put it that way. But a historical figure who was indeed vampirized, or vampirically had
also
the
known as the Impaler.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
He'd fucking impale those scumbags through the arse out the mouth with a spear.
Yes.
Or
yes.
pike. Whatever.
Thousands of them. Forests of them. Forests of impaled bodies. That's what slowed the Turks and ultimately stopped their invasion cold for a while. And then he counterattacked. And unfortunately, he ultimately died on the field of battle, but then resurrected. Because that's like what I did. That's what vampires do. And that's when the recidivist gene kicks in. Or should I say recessive gene. You could deem it recidivist if you consider vampirism a criminal behavior, which many people would. So all that goes to say, it's not an inaccurate term. But okay, so Brendan Zogic just left us. Hopefully he will rejoin us, and he's going to go take care of some shopping. But we've got...
I'm just pasting the link regarding that election if anyone wants to see that.
Thank you so much. Feel free to post that in the chat as well. And so this is Australia's centre-left party. Thank God. And really, I'm just pleased things are going well in Australia to some degree. And by all means, Nemo, any further updates also in your environment, things in general you'd like to talk about, cathart, or vent about, feel free.
No, I'm just happy that summer's completely over and it's getting nice and cold now. It's getting real cold, not even winter, but I prefer that than the heat. Fuck summer.
I hear you. I hear you. Yes, and it's.
I know you wouldn't agree. You'd probably want to switch places because it's real cold where you are and you hate it.
Yeah, that's true too. I agree. You know me too well. But I can understand. And believe me, I do understand to a degree that it sounds perverse. I know, but yeah, there's times when I really like the chill simply because. It's like I'm used to it. It's like I'm used to being cold and then at least keeping myself warm. And then, even though I would probably thrive in the heat, there is that kind of like you get comfortable with the cold because you're comforting yourself from it. You're protecting yourself from it.
Your Teutonic genes is combating with your vampire genes.
Yes. Thank you. Though in all fairness, now I know I don't expect you to be an expert on this, but my mother infinitely preferred the cold, and that's true vampires do.
Right.
True vampires do. They thrive. They don't exist in the desert cultures. You know that. You never hear about Muslim or Jewish vampires, and there's a reason for that. Yeah, they don't like the desert. Yeah, so here we are. SCCC says, speaking of vampires, does anyone remember the episode of The Super Friends where Dr. Frankenstein drained the powers of the Super Friends and Superman turned into a monster? I remember Super Friends, but I don't remember that. But it makes sense. That sounds like an episode. Yeah, that sounds like it'd be cool to watch. I'll probably try and look that up on YouTube, see if I can review it. That'd be fun. And also, welcome aboard at SCCC. And with Nemo and Holly, don't forget to say hi to each other as well as Aristides. Everybody join in, greet each other, and
How's it going?
yeah,
Hi.
yeah, yeah.
Nemo, I saw how how you said about how Israel's billion-dollar Iron Dome missed that missile.
Oh yeah, it doesn't
Which
always
in the chat
work.
box.
Yeah, it will miss some
that was
missiles sometimes.
Interesting point. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of
Sure
dated
didn't
technology
at that
now.
time.
Yeah.
It sure didn't. And yeah, the Australia guy lost pretty hard.
Peter
I
Dutton,
did
yeah.
notice that.
He's a scumbag, yeah.
I was relieved.
Well,
I mean, they're all bad.
And my
it's just,
impression of Australia was that there was way stronger sentiment, like that the country was from the beginning supportive of the worker in a way that America never was, even though we do have a certain social net. That's why you don't have to tip there. They get insulted when you do, right? Because their waiters were starting at $50,000 a year salary.
Wow! God damn! I need to move to Australia and start waiting tables.
yeah.
This was
tips
was
just
20
optional.
years ago when I was there. They were making that.
Yeah.
And there's jobs galore, but people really are, allowed to have the ability to work there with a certain amount of dignity.
Yeah.
Unlike here.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're definitely pro-labor almost to a fault. It's and
they had a real right wing. They did their right wing thing,
Uh-huh.
like about 10 years ago, didn't they? I forget the guy's name. But
Well, I can't
weren't they
fully
swinging
remember. I didn't pay
pretty
much
right
attention.
there for a minute, and it's like, oh boy, they didn't like that for long.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, fuckheads like John Howard, yeah. He was a piece of shit.
Okay.
He wanted Australia to stick with that shitty internet, fucking less than a megabyte up download megabits per second and all that. He didn't want the fucking fiber cable going through, and like America started having years before Australia started utilizing it, so we had to have shitty internet for a long time. And he's like, oh, I want to build more nuclear power plants too. Like, yeah, all of them just want us to utilize nuclear power. Like, work on some more efficient, safer energy, shitheads.
Yeah, that's weird.
Well, that's coming soon here.
Uh-huh.
They're waking it up here again, boy, oh boy, as fast as they can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, you dodged a bullet with this guy, it sounds like.
Oh, yeah.
And thank God he got beaten so mercilessly. He needs that.
Yeah.
But by the way, this is just like morbid entertainment. Have you heard how Trump wants to reopen Alcatraz prison, honey?
God, no. I did not.
Yeah, you can look that up just for morbid entertainment. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he wants to expand it. He wants to reopen it and expand it.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet light it up like Vegas.
Yeah.
Guys will be getting sentenced just to try and make that swim. It'll be a grudge match. I mean, imagine if you did.
Oh yeah, well,
King of YouTube.
Yeah.
With
Oh.
a GoPro.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that's funny.
Punching
as fuck.
sharks and shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's fucking funny. No, you got it down.
Mm.
You got it down. People are crazy for that shit.
People
Does he
are
want to
right.
turn it into the new Guantanamo Bay or something?
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wants it. Yeah. He's not talking about turning it into a casino or something. He's talking about turning it.
a tower.
Yeah. Into actual,
A detention camp.
Yeah, an actual detention camp. I mean, good fucking
It's not
luck.
that big.
Yeah, it's small. It
What
is.
is it going to be? Special torture only? Like, and then they ship them out
Oh shit!
to
Oh,
Texas to the big money prisons.
or down to El Salvador for all that shit that goes on down there. Yeah,
Oh man.
that's
Oh man.
and so Yeah, in terms of so what else is going on lately in Australia, Nemo, that you feel might be relevant or at least morbidly
No,
interesting?
nothing much. Just fucking, just more of that anti-white nationalist shit.
Yeah.
They just won't stop going on about that in the mainstream media. Oh, we got to crack down on them. It's just so
Yeah.
cringe.
Yeah,
Because there was a group of them
Yeah.
doing their little. They weren't bothering anyone, just doing like their own protest during election time,
Oh.
saying how they just want, cut back on all these foreigners taking all these fucking jobs, like, because regular citizens, especially white ones, can't get a fucking decent job anymore.
Well, that's interesting because that's the opposite of how it was. Like, I don't know if it was 20 years ago, wish that I was there when it was an open invitation to get workers. They didn't have any workers. They couldn't get enough workers. And the stipulation was you could stay and make all you could for a year. But the weird thing was you had to change jobs every
3 what? Every 3 what? You got cut off there.
months.
Months.
It's every 3 months of that year that you could have
Uh-huh.
anybody.
Weird.
And so there was workarounds with that and stuff, but it was wide open doors. And now you're saying that has slammed shut, or almost. That's fascinating.
Well, that slammed shut with COVID, no doubt.
Yeah, COVID
Well,
fucked a lot
yeah.
of that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Small
Oh, okay.
businesses, were wiped out.
And so
And there couldn't be incoming people
yeah,
or outgoing
right. And
to
so
shuffle up the workforce.
so you probably heard what we said earlier, Nemo, that we're going to I basically paid for 1 month of this Skype Microsoft Teams, and right now Aristides is on it, but I initiated the call, and I'm on Skype while he's on Microsoft Teams, but they've synchronized the call. So we're going to hope that keeps us on. I've downloaded Microsoft Teams, by the way, and paid for it, but, that should enable me to stay on the call after midnight, obviously. But we're going to see if the Skype somehow seamlessly transitions at midnight or some kind of glitch happens, California time.
Probably for the best doing that move because it was just quick and easy. And while you're waiting, like, you can decide what else you want to migrate to.
But I want you to know,
a month or...
yeah, and I want you to know, Brendan feels that your choice is the best. That
because it's free. There's no limitations on that fucking call bullshit. Like, you just make your own server and customize it, and you don't have to have a long list of call channels. It's just all in one server. It's more practical and simple. It's just a lot of features you got to learn to use, but it's easy. I can walk you all through it.
Excellent. So
you just got to let me know when you have time to be willing to do that.
Excellent. We'll see if I can figure that out this month. There's a lot going on.
And what time of day is it there
Right now.
in Australia?
Just past 12 p.m.
Yeah.
So it's 12 in the afternoon.
Well, they're 17 hours ahead of
Tomorrow.
us. They're 17 hours ahead of
tomorrow.
us. Yeah.
It's 12 in the afternoon tomorrow for us.
That's right. Yeah, they're 17 hours ahead of San Francisco, honey. So that means that, ahead of the
That's
Pacific
what
time
I'm
zone.
asking.
Yeah.
What
Thursday where I am.
Yeah. And and maybe even more because Australia's got crazy time zones. Australia's time zones are like, they're not just, straight lines like everywhere else in the world. They're like north and south, and they're just, you look at the map and you'd go dizzy trying to figure out their timelines. And they've got like little pockets that are in different time zones. Australia's out of this fucking world. So how many time zones they have altogether, we'd have to look it up, but it's something outrageous for one.
I got a few.
Yeah. Oh, no, more than a few. I know that because I used to try and keep track of the time there. By the way, we just had
there's 3 time zones, separate time zones.
Yeah, the major ones.
Australian, Eastern, Central,
and North, right?
And Australian Western. And North.
Yeah. So
and are they different by an hour or more?
Yeah, around that, like an hour ahead and behind. Well, West would be a few hours.
Yeah. Wow. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, adds up. Yeah.
Yeah. And but it might be one of them's like, don't forget McDonald and Heard Islands, and you've got the Lord Howe Island, and those are in like totally different time zones. Those are like in their own fucking time zone. They're all part of Australia because Australia occupied them. Not to mention Christmas Island. So then you're really getting into like Australia's like imagine a galaxy with little star clusters out in space. That's Australia. Yeah, it's definitely big. It's big, but it's so few people comparatively speaking. But all that being said,
well, and the desert is so vast. So are there like just lines of cell phone towers out in that desert, or
like just coal mining sites and fucking oil and satellite phone shed, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget Britain used to test nuclear weapons there. That's how so many Australian women Yeah,
Australian. It's vast.
Yeah. Yeah, Australian woman wound up with that. What is it? It was very common to get the minor form of thyroid cancer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so it's just a lot going on down there. A lot more than people realize. But all such being said, despite everything that you have, which is like Nemo mentioned, the majority of it would be empty. And just frightening. Just
the coastlines are most populated.
Just everybody's on the coast, and but these night roads, or these roads, especially at night, they're just daunting. They're daunting.
Spooky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, completely dark, spooky as hell. It's and what was it?
Then have a kangaroo jump out and smash in your windscreen.
Yeah.
All the time.
Oh, yes, Nemo knows. And Nemo knows the people there are just, he describes them better than I do. If I describe them, I'm just going to sound totally racist. But like Nemo said, the Outback in particular, it's just full of, just morbidly inbred.
They're insane. Oh, I just love the Outback where it's hot as hell and giant spiders and snakes that will kill you within minutes.
Yes.
Australia has so much poison stuff.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Oh, even the beach.
You could be walking down the beach barefoot and thing.
Yeah, these
on
things.
The sand.
Yeah, those sand fleas will eat you up.
Die right there. You choke up right there and croak.
Got a lot of stonefish, box jellyfish, and blue-ringed octopus.
Yes. Oh.
And the snakes, geez, and the spiders.
Yes.
Which I like, but not if they give you necrotic bites.
But remember that
there
was this poor young girl who died recently that was killed by a shark, but that was because they buried that fucking whale on the beach that likely attracted it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh God, those idiots. Yeah, and so.
But you were saying something before the poison stuff, Nemo. Where'd that
what?
go?
Oh, just the people living in Outback are crazy.
Yeah.
If you're white and you want to live in the scorching heat, you're insane. Your brain's been fried.
Thank you. Yes, so true.
Like in America. Yeah, like, I love Austin, Texas, and all that. Like, it's fucking hot as hell there. You're insane.
Thank you. No, it's true. It's true. He's got it down. These crazy people live in the Sun Belt. By the way,
what are they building retirement communities out there? I bet they are.
Where? Here in America?
In desert Australia. I can see, KS home.
I doubt that.
No. Well, that's if you're just if you want the old people to die quickly.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But there's not some development schemes going on out there.
I doubt
Not
it.
that I heard of.
Honey, you know why?
Just
know what? You're talking about a penal colony, honey. These are all the descendants of criminals.
I understand. I'm saying this is, but
by that I mean they're smarter than Americans. By that I mean they all have a criminal background, so they're smarter than Americans. They don't fall for that.
To me, it's still an open market. I mean, if you can somehow run air conditioning, they love making artificial environments. They'll name it, Aboriginal Sunset
or something.
Estates.
Maybe, yeah. But well, if you, yeah, maybe we could try and talking somebody into that, an investment. Such being said,
Yeah, Australia needs to establish a separate ethno-state for the Aboriginals to go into the desert, just separate them, and they have their own land, their own state, and all the other races can just stick to the coast.
Yeah, well, Nemo's seen my proposition for that. I do propose an Aboriginal heartland that would be essentially an autonomous nation state of its own. Of course, a lot of people would be pissed off because then they'd need their permission and their tour guides to see that. Oh God, that.
Yeah, but why would you want to go there? It's just insane. Yeah, I'm not going there.
Yeah, you're preaching to the converted here. I mean, it's but anthropologists would love it, and that
for that professional work, definitely.
Yeah, but for the rest of us, we would steer clear. It's just it's because, I mean, great example. White guy was driving through Australia in his Jeep and two Aborigines flagged him down. He was stupid to stop. And they beat him up, took his Jeep, and left him to die in the desert. And he made it back alive just by sheer determination, just crawling on the sand till he finally reached a place. And God damn, I mean, like, don't stop for nothing in Australia.
Yeah, just floor it.
Yeah, thank you. Either that or point your truck at him and your Jeep and accelerate and watch him run.
Yeah. You got your big bull bar attached on the front.
Yeah. So, dear Heather has joined us. Heather, we missed you.
How about those flying foxes?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Oh, you get into the flying foxes. Don't worry. So, dear Heather, yes, we were worried about you. Have you been okay?
Oh, I've been okay. I guess I could describe okay.
Well, your photograph looks great, and
thank you.
Yeah. So, tell us a little bit about your status report, please. Situational update, whatever you feel comfortable sharing. How's Vin?
He's doing okay.
Good. And his mother? His mother's health?
Yeah, she's been in and out of different hospitals.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Any reason you'd care to share? Or?
Oh yeah, well, she had a stroke.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And is she recovering or?
I don't know. She wants to die. She just thinks it's over.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, well, she's not alone. There's a lot of people been going to the hospital recently. The mother-in-law of Amy Como, for instance, seems to be going around. No,
a lot of people are dying. I noticed it seems to be going around. Like, I noticed a lot of my friends' parents on Facebook, and like some close friends of mine, and their parents. So I'm, kind of going through it, wondering if my dad's going to be around for much longer. And it's not easy.
Yeah. Well, we'll be here to provide what support we can. Just anytime you want to talk to us. Certainly on nights like these. Yeah. Holly's going through something similar. Holly's got somebody she knows who's, checking in and out, so to speak.
Well, those vaccines, they were no good.
Oh.
I'd say. That's what I think is the contributory element to all of it.
To, like senior citizens in particular?
No, just in general, the deaf population.
I did hear that more people have been coming down with heart scarring and inflammation to the heart and shit.
Heart,
from the vaccine.
A long list of things. But
wow!
I guess we're not to talk about it.
Jesus. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, we got to be careful. Thank you for remembering that. Yeah, YouTube's a bug about that. Jesus Christ, it's the only thing they ever really hit me on. A few other things, but that, they really, they go back and search for that. So, yeah.
And you were the only one defending it.
Yeah, no shit. That's what that. Yeah, well, honey, you don't forget the other hits they get. What? Say it again, honey. You're not near the mic. Yeah.
On the vaccine topic, you always, defended the use of them.
Thank you. No,
So it was never you that was dissing vaccines.
yeah.
Never.
But
It was Ian West who was always
It was
trying to go
ironic.
against it.
It was everybody else.
Yeah. It's pretty much
Yeah.
everybody else. But believe it or not, what they were hitting me on was not based on what other people were saying about the vaccine. It was it was myself talking historically about certain historical events. And
The development of
Yeah.
using vaccine back
Yeah.
in old days.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and but when it came to
Yeah.
that was historically quite real, but that's what they found threatening. So
Yeah.
all that being said, obviously we're not going to touch that topic with a 10-foot pole.
No.
But such having been said, Heather says she's still on Skype, still using
Wait,
Skype
I'm gonna switch right now.
to okay. Yeah, I mean you don't have to, but the next time we call you, it'll be on Microsoft Teams, no doubt. Heather, I do want you to know that Holly is convinced, and Holly is probably right, or rather Holly believes it's a high percentage of a chance. There's a high probability that we'll get an extension on just plain Skype because everybody's going to get so fucked up by this switch.
It's really not a go. I mean,
Heather, do you have the teams?
She just tried
Are
to
you
switch,
with
and she just tried to switch, and look what happened. She just tried to switch to Microsoft Teams, and look what
Yeah.
happened. Yeah, she got knocked off the call. There she is. She's back. She's back with
Okay.
Teams. You're on Teams now, honey? Heather? Heather?
Hello?
Heather? We know you're there. We know we can hear you.
me?
You coming in?
Yeah,
as
you.
Teams?
Yeah, Heather, you're coming in as Teams, right? You're on Microsoft Teams.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Good.
So,
All right.
yeah, Aristides and Heather are on Teams right now. Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
How about you,
It's
Nemo?
getting lonely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I downloaded it before you started the stream.
Right. So you're on Teams. You're on Teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you,
Yeah.
Man.
Holly? You're not. Yeah, Holly's not. She's
I'm
inside.
out front of the party. Yeah. The
Yeah.
party's inside. I'm
Yeah.
I'm out on the sidewalk.
Well, you're with me. You and I are on the porch. Yeah, I'm still on Skype.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
okay.
mean, I've got Teams, but I'm talking
Yeah.
on Skype, which is part of the
Yeah.
perversity of the entire
Yeah.
situation.
And we can't even trust it midnight tonight because it could be midnight tomorrow night. That's the 5th.
It
So
depends on
that
which
won't-
midnight they're using. If they mean midnight by Eastern time, we're going to be off at 9. So
Right.
we'll
Or
find out.
tomorrow at 9. Because tomorrow's the actual 5th.
Oh, okay. There. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, got it. But Aristides uploaded Teams just in case. So the worst can happen is
Yeah.
I get taken down and then I join. Now I noticed Nemo put himself on red, for which I think is do not interfere or something. Oh, that's because he's on the Teams. So he put his Skype on do not disturb because he switched to Teams. That makes sense. Okay, so
Andy, he's got them both.
it's the
Woohoo.
same with Aristides.
Juggling.
Aristides.
Yeah.
So I think that the service does that
And
automatically.
yeah.
So the service automatically puts you on red on Skype when you're using the Teams. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
So-
I got Skype shut down and just got Teams out.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so that good. So that means Aristides has done the same. And so, dear Heather, yeah, I was going to say that you're
But
going
everybody should keep their Skype. I'm not going to turn mine off, even,
to...
you know,
Right, of course.
until, yeah.
Yeah, of course. That goes without saying. And, well, it's not... It's always going to be there, but you just won't be able to use it. I doubt that they can do anything to scrub it from the internet what you've got on.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Mm.
True.
But
It wouldn't
unlike...
be a big deal because everything you had on Skype's transferred to Teams.
That's
like
correct.
all your recent chats and
Yeah.
Yeah.
stuff
So
you
there's
posted.
probably no going back.
Historically,
for real.
historically, supposedly, yeah. So it seems to have done that. So it wouldn't impact me, I believe. But and besides, Holly's got nothing to lose. There's nothing in particular on her Skype in terms of a record. So, dear Heather, when you said, yeah, I noticed a lot of people dying, I'm glad you qualified that by bringing up the extended example of people you know through the net, etc., your extended electronic family. Of course, in the environment that you're in, it being what it is, I would expect death to be happening on a daily basis around you, which I'm sure does not really bother you. But,
Yeah, it just never goes away.
It's just what?
It just never goes away.
Well, it's been a solid part of your life. I mean, you should be very comfortable with death by now, in a sense. I mean, you grew up, in a mortician's home, right? I mean, essentially, or so exposed.
I worked in a mortuary.
Yeah, at a very young age.
Well, I wasn't that young. I mean, I was probably around 30.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, you're always young to me. I mean,
Oh, thank you.
I thought you were in your 30s now, as a matter of fact.
No.
Oh, well, you're certainly younger than I am, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm 51.
Oh, okay. You didn't need to give us your age. Yeah, well, you are
That's
younger
okay.
than me. Yes, you're younger than I. And, well, all that being said, yes, you strike me as very young at spirit, young at heart. Young at heart. There we are. And,
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
yeah, yeah. Holly as well, and Nemo, and Aristides, yes. So all that being said, so how are you doing otherwise, dear Heather? Anything else you notice in the world or in your environment that you feel is relevant before we go back to flying foxes in Australia for a moment?
Good one. I
Oh,
forgot.
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What I did think of is
Yeah.
that there's always wind blowing where I live, in Sun City.
Wow.
And there's always wind blowing, and it blows in a big circle.
Okay.
All the time it just blows in circles, which I think is kind of weird.
That's cool.
It's a vortex.
Yeah, it's a fucking vortex.
Maybe that's the way that it was built, though, to
To keep the breeze moving.
the basic model of global atmospheric circulation.
I love it.
Huh.
Yes, it's a giant washing machine agitator for the dead.
Soul sucker.
God.
It's like a roulette wheel.
Yeah, it's a fucking
Yeah,
necropolis,
there you go.
like I said. Yeah,
Casino.
yeah. And
Souls.
yeah.
Casino of souls.
yeah, there we are. Yes, round and round you roll, and where you land, nobody knows, red or black. Yes. So, such having been ascertained. Yes. What about them flying foxes, Nemo? Tell us a little bit about this.
The grey-headed flying fox, they're native to Australia, and they're the largest bats over here. They're also called fruit bats.
All right.
But they play a crucial role in pollination and seed dispersal. So they're, important to the environment, ecosystem.
I'm proud of
They're
you.
like, what,
Yeah.
the size of an eagle or bigger?
Well, their
4-foot
wingspan,
Yeah,
it's
they're
really
giant.
large. Yeah, they're pretty passive too. They don't bother you, but they'll fly
really
around in
not.
huge flocks and just shit
Yeah,
all
and so
over
they
your
hang in the
fucking
trees.
car. Yeah.
Like giant black fruit.
Yeah. We get big flocks of them flying in my area every now and then.
Oh, that'd be
Yay.
amazing. to
Bats
see.
out of hell. Yeah, it looks real cool though.
Oh, a swarm? That's awesome. And what about cockatiels or cockatoos?
Yeah, we got a lot of them. We got a large variety of birds here.
Wow, they are raucous, man. They get to screeching.
Yeah.
I don't know how people keep them indoors, but it's an amazing sound outside in the park. You feel like you're in jungle habitat.
They're just likable. Like they're smart and fucking just
Oh,
put a
yeah.
smile on people's faces.
Oh, they're amazing and big ass.
Yeah. Bite your
Um,
finger off.
So, what kind of area are you in?
I'm just in a
like
coastal region, like
a coastal. Okay, like New South Wales or
Queensland.
Queensland. Okay.
Yeah, it's shit here. It's shit everywhere. Unless you got lots of money, it's not worth living here.
Oh, I tell you. Let me know if you find some place that is
Yeah.
without a lot of
Well, I
money.
not studying fucking the Japanese language and their culture. If I did that when I was a kid, then I would have just found a Japanese lady to marry and live over there.
Well,
I'm fucked now.
It's never too late, and honestly, I would encourage you to learn the language and really just do it. You
The
won't
quality
regret
of
it.
life's just so much better though.
Yeah. It's nobody's ever seems to be happy where they're at, or rather, that there are people who are, but all too many people don't feel that way, and it's hard to appreciate what you've grown up with.
It does beat living in America though.
Thank you.
From everything I've learned, yeah.
Yes.
It's just
Yeah, Nemo knows that much. But yeah, learn the Japanese language. It's never too late. I believe that it will help you in the future. You won't have any reason to regret it, I assure you. And it would at least expand the number of people you're communicating with. In the interim, definitely.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah, honey.
Do you think there's anything to listening to stuff while you're asleep?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Do you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is that real?
To a degree. I don't.
To a degree.
Well, let's put it this way. A much more appropriate use for that would be psychological reinforcement of positivity. In other words, like I've said before, when they experimented so much with psychological warfare, they also experimented with trying to put people back together who had been prisoners of war. And as a result, they experimented with psychological reinforcement in the old cassette technology days. So when I was still working with the Department of Defense and we were still working with cassette tapes, they were working on subliminal reinforcement. So subliminal reinforcement in the positive, as well as the negative, is a real thing. There's no doubt about it. They proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that they would hide the voices subliminally within music, various or wave sounds or various cover sounds that they would experiment with. But you don't need to do that. You can have actual audible reinforcement, which I think is far more reinforcing, far more efficacious from the results that I saw in terms of their research. And so basically it's things
now,
like...
would this be any like Robert Monroe stuff, that binaural beat? Introducing messages, did you rub up against that?
Yeah, of course I did. But the thing was mostly a form of that was less, not so esoteric. I mean, once you get into Robert Monroe, you're getting into very esoteric territory, which of course the Department of Defense did work with him and did their best to exploit certain elements of his technique and his cosmology to a degree. But when it comes to
which was kind of creepy.
Yeah, his cosmology was very creepy. For those of you who don't know the Robert Monroe Institute cosmology, basically there's this concept called loosh. And loosh is the essence of your suffering, essentially, or the joy, or just orgasmic emotional outbursts that humans are capable of projecting, and that humans are a constant outflow of this loosh, this energy, whether it's positive or negative. And so there's all kinds.
It's like when you can't tell if you're laughing or crying, it sounds the same.
Like that, but it's just basically everything. Whether you're orgasming or whether you're crying over the loss of a loved one, grieving, mourning, or in terrible pain, or confronting the fact that you're dying of terminal cancer or something of just anything that causes an emotional outburst, an outflow, which is often chronic. If you know that you're dying, for instance, you're going to be outpouring emotions for weeks, if not months. Sometimes years. And so this is like something that is fed off of by entities that come to Earth specifically to do that. That's what Robert Monroe concluded. So Dr. Robert Monroe was operating on what I would call a fairly negative cosmology. So here we are. This is brought forth by dear Heather, Youth Medical Journal, and she's... Here we are. Let's take a look at what is shared by subliminal stimulus and its neurological effects. Thank you, honey. And so with subliminal stimuli, which doesn't need to be subliminal, it's far more efficacious if you just have a cassette tape. I'm thinking like an old man now. Or these days it would be some other form of technology where you've just got a man's voice and a woman's voice, because our subconscious responds differently to the male and female commands. But it's basically just telling you, I love myself. I feel good about myself. I mean, really,
I'm
it's
gonna
just
do that tonight.
yeah, just shit like that. It's just repeating it, in your sleep, and you can sleep to that. And like I said, having it audible is better than having it covered up in wave sounds. Much more efficacious. And some people can't fall asleep to that, so they need it behind white noise. But if you can fall asleep to that, which I could fall asleep in the middle of a revolving door. But when it comes to that, people need this because we hear negative things all our lives, and it takes, like, they calculated at least 20 positive reinforcements to overcome a single negative reinforcement. And since most of the time we spend all our lives with people calling us names and telling us negative things, you need hundreds of repetitions on these tapes, just going on for, years before you normalize yourself or balance your subconscious mind into thinking good about yourself. So there you go with that. We're programmed into negativity. And if someone were to just stop and think and reflect upon themselves, most of us would wind up in a negative space. So, we need these positive reinforcements. But I noticed nobody...
Have you seen it?
Yeah, go on.
Sorry.
No, go on. Have I
you seen any of that eye movement therapy be effective?
Rapid eye movement therapy. REM.
EFT, I think.
I'll ask V about that. She engages in that. She
Okay.
was engaging in some of that. So.
I wondered if you'd seen it in play. Okay, never mind.
I have, but it wasn't something that I was given access to. That was like in a different department than I was given access to at the time. Yeah, it was. All of this research was obviously compartmentalized. Or for those of you who don't find it obvious, I do want people to know that the Department of Defense was compartmentalizing the research into these various elements, and some of the research I had access to due to my responsibilities as a librarian liaising with Colonel Michael Aquina, and others I did not. But in terms of the positive cassette tapes, I can definitely vouchsafe for that. And it amazes me I see nothing about it anymore. I've never seen positive reinforcement on DVD. I've never seen it on YouTube. You look through YouTube. I've never really went looking for it, but I don't see like subliminal messages of, I love myself on YouTube for like 20-hour replay while you sleep or something. Isn't that bizarre? Why don't we see that? It's
more like now into the meditation world.
Well, I mean, that's not positive reinforcement. That's not positive reinforcement.
Yeah, I know, but there's a spin-off of that whole vast world that is actually slanted that way.
Okay.
Meditations to make you quit smoking. Meditations to make you lose weight, I mean, find those on YouTube, I'll bet.
Yeah. And so here we go with Trump. I guess I'll put a flame emoji under it. But yeah, Trump put out that thing about the Pope. Everything he does is so stupid. I don't even witness it anymore. It doesn't even register. I remember distinctly once Brendan reminded me, Trump put an AI image out of himself as the Pope. And you got to wonder, why? So Brendan joined us again. So dear Brendan, maybe you can help us. What do you think? What was going through Trump's mind? Did he think it's just funny? Was he angry because he was? Yeah, it was.
Oh no, there was an interview a few days ago where he said they were like, "Who do you want to be Pope?" And he said, "Me, of course." Yeah, he didn't have any shame in saying that.
Yeah.
No.
See,
so this was just his joke, part 2 joke of that.
Okay,
kind
I
of the bride of him in the king suit.
Yeah, well, no, that's actually more of a wish fulfillment. That he really wants to be king. Yeah, he doesn't want to be Pope because you'd have to behave yourself.
That just was kicking the nuts to the Catholic world, which is fascinating.
I think he was angry. He was angry because everybody snubbed him at the Pope's funeral. Everybody snubbed him at the Pope's funeral, so he was
in his goddamn blue suit. What did he expect?
Well,
He
forgive
wore
my
a navy blue suit, for God's sake.
forgive me. What?
I don't
Why,
think he
why is that
knows, like,
bad?
that kind of.
That's a slap in the face.
What?
It's
He's
just not
got-
manner.
he's got
manners.
Oh, you mean
somebody
instead of black?
dressing.
He should have been in black.
Yeah.
You mean to say? Oh, thank you.
Of
Thank you.
course.
Okay, yeah.
But it's like I don't think he knows those like nuances, to be honest.
What you would
And his-
think?
I'll bet
Thanks.
Melania does.
Yeah. Well, you
Yeah,
would.
but he ain't gonna listen to her. I mean, he's
True.
out of
Yeah.
his mind.
She
No,
didn't wear no blue.
No. I hear what Brendan is saying. At the same time,
I
you-
do too.
Yeah, but at the same time, you would think he has to know that because he grew up rich, and rich people have certain things they do, and one of the things they do is they dress in black at funerals. But maybe he's
And you know he's got a dresser.
Yeah. Well, no,
Or
we
a
don't.
team of them.
Actually, you know what? We don't know that. We really don't know that. He is so crazy. He may not have that. He is so crazy. He may not have that. Yeah. You're not talking about somebody who's behaving rationally.
Yeah.
Because I can imagine anyone telling him something. He just tells them you're fired. You can't tell him anything. It'd be like.
Right.
It
He's got to make his own decisions.
Yeah, so he's just gonna do what he does. It's like Brendan said, so even Melania could tell him something, and he's just not gonna listen. It's just no point,
Right.
So so I get it. Okay, so there you go. So he wore blue, then he then he got dissed. Yeah, and to him, of course, oh, blue. Well, it's almost black. I can actually see that with him. Like, oh well, it's blue. It's not bad. It's not like
And it's American.
Yeah. He's thinking more like that. I represent America,
He
so it's red, white.
definitely stood out.
Yeah. Mm.
In all
Which
of
is-
the world.
Yeah, which is always his intent. That's his intent, right? Always stand out.
Mhm.
So yeah.
So this new Trump baseball card is just the cherry on that.
Yeah. I love it. That's good. Good word for it. Yes. With by the way, I was impressed that Nemo knows so much about the flying fruit bats. It's
He sure
like
does. He's
Yeah,
seen
Just basic
flocks of them.
knowledge.
you sound like a
It's
tour guide.
Incredible to see.
Yeah.
Flock of them. I just saw them hanging in the park in Sydney.
Yeah, I've seen
I
a
didn't get to
flock
see no
of them.
flock flying by.
And you see them with your own eyes.
I
You've
live
seen-
near a hot spot of
Yeah.
their breeding grounds.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow.
Cool. Yeah, see? Nemo's a secret
That's
cinematic
amazing.
vampire. Yeah, Nemo's a secret cinematic vampire. Yeah. Cool.
If I was a vampire, I'd be draining all my enemies dry.
Oh God, you wouldn't want that blood. I couldn't understand my mother drinking that blood of these criminals and the like. It's like it must have been vile. Worse yet, you get these memories, and they do come through the blood. It does. At times there's things you find out about people just that you wouldn't know otherwise, and it's like it has its effect after a while, I'm sure. I mean, we are what we eat. People like grass-fed beef because you can taste the grass. So there is all that muscle memory, all the rest of that.
Are the vampires immune to viruses that humans carry, like HIV or fucking hepatitis, shit like that?
Well, generally they are immune to many viruses that have been around a long time. HIV was not one of them. HIV was
Right,
something
because
that
it's
was
a newly man-made thing.
Yeah, and so that was just another threat to vampire existence, which was already damaged so much by the horrors of the Soviet Union and all of its conquest of the satellite states, and its attempt to exploit vampires. And
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the actual real reason, because people say, they used it to try and kill off gays and blacks, but imagine it was just, we got to try and prevent fucking vampires thriving.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there were those who argued quite compellingly that AIDS was developed in Soviet laboratories, and so it's not something I'll argue against. There's evidence enough for that. There's evidence enough that the Americans were pitching in It seems more likely they were aiming to wipe out the black population or depopulate Africa, as can be seen by the fact that Africa is saturated with AIDS, and it's like this is why when Elon Musk says he wanted to cut USAID and these other programs, a lot of people didn't understand his motivation was genocidal, because that's providing AIDS cocktails to half of Africa. So when he cuts that off, he's slaughtering millions of Africans without their AIDS cocktails. They're going to die, and which is what Musk wants.
And no food.
Yeah, well, that too, but that's almost secondary, because the AIDS victims will die first. You know, they'll die immediately, and so he wanted that satisfaction. I mean,
you got months to live if you're not getting any treatment.
Yeah, and if that, yeah. And you die horribly, of course. So he was
because you come down with all other illnesses because your immune system can't fight it off.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, awful. Oh, it's awful. Yeah, you start disintegrating. Really, you do. And in San Francisco, it was on the headlines every goddamn day for obvious reasons. Throughout the time that it originally started infecting people, but yeah. It as bad as it was on the gay community in the West, where it was bizarrely almost exclusively gay. It was in Africa. It was just everyone. So it's really bizarre. It's
and
like,
it just ended up backfiring because people from all other ethnic groups were getting it. It's just it didn't work out the way they planned it. If that was the case,
no, go on, continue. Yeah.
Just getting blood transfusions, like that Ryan White kid back in the 80s.
Oh yeah,
he got to throw a blood transfusion when he was 14 or 13 or something like that. Then the doctors are like, you only got 6 months to live, but fortunately he was able to live till 19. But his life was hell, because when the public found out he got it, the school got all the parents to sign a petition, over 100 parents to sign a petition to ban him from school. That was so fucked up. Yeah,
man.
He was even getting threats, and someone shot at his house, like shot a bullet through his window, hoping it was going to hit him or something. It's like, why are you trying to make this kid's life? Oh, he's already got HIV. It's like, it's like nearly intentional, like, he was just a target or something. It's so strange. But Michael Jackson, he paid because they had to relocate. So Michael Jackson's like, here's this money, and he helped relocate them to a better environment where they wouldn't be harassed. And he supported him and fucking paid for his funeral when he's died, and gave the parents $30,000, and even made a song dedicated to him. Jesus. Like called Gone Too Soon. That was released on his Dangerous album.
Jesus. Wow. Yeah, so
you say what you want about him, and he was like kind of a saint though. Like, he went out his way to spend his own money to help children who are suffering and going through hell.
Yeah, well, when you've got that much money and you like kids the way he liked them, I guess.
But he was just like trapped in a childlike mind state. Like, he most likely, he did sucked off a kid or two, but he wasn't like a monster like the predators you were surrounded by. He would have been childlike through his experience, like where they're experimenting with each other through sexual curiosity and whatnot. Like, he wasn't fucking raping them in the mouth and ass like a real predator.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, I certainly, appreciate the fact that our man Nemo is able to articulate what might have been the case. It's I'm ambivalent about it, but I hear what you're saying, and I'll certainly take it into account.
Because he never denied. He never denied not actually engaging. He's real smart. He never denied engaging in a sexual act. He just said, "I'd never hurt a child," meaning, like, he'd never fucking, shove his dick in their ass and all that shit. It would have just been like, like two young boys fucking experimenting with. It would have been like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that. Yeah.
Oh no, I
he
understand.
wasn't a
It
monster
wasn't
about it.
diabolical.
Yeah.
Well,
because he genuinely cherished him and cared about him.
I understand what you are articulating. I am ambivalent about it because I don't know whether that was the case or not, but I'm willing to hear you out. I certainly am willing
I'm
to
only saying that because I've watched all the interviews he's done, all the home recorded videos he's made.
Okay.
He just doesn't come off as an actual predator.
Yeah. I mean, he
just really loved children. Yeah, that's it.
He was definitely processing very differently.
Yeah.
He was processing very differently. The argument,
I think the industry maddened him. His family and the industry put together maddened him.
His father fucked him up big time. Yeah,
Big time.
Beat the shit out of him, sold him out to the industry, and let him get fucked by record executives when he was a child.
From the age of 5 or something.
Yeah. No, that's all true. That's all true.
And 6 older brothers on top of that, or something.
The whole siblings, the brothers and sisters, were horribly abused.
Yeah,
they suffer from trauma bonding, where they can't fight. You know, they don't want to expose their father or, get back at him.
Yes.
Because he sunk it in their head. I'm doing this to make you rich and famous, so you have a good life. All that shit they bought into it. LaToya Jackson was one of the only few publicly exposed it all, but then she got attacked and portrayed as crazy, and her family disowned her for a while, but they're like, we want her back in the family, but she's just got to, take all those bad things she said back. She even said, her father raped her, and Janet Jackson denied it because she's under that trauma bonding, in denial. But LaToya Jackson spoke out about it. And he was a piece of shit.
Yeah, and she was the one who had the, what did they call that? Wardrobe malfunction?
No, Janet Jackson. Yeah, Justin Timberlake pulled off one of her titty covers at a Super Bowl performance.
She got screwed again with that.
Yes. Yeah. Janet. That was Janet.
Yeah, Janet.
Yeah,
they beat her up bad for that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That was.
Yeah, Justin was the one that did it. It wasn't.
Yeah, and Justin just got off like it was nothing. Yeah,
he walked.
Yeah, he walked. Of course. Yeah, fucking piece of shit.
And the joke was, now we get to watch like 4 hours of guys butting their heads to each other, but one little titty and thing breaks down.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, well that's
in tight pants.
That's America.
Guys in tight pants.
No, they couldn't understand me in Africa when I was trying to describe America to them at all. They just thought I was. They got lost. They thought I was nuts. It was like when I was telling them rating system for films, and they said, when they were talking about. I was trying to describe PG&E. They asked me about the rating system, and I'm trying to describe it. At that time, we had something like PG-13. And then there was PG, and then there was and then there was R, and then there was X, and then the XX and XXX system, which then became rather moot and obviated. But when it came,
and was an advertising ploy.
Pretty much. The more
X's, the more will come.
Yes, that was it. Yes, it wasn't supposed to be like that. There was actually supposed to be a legitimate reason for it, but that's what it became. Yeah. But at any rate, when it came to the, I'm trying to describe it to them, and they were trying to figure it out. Like I'm saying, there's these movies that are violent, and you can show this level of violence to this age, but then they have what is called R, where it's serious horror. And X is really very seldom applied to horror, but means sex. And it's become exclusively for sex. And they were saying, so you can cut a tit off, but you can't lick it. And I said, yeah, it's like that. And then they just thought I was making it up and just couldn't take anymore. You got to be kidding. No, it's just like, but yeah, that's America. It's fucked up and everything's backwards. And there you go. It's all wrong. So such being said, definitely Michael Jackson was processing differently. But I still say, of course, that a person.
Yeah, he was a mind control subject. Yeah. Definitely.
Well, definitely that. Yes. Look, all that's true. All that's true. There's at a certain point, of course, you just have to hold a person responsible for their actions, and he is in the end a legal adult.
He didn't have people like that would help him prevent doing actions that would backfire on him. Like, it's just people encouraging him to do bad things in his life, like that surgery. Like, I understand, lightening your skin because of the vitiligo, but he fully restructured his face to where it just didn't look human, nearly. Like his fucking nose, chin, everything.
Well, that's because he had weakened his nose from so many surgeries that basically fell off. That's what ultimately happened. Yeah, so that's...
he had full dysmorphia.
Yeah, but the doctors were just enablers. They didn't...
Oh, completely.
Well, for that money, for that money, who fucking cares? Yeah, I mean, if he paid me that money to saw his arm off with a chainsaw, I would do it. It's like
it's criminal on their part. Yeah. Criminal.
Well, one of them finally got busted, even though, like I said.
Well, that was the guy that was there when he died, and I don't think
he actually wasn't. He actually wasn't physically there, but I've told the story before. I told the story before, but most people just think I'm making it up because it's so hideously funny. Yeah, do you remember the story I told?
No.
But
don't? I remember, no, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was hideously funny. So here's what happened was, I worked in security, as people know, and it's funny that I always open this story by qualifying that. But it's almost like an in because people have brought up the security angle before. When people brought up 9/11, and I really have never paid much attention to Michael Jackson per se, never was interested. But my understanding, if I have a correct memory, was that he was still alive at the time of 9/11. But he died shortly thereafter, I believe. But at any rate, at the time of 9/11, security guards were saying that... he was running around in Neverland, or Neverland as it was called, Neverland. He was running around in Neverland while the Twin Towers were collapsing on television screens all over Neverland. So it's not like he was technically unaware of what was going on, but he was just still running around playing hide and seek with his security forces because that's what he ordered them to do, and they were going to, they're getting paid, and so they were accommodating him in that wish, and they swore up and down that he was not processing what was going on, that it really just wasn't sinking in his reality, that people were dying, and the nation was on lockdown, and there was this security alerts everywhere. He just and that's okay, I get it. So he's not...
It's positive thinking, just not letting it in.
He's not letting it in. Well, I don't know if that's positive thinking, but he was...
it's evil.
He's just not aware. He's just not aware. He's not an aware person. So he's in an infantile state. They described him as being in an infantile state.
Nursery.
Yeah, so it's almost necessary to qualify that because when I try to describe the story, most people just don't believe it. But he hired Lou Ferrigno because he was in such bad shape. He was in such bad physical shape. He wanted to do a world tour. So he hired Lou Ferrigno to get him back in physical shape. And Ferrigno said, look, you're in really bad shape. We got to start slow. And he said, no, I don't want you training me. And he said, well, look, you hired me. Do you want your money back? And no, I want the Hulk. Lewis said, I'm here. I'm here right. No, I want the Hulk. And so he said,
that's funny.
And then he says, okay. So then he had to go put on all this green makeup and shit. And then he came out.
No.
Then he came out. Oh, I'm here. Oh. And then he started making him do a little bit of workout, and he just wanted him to go really slow and made him go really slow, but he was stressing out so much at just the lightest weights. He said, "Oh, I gotta lie down," and he says, "Here, let me help you lie down." And then he helped him to lie down, and then he died. And then Lou says, "Oh shit." Then he said, I gotta get out of here. And there's like green fucking paint on his footprints and shit. And so he's leaving all these green footprints while he's tiptoeing out of fucking Neverland. Got into his car and drove out through the gate, just waved by, you know, all green and shit. And the guards just let him through because they'd seen it all. And then later on, they found the dead body. And I guess they just liked Lou so much, they just didn't report his having been there. And they just said, oh, but this Indian doctor, and nobody liked the Asian Indian doctor anyway, and or whatever the fuck he was. And then they brought him to trial and charged him. And he was the guy who, you know, who deserved it anyway, because he was prescribing all these meds that did technically ultimately kill Michael Jackson. But that's
he was psycho.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, that's the story. Yes, I understand it.
Well,
he was
that's why I
African.
blame the
Conrad
industry
Murray.
too.
Yeah, he was actually black African. He was actually a black African. Yeah.
And he's also a Freemason.
Yeah, and a Freemason, no less. Yeah, well, that would explain a lot. Yes, there you go. And,
well, and I had, and I don't know why I know this, but I thought that he had done a short, early link of that tour, and the dates for that tour were so onerous. I mean, it was like a year tour, 300 shows, big stadium shows. So the whole thing was so laughable. Like the industry was just going to try and get away with that. Put that guy through that in the condition he was in.
Yeah, well, you know, that's whatever.
He must have weighed like 100 pounds. I mean, it was insane.
Yeah.
I don't know who would ever think that they could do, you know, that.
Well,
he could do that. It just never made sense.
And
that he thought he could do that.
Yeah.
And poor Lou Ferragamo. I'm glad they kept him out of it.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Yeah,
really.
And, you know, of course, he became an NRA shill, and you know, all right wing. Poor guy. Well, he's simple-minded. He's you know, poor guy. He's simple-minded, right? I mean, you know, the right wing got him. But you know, they're predatory like that. They prey on kids, right? So he's like a big kid, and they preyed on him, and you know, just you know, it's sad. It's sad, but it's like. You know, I don't condemn him because it's like condemning. See, I feel that way about Lou Ferrigno, the way our man Nemo is describing, you know, Michael Jackson, whose name I managed to bleach. At any rate, when he brought up the AIDS, of course, the cure for AIDS was found, for those who do not know, and it was all of the people who had researched for years got together and were delivering a seminar on the fact that they had found the cure for AIDS. They all got on Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 and were all shot down and killed by Vladimir Putin. So we could have had the cure for AIDS and the rescue of millions of African lives if it hadn't been for Vladimir Putin. So, and Troy Bellamy has joined us. So I don't know if anyone heard me because we're getting hella feedback.
There's background noise coming from
Echo.
Troy.
He's got his computer on. He's got his computer on. He's got... Turn the computer off.
Okay, give me just a second.
Thank you. Yeah. And thank you. So that takes care of that. So I'll just repeat what I said so people hear it. Basically, they had found the cure for AIDS. All of the researchers in the subject got together to deliver the seminar, and they were going to present the fact that they could save millions of African lives, hundreds of millions, through the cure for AIDS, and we would have saved hundreds of millions by now, because it's been decades since this happened, or it feels like over a decade since it happened. But at any rate, we never saved those lives, and millions more will die, particularly in Africa where AIDS is pandemic. And this is because Vladimir Putin shot down Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 over Ukraine. So when they flew over Ukraine, then Putin gave the order to take it down, and they took it down. And that killed the cure for AIDS, along with every AIDS researcher on Earth, effectively. So after that...
I wonder if Putin has his own secret cadre of vampires.
Yes, he does. Yes, I can guarantee you that.
And hi, Troy.
Yeah, and yes, so welcome aboard, Troy. So let's ask Troy, whatever you feel comfortable
sharing.
Glad
to be here.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Whatever you feel comfortable sharing, how about a little... situation report, status update on how you're doing and what's going on with you. Yeah, whatever you feel.
Oh, yeah.
To share in public.
I've just been listening, guys. I hadn't had a chance. We're coming to the end of the school year, so had a lot of early meetings and things like that. So I hadn't had a chance to chime in, but I've been listening. And man, very interesting topic. What you were just talking about, the flight. Is that the flight that got shot down or disappeared?
No, there's another Malaysia flight that disappeared, not Flight 17, but we can look that up. Yeah, but that just I wouldn't fly Malaysia Airlines, but that was Malaysia Flight 370. That was Malaysia Flight
that's right.
370 that disappeared. Right. Yeah, and that was Kuala Lumpur to Beijing, and so there you go. It's so what the hell is going on? There's a lot of background noise there. Are you moving something?
Oh. Yeah, I was looking for something to snack on. I'm sorry, I was in my refrigerator.
Oh, no worries. That's amazing. It sounded like you were like transporting things through a warehouse or something. That's incredible. Yeah, so hopefully you find some good snacks in there. Yeah, that's like. So doesn't your wife police you? Doesn't she like put a chain around that thing or something?
Well, she's out of town tonight.
That's it. That's it. There we go.
There you go. I finally found out my secret.
Yes, that's cute. That's adorable. Well, yeah. Well, tell us a bit about how's your health now. You're on the diuresis now still, or you don't need that anymore.
What do you say? Hold on.
Diuresis. Remember the water weight? You lost water weight. A lot of water weight.
Oh yeah, I've been taking, and I might get an endorsement for this, but I've been taking Trulicity. If you're listening, Trulicity maker, please, I need some money. But I've been taking Trulicity, and probably 2 years ago this time, I was in at 420 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
I've always been an athlete. I think I graduated high school at 175 pounds. I played college basketball. I've always been an athlete. Yeah. And just living well and having a nice life, eating too much and not getting enough exercise. I ballooned up to 420. I started taking Trulicity, and right after I had my colonoscopy, I started losing weight. And I just my doctor just checked me in under 300 pounds this week with all my clothes on.
Congratulations.
So I feel great, and I'm doing a lot better with my health. And as an African American, predilection to diabetes and other things like that, heart disease. I'm trying to get like my 85-year-old dad. He's living well. He's doing great.
Oh, good. He's still with us.
Oh, yeah. He's doing great.
Oh, thank God.
He ain't going nowhere soon.
Yes. Glad to hear that. And, yes. Good. So what happened was Troy Bellamy just dated Gary Coleman. We now know the source. That was okay. So, but I am proud of you, and that's an incredible accomplishment. It. Yes, and the fact that you maintained it, good. And so what's going on in Florida?
I wanted to give him quick advice. Cut back sugar consumption, because that makes people stay obese. It's real bad for you.
That's exactly what I did. I appreciate that advice, but that's exactly what I did. I cut out sodas and sugar. I drink unsweetened tea. I drink a lot of water, and I've gotten a little bit more exercise. And just by cutting out, like you said, the sugars and the breads and the potatoes. Oh man, I love a great baked potato or some fries. I don't do that anymore.
Oh wow!
And the Trulicity kind of tricks your brain into thinking that you're full. So I may feel like I'm hungry because I'm so used to getting up at night and eating, but I eat a light snack like grapes or a couple, maybe 2 or 3 grapes, or or an apple, and then I go to bed. I'm not eating.
I would die eating that
an
shit.
Omelet.
Apples and grapes. I would die. I would rather die than eat apples and grapes. That's oh my fucking God. Yes. But oh my God. But they don't have vampire.
Also, try to avoid refined oils. Go for the organic or the raw oils, cold pressed oils that hasn't been refined.
Are you talking about like
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 virgin
avocado
olive.
oil or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
avocado
olive
oil,
oil.
virgin olive oil, raw coconut oil. They're the best oils that you have.
Okay, good.
Avoid
good.
canola or
Yeah, yeah.
corn. All that shit's bad. It's all refined
Oh,
and toxic.
okay.
I only use like coconut oil or raw olive oil.
I mean,
And me and my wife, we very rarely fry or do anything like that anymore. We bake or grill or put it in the air fryer, and we don't use very much oil at all. But she did change our oils from the canola and all that. I think, matter of
excellent.
fact, I'm looking at it right now. I got avocado oil. I even got sesame oil in here. So
no, Brendan's hearing this. So Brendan, we need you on to tell people the history of canola oil, because that's just mind-blowing. Brendan, if you could talk about how canola oil is an industrial solvent, was used originally as a lubricant on ship engines and all that shit. So please, Brendan, if you could explain to people that canola oil, he's typing.
Wow.
So let's see if he's, it truly
Definitely
was.
go coconut oil, raw coconut oil. Make sure it says that, because that's one of the best oils for you. Has a lot of nutritional benefits.
I would say red palm oil is a good one too.
You say red palm oil?
Heather,
Yeah.
have you
Okay.
two been introduced?
Yeah. I think we've talked
Yeah.
As
a
long
couple
as it's
times.
polyunsaturated.
Oh, okay, that's key. That's key.
Okay. Yeah. So what is it? Brendan says, yes, Heather is correct. Above that, he says, I am an HIV donor. He says, I am HIV donor.
HBI.
Yeah. Oh, HVI donor. He's cannibalism. I'm having dinner. He's trying to, right, jeez.
That's funny.
Anyhow, palm oil from Heather. It's yes. So here we are, Heather. Thank you very much. And he says red palm is high level. So thank you for all of this input. Obviously, this is valuable for Troy. In the meantime, I'm surprised he's alive at all. He's in red territory. I mean, deep fucking red territory. So how is it you're not lynched yet, or hanging from a tree or something like that? What the fuck? How do you avoid that? It's
Listen,
like,
let me tell you, most people who are here, I dare say, are not racist. They are more prejudiced than they are racist. They grew up with certain things that they believe, or certain ways of life, or certain unwritten rules of culture and society. But in the city that I'm in now, some of the people are so very welcoming. Now, again, they can't really help it that they support Donald Trump. I call it blacklash, not backlash. It's the same mindset that people felt like when Obama won. They just felt like all black people voted for him because he was black. And he really was just the best candidate. And we have never, it's kind of cliche for everybody to say, the black vote is not a monolith. And it's not. Really, there are a lot of people who support Trump.
no, it's outrageous. I can't believe the number of blacks who support Trump.
A lot of blacks and a lot of Hispanics.
Yeah, a lot of browns.
Hispanics.
Yeah, blacks and
Now,
browns.
you hear people talking about Byron Donalds running for president. This tells you how low our politics has gotten in Florida. Florida is probably the most dirty politics place that you can see. And I'll tell you
Who
because
is this guy? I've never heard of him yet. Sounds like Arizona.
Byron Donalds?
Yeah, who is he? Is he? What's his ethnicity? I mean, what color is he?
Byron Donalds is black.
you're scaring
Okay,
me.
I never heard of
Byron-
no.
Oh God.
Byron Donalds is a state senator, a representative. He's a representative from Orlando area or somewhere like that.
Okay.
He sucked up to Trump, and at one point when they were doing the House Speaker votes, he received a few votes because that they were trying to show some sort of symbolism because everybody had voted for Hakeem Jeffries on the Democratic side. So you had the people who threw his name into the hat when they weren't quite sure who they wanted for Speaker. after the one guy got shut out, and then they came up with Mike Johnson some kind of way. Byron Donalds is a sycophant. He sucked up to Trump and everything, and he didn't even get as much as close to a janitor position in his cabinet. In some kind of way now, they've convinced him to try and run for governor. He's trying to, politic his way for governor and things like that. And we've seen politics in Florida. I'm just going to tell this quick story and be quiet.
No, take your time. Take your time.
Back when Marco Rubio, this is how dirty it is. Back when one of my college classmates, I have classmates that went to Florida A&M University, which is historically black college and university, that were heavy into politics. One of them was Kwame Kilpatrick, the former defrocked mayor of Detroit. Good guy, smart guy, got 29 years in jail in the feds, and Trump bailed him out. He's now a Trump supporter. And I would be too, I guess, if I didn't have to do 30 years in jail because Trump pardoned him. You know what I'm saying? So he's doing Massa's bidding right now. But back in when Marco Rubio, I can't remember which year that was. That had to be 2004, maybe later than that. But anyway, back when Marco Rubio was running for that state Senate seat, the Democrats had a guy named Kendrick Meek. His mother is Carrie Meek, who has been a congressperson in the state legislature in Florida for like 40 years. So he basically ran for that Florida Senate seat unopposed as a Democrat. Unopposed. And we had a lot of Democrats that were very good from the state of Florida. He ran unopposed. Marco Rubio beat Charlie Crist in the Republican primary.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
Charlie Crist was convinced by some people, I don't want to say it, I don't want to say no names, because, these people, they have been rumored to have other people on planes go down as well. So talking about planes going down. But there's a former president and a former presidential candidate who convinced Charlie Crist to get back into the race as an independent. So what that did was it fractured the vote. Kendrick Meek was going to win that state Senate seat. So what you have in the state of Florida, that was the ground roots of the Tea Party movement and the whole plan of Project 2025 to take state houses, to take local governments and city commissions and county commissions. That's kind of was the petri dish. Yeah, school boards, all that. That was, and you can see that now by what DeSantis is doing. He changed New College. Okay, everybody's heard about New College in Florida, in Sarasota. That's my hometown.
Okay.
New College was a hippie commune, basically. There were a bunch of young guys who were really smart. They were doing philosophy. They were doing art. There's a bunch of long hairs throwing frisbee out on the on the campus and stuff. It was a small private college. It was known for its liberal arts education. And there's a lot of money. It's private, and it was a lot of money coming through there. You have two big private schools in Sarasota. One is the art school, which is the Ringling School of Arts and Sciences. That's any cartoon or any AI or any movie, animated movie that's come out now. Pretty much a person from that school did that. They come from all over the world, and it's right here in Sarasota. And then right down the street from it is the liberal arts community. A lot of gay people, a lot of LGBTQ people, a lot of hippies. I mean, again, I grew up here, so I remember when it was first built, right next to the airport. It's literally right across from the Sarasota airport. And so now you see DeSantis and those guys have basically commandeered that school, and they're taking it and turning it into what they want to do, which is they're putting new professors in, they're putting new administration in. It's even so bad that they're doing the same thing at the junior college. This is how bad they've done at the junior college in this area. They shut down basketball.
Oh, whoa! How can they do that?
Total takeover.
They reapportioned. DeSantis appointed a new president for the junior college in this area, the community college, and they were like, "Well, we're not making any money in basketball," and so the money that was, allotted to be for proportion for sports and for basketball, they shut it down and they reapportioned the money, reappropriated the money.
Jesus Christ!
This is how
Outrageous.
bad things are getting here.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
I mean, New College was a private school. They weren't sucking the state.
what New College had
Kids
done.
how to be gay.
What New College had done was New College had forged some public-private partnerships with like Florida State and some other schools, and so they were doing some of those things where you could actually transfer credits, or you could do some other programs that were mixed, and that's how they were able to get in. They changed a lot of the laws. They changed a lot of the statutes to allow them to do that. And again, it's not that, like you said, it's not that they're going around teaching kids to be gay, or that they're drag queens teaching classes, or none of that's going on. It's more of a statement against total democracy and liberal ideas, liberal thinking. Okay, how do we treat people in another country? How do we treat people in our area? This area, Sarasota, Manatee County, is full of migrants. It's full of people who we have celery fields, tomato fields, orange groves, grapefruit groves. All those kinds of things are grown right here on the west coast of Florida. And now you got people scared to come out of their houses. And ICE has been busy over here.
Jesus.
I have a colleague. She's American. She was born here in America, but her husband's Venezuelan or something. I forget where he's from. I think it's Venezuela.
Uh-huh.
He's been in America for 20 years. They have 4 kids. He's been trying to get in line. They paid like $30,000 to lawyers and all this, and he's been in line for like 20 years. They deported him.
God.
They deported him and took him to somewhere his wife didn't even know where he was. And she finally got in contact with him, and they told him he had to get back in line. He can't come back to America for 9 years.
9 years?
9 years. And he's got kids. His kids are suffering so bad. I teach his kids.
Oh my God.
Like I said, his kids go to our school, and they're starting to act out, and they're starting to, because they're scared. And it's not like they're mad at America. They actually feel like their dad has abandoned them.
Oh my God. Have you tried to explain to them the reality of the situation?
Yes. I talked to the mom, and I told her I would support her in any way. And she's a teacher as well. And she said this is the most difficult thing she's ever gone through. They got 4 kids.
Oh, easily.
Middle school age. And the kids think that their father just didn't fight hard enough, or he abandoned them. It's crazy. Because they're not used to that. They've been living as American kids, for all their lives.
Yes.
They live as American kids. Their parents go to work every day.
Middle-class family, for fuck's sake.
There you go.
Oh.
Middle-class family.
Yes. It's unspeakable. It's just unspeakable. And you're seeing this firsthand, and you're dealing with the effects of it firsthand. The collateral damage of this literal nuking of the American infrastructure. The social fabric is being unthreaded by this. This is, of course, just outrageous. Outrageous. Certainly there must be parents-teachers meetings that try to address these issues or bring them up. Have you seen anything like this? Or people confronting the staff at school? By that I mean trying to say there must be something we could do, etc. Or is it everyone just hopeless and surrendering to this? Or what?
Well, like I said, there's a large Hispanic contingent. We got some people who are lawyers, and they specialize in immigration law. But everything is so up in the air now in the courts, in the legal system. No one knows what to do or how to do it, and so they're all just scared. They're just running scared. Some are hiding. Some are just trying to put their heads down and work, construction and all that kind of stuff. is halting in Florida.
Of course. Well, everywhere.
You got contractors who are having to shut down business.
In a real hot spot.
Well,
California doesn't want to, get rid of them all. Florida, I could see being like that.
Well, they can't because there's so much construction going on. There are a lot of contractors, and especially after we had the back-to-back hurricanes, these guys are up there doing roofs. They can't even do the jobs anymore because they're afraid that the people the ICE is going to come on the work site and start picking guys off. And not only picking guys off, they'll shut down these businesses. They'll shut a contractor down and punish him and jail them for hiring undocumented workers.
Outrageous.
We have this thing. We have this new ID system that they have to go through for workers' comp and for employment purposes. And a lot of these guys are it costs a lot.
Yeah.
So they're trying to skirt it. They're just trying to hurry up and get these projects done, and they're trying to skirt it. And hopefully that ICE won't come by, or the state inspector won't come by, and their job will be done before they can get there.
Yeah.
So.
And what about, I don't understand, Miami is solid Cuba town. I mean, it's basically Cuban occupied, except, of course, by all the reactionaries who are anti-Castro. So are Cubans being spared?
Yeah, probably so. A lot of them are going to be spared because, first of all, they bought into the Trump Kool-Aid. They went out there, and they it's kind of like Spanish self-loathing.
Yeah.
You got the Mexicans, the Guatemalans who come over here, people from Ecuador, and Nicaragua and places like that. They'll get turned in by Cubans or somebody else like that, because they don't want them over here. They don't want to be looked at in the same light. So it's a lot of prejudice within the Spanish community. To a certain extent.
It was never Castro supporters that left Cuba, right?
No, of course not.
It was.
Yeah. But go on, Troy. You can explain it better. You can explain the politics is based on a almost pathological reactionary conservatism that has led them. Basically, Cubans who are here in America identify themselves as white, and they're very militant about that.
That is another discussion. That is a huge discussion, because they do consider themselves or want to be considered. Because it's colorism all throughout a lot of the Hispanic culture, but in Cuba especially. There are many who will try to pass themselves off as white. They will deny their Afro-Cuban
ancestry.
Roots. Matter of fact, Fidel Castro, I believe, has African ancestry.
Okay.
He had African ancestry, and I think that's one of the reasons, besides all the other political stuff, that he was, treated the way he was.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that would explain a lot about his radicalization. But do you feel that his regime, once he was in power, did his regime treat blacks well? Because my understanding was when it became a magnet for Canadian tourism, that they would try to cater to the Canadians by, for instance, providing them with the whitest possible waiters, that sort of thing. So it wasn't like blacks were allowed to interact very much with the tourists at these tourist hotspots in Cuba necessarily. And so it was mostly like, that my understanding was there was kind of like an ethnic bias in their catering to whoever saw Cuba. So do you have any knowledge of this, or whether or not that was, the case, or is that just too
That's
obtuse?
a good question. I have a cousin that is part Cuban.
Okay.
And I will have to ask him. I'll have to poll him on that. As far as I know, I know that there is a black culture in Cuba. They have, it's almost like the mafia. They call them abaquas.
Yeah.
Black guys, older black elders in the Cuban community who are very well respected, business people, things like that. So it's not a big culture. It's not a big population either. But I will ask him about that and see if we can add to the conversation. Maybe,
Thank you. I would appreciate that. He's always welcome to appear if he wants to as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so Brendan Zogid has joined us, and welcome back, Brendan. Perhaps now you can explain to Troy Bellamy the industrial history of canola oil.
Am I off mute?
Yeah, yes, you are, finally. Yes.
Oh, shit. Well, I can't speak right now, so
Oh, okay.
I'm actually in a store.
Oh,
I
okay.
apologize for that.
Oh, no worries, no worries. And we were just given a wonderful image, which I'll happily download. A little blurry, but I like it. The Canadian flag wrapped around some woman in the high north, and they're doing their best to resist Trump as well. Of course, we'll go into a bit of that later. In the interim, Heather, was there some...
They broke up with us. They're not our girlfriend anymore.
Thank God. Yes, thank God. They have some sense.
I think they'll flourish.
Yeah. Oh, dude, no doubt. Yeah. My only regret is that they're going to, increase their ties with communist China, which is rather stupid since communist China arrested a bunch of Canadians and executed them. So that's rather fucking stupid to move on their part. But then you're dealing with one criminal regime or the other. But all such being said, yes, back to Troy. I notice he's back on mute, and we do want to take advantage of your time with us, Troy, because you're never with us enough. So while you're with us, yes, share some more about your insights about what's going on. How about the whole thing with Disney? Any understanding of what's going on with, that Ron DeSantis and his war against business in, he's basically...
They have to pay taxes now?
Yeah, well, he's...
fucking church.
Well, Ron DeSantis declared war against business in Florida, which is crazy for a Republican, but that's what Republicans have become.
Insane.
The anti-business party. Yeah, so we might still have a little feedback there. Is that feedback from... Let's test this out. Troy, let me test this out and see if I hear feedback when I'm talking to you. Okay, I guess that calmed down, whatever it was. Okay, I think. So, but do respond, Troy. Yeah, whatever's on your mind with that.
Well, from what I understand, obviously it's a war on business. I don't think that they're concerned about business per se. Again, this is just tip of the spear in regards to redistributing wealth back to the top 1%. When you start seeing, you talk about Trump talking about, oh, you don't have to have $3, $30, you can get $3. Now all of a sudden he's telling everybody.
By the way, does he mean sex dolls? Does he mean sex dolls? Or...
Well, you never know.
But go on, yes.
That's a good question. That is a very good question. But think about it. This is a man that has golden toilets all throughout his house. And he's telling people that you don't deserve to have what you want. You get what I tell you should get. Where in America have we ever done this? But again, his war on Disney is about controlling their morality. Disney is not necessarily a city unto itself, but because of the money that it brought in, and it continues to bring in to the surrounding areas, different counties, different cities within Orange County, they give them tax breaks. It's negotiated tax breaks in certain areas, which encourages building and development. All these Airbnbs are being bought up in these areas of nice houses, where people can vacation, and people come from all around the world to come to Disney. Now they can come to there for sporting events with the Orlando Magic and other things like that are going on. They deserve a tax break. It's a tax break designed to create more revenue. See, that's the only reason you give a tax break. It's designed to create more revenue. It's stupid to tariff people. You want to encourage them, so you lower taxes so they'll spend more money.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
He's trying to trick everybody thinking that if he tariffs China to death, that some kind of way we're going to end up having more money in the export-import part of the GDP. And that's middle school civics, man. That's middle school civics to know that doesn't work. Just like the scene from Ferris Bueller when the guy's talking Bueller, anyone? He's talking about the Hawley Smoot tariff.
Yeah.
It didn't work. And so DeSantis' whole deal is to say that he believes that Disney and its affiliates in that whole city are grooming kids and forcing them to be gay. And because they're all performers, they're all in theater, they're all kind of in a community, you know. And so that's his way of legislating morality. It has nothing to do with the why they should get a tax break or whether or not they create enough revenue. It's ridiculous.
That's disgusting.
He had like complete autonomy. They got more sovereignty than an Indian reservation.
Well,
and as well they should. Look at how much money they bring in.
Yeah.
Think about how much money they bring in.
Yeah.
So they pay no taxes. They got a bunch of land. They're building housing developments at the WAS.
Orange County has the largest school district, probably one of the largest school districts in the country. I mean, you know. So
it was like some pissing war that he thought he could bring them to heel.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was an interesting sound effect there for a moment.
I'm sorry, that was my other phone.
Burner.
Yeah, you could talk.
Hey, Douglas, it's Vinny. How are you?
Vin, it's wonderful to hear from you. By the way, Troy Bellamy, this is Vin.
What he was saying.
Vin, how you doing?
I agree, number one, with everything he's saying.
Yeah.
And the tariffs are basically just taxing the American people. He just wants us to be just like Vance wants us to be peasants, just like the Chinese, working for that 1%.
Yes.
I mean, Trump said today he's going to build a big ballroom that we've wanted for 100 years right next to the White House. I'm not going to make the American people pay for it. I'm going to pay for it myself. That's what he said.
Everything is symbolic, and everything he's done will be on the wrong side of history, including moving moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He did that. He did that just to pander to a certain group of people, and pandering to them is really tough. I mean, there's a lot of concessions that have been made in regards to the APAC community, and they getting their thing done.
Yep. Yeah. And Trump, all you have to do if you're a different country and you want to get favor with Trump is just say, I'll give you 30 acres of oceanfront land, and you can go to your Trump hotel here, and he'll give you whatever you want.
Yes.
Exactly.
So
listen, Trump Moscow.
Yeah.
Moscow.
But listen, Gaza, the reason why.
And here's 30 acres to build your Trump Moscow.
Oh, but by the way, we'll get back to Gaza in just a moment, Troy. I want to get back to Gaza, and I want to hear what you say about that, but I just wanted to take advantage of Vin's presence with us because he hasn't showed up in a little while, so I was concerned about him. So, Vin, I just want to know, with everything that's been going on in the market, have you been kind of withdrawing from the crypto world, or did you still kind of have you been able to make some sort of profit off of this, or you just kind of played it safe? What was going on with that?
I played it safe. As we spoke about long ago, I've been, mostly in Solana. Took a little dive. We're still doing okay there. Just been concentrating on other things. Long term, I'm feeling it. It's not, my whole net worth. I mean, I definitely have taken a hit, but overall, I mean, long term, as opposed to anything else, where else are you going to put your money? I mean, it's doing better than anything I had anywhere else. And I think, I mean, I don't know where you put your money because, I mean, inflation fears are coming. The empty shells, the $3 that you $2 Donnie. But the tariffs are going to bring in a lot of money from the countries, but it's not money we're going to get. We're the ones that are bringing the money, that are giving the money to the oligarchs. Yes. They're not calling it taxes, but they're taxing us, and they're taking the money to do whatever they want.
There you go.
The only thing I have to say is a lot of people, and then I'll get off this, but a lot of people were like, why did the Democrats put us in the budget crisis? And Schumer was right on this, and people don't realize, because if they would have not gone with that, if Schumer had not voted to go with that, then guess who has all the power when we're in a budget crisis? The executive branch. He could have cut all the security for all the courts, and then there wouldn't be any courts to make rulings. And that's what they were hoping for. That was the whole plan, is to have us in a budget crisis where the executives have 100% of the power. And so Schumer and a couple people saved us from having that, or else we'd be far worse than we are.
Thank
my
you.
opinion.
I can't. I agree with some of what you're saying, but I can't give Schumer.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there too. I hear what Troy's saying.
No,
Schumer's
no.
he's such a chicken
He's
shit.
a shill. He's a shill for Israel.
Yeah,
there's
definitely.
there's nothing. Only reason, the only two countries that benefit from Donald Trump being president are Israel and Russia.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I agree.
That's
with that,
it.
but what I'm saying is,
And really, those are the same countries. If you look at most of the people who live in Israel now, they're disaffected Russian Jews.
It's true.
I
Quite true.
agree. I agree, and I'm not saying that, but I'm saying by the Democrats not being able to halt the budget, because if they would have shut down the government, then that gives all the power to the executive branch, and the executive branch could have stopped. They could have stopped the security for the courts. They could have done whatever they wanted. They could have stopped whatever they wanted, because the executive branch has all the power.
Yeah.
And then there would be martial law right now if they had shut down the government. And I'm saying that was the plan, and that's something that I think really helped. I mean, if you look at it, what happens when the government gets shut down by the Congress? The executive branch takes it over.
Mm-hmm. So that's a good point, and certainly
you
well
don't get your
taken.
Social Security.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean,
he's doing that now. He's already doing that now.
That's
He's
true
cutting
too.
people's jobs.
That's true too. Yes, go on, Troy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the lesser of two evils, both very evil.
Yeah. No, I hear what our man Vin is saying, and I appreciate that, and it's certainly valid. But as Troy said, they're just carrying it on at a moderately slower pace. But the obstacles do help. Of course, we'll take every obstacle we can against these people.
It's coming. The same thing.
Yeah.
And it was a roadblock.
Yeah.
And we'll take the small wins we get.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's going to culminate.
Or the small less losses.
Yeah. It's going to culminate, as I said, in a civil war, simply because all roads lead to that. But definitely, I do want. So continue, Troy. Yeah, go on.
Well, you know what's interesting? Everybody's calling for Congress to act now, and all the congressmen are sitting there halfway paralyzed because they know that everything Trump is doing is wrong. Yes. They know it's unconstitutional. They know they have to act, and they know if they don't act, they're not going to be there by the midterm. They may not even make it to the midterm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so that's why I'm saying I can't really give Chuck Schumer, because if they'd all held in and stayed firm, and all 214 or 210 Democrats or however many, whatever the number is, had stayed with it, would have been about 6 or 8 Republicans who would say, you know what, this is bull, and we're not doing it because we can't give Trump all this power. Like I said, the only people that benefit from this was all designed to take some of that heat off Netanyahu. Netanyahu is a war criminal who's gonna be tried by the Hague whenever they catch him. They are trying to move on Gaza. That's why I brought up Gaza. What they're trying. I live down here, like I said, in Sarasota. We got a place called Longboat Key, right? Mm-hmm. Longboat Key is right on the Gulf of Mexico. Beautiful place. Looks right out. As the sun goes down, you can look right out your back door in your condo, and you watch the sun go over the horizon. Beautiful place. It looks exactly like Gaza. And trust me, the people who live out there are not Cuban, African American, or Hispanic. The people who live on Longboat Key.
I saw somewhere that Jerusalem is in the United States. It's like mapped the same way with the same river. I think it's the Colorado.
On Longboat Key.
Yeah.
Siesta Key and Longboat Key. Look it up.
Yeah. Fascinating.
I hope we make it to the midterms, and I hope we have elections in the midterms, because I think that's my biggest fear, is that we aren't going to have elections in the midterms.
Interesting. Yes.
I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Let me just postulate this, and I think I might have said this before.
Yes.
If you look, Joe Biden should go down as one of the most consequential presidents. Now, God love him, he's older, but he did a great job of rebuilding our reputation internationally. The economy was going strong. He was doing things, an infrastructure bill, all that kind of stuff. The reason why Joe Biden is not president today is because he would not give the 2,000-pound bombs to Netanyahu again after they bombed that hospital with all the kids and stuff in. And when he got on his plane and flew over there and was like, hey, Benny, BB, don't do this no more. I'm not giving you no more money. As soon after the debate that happened, the first 13 senators and congresspeople who came out against him were Chuck Schumer, all of the AIPAC people. There's about 13 of them. Oh, he's got to go. We need to move on, and this, that, and the other. And that was, again, because they're shilling for Israel. At the end of the day, Israel's survival, as they like to put it, it's not really their survival. It's the money that they're going to get to Israel to, combat and take over. The whole Gaza thing is already baked in. That decision is already done. That place is a freaking nightmare. Yes. There's nothing but, rubble. There's nothing but rubble there. They're going to bulldoze that, and they're going to build condos, and Trump's going to try and be on the front end of building those condos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Along with Jared Kushner and the rest of the crew.
Indeed.
And I don't want to sound like I'm being prejudiced. This is just the reality.
Yes.
This is the reality of this thing. This is not a racism thing. This is business. They're handling it like it's business. They're not handling it like it's morality or politics. This is business. And it's baked in already.
So Vin, yes, respond to that. I'm certain you can add to that, and then I'll ask a few questions just to draw out a few more details.
No, it's all about the Gaza thing, but and everything else. I understand that, but that's such a small part of what's happening to America. And America's not going to be the biggest supporter of Israel or anything else, because we're going to have anything left. We're getting left worldwide. We're going to be a third world power. We're going to be asking Israel for help.
Sure.
Because it's getting torn down everywhere in the world. We are losing all our allies. We are losing our power worldwide. And I'm just praying we make it to midterm election. That's what I'm saying.
That's a good point.
That. I understand, that, and I understand Ukraine and everything else, but I'm just looking at, how are we going to survive to do any of this? That's
a good question.
Once
bigger
the
to me than that.
formula
I just hope we have
doesn't
midterm
come.
election.
Yeah. What was that about eternal life? Something that our man Vince said there?
He said something about the elections.
Okay.
I hope we have midterm elections.
Midterm elections at all. Yes, got it.
I hope we are actually able to have those.
Right. So what happened was at what I believe is very close to midnight Eastern time, I just got transferred into Skype, Teams. So, Doug, before you go into monologue, can you, okay, and how it contributed to, yes, if you think it's worth addressing. I see. So, a question from Nemo here. He says,
Skype disappear?
Well, you can still hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but you're on Teams.
But I'm on
Teams.
You're on Teams. Yeah, but I'm switching back to Skype. Here we are. So I'm switching back to Skype, which might be an option for the foreseeable future. Who knows? Because of the strange way that they're... Yeah, but anyhow, so Nemo says, by the way, I'm going back to Skype because it's my visual format that I'm more used to. And so Nemo asked Doug, before you go into monologue, can you school SCCC, lady in the chat, on about JFK trying to put a halt to Israel's nuclear weapon development and how it contributed towards JFK to be killed, if you think it's worth addressing. You see, what's going on here is that our man Vin is emphasizing the fact that America's got plenty of its own problems, and one of the reasons it has plenty of its own problems is because it's basically isolated itself on the world stage, where he's saying that this is the effect of an American isolationism being the abandonment of a engaging foreign policy. In fact, they're dealing with foreign policy as a deal issue, not a trade issue, but a deal issue, that foreign policy is based on deals as opposed to trade. And national security, or the concept of, is completely dismissed, whereas Troy Bellamy is basically expressing, or it can be interpreted that Troy Bellamy is expressing, you don't understand, there is the motivation behind Trump doing that is sourcing out of Israel. So Israel is actually the source for why Trump is abandoning any foreign policy engagement based on anything constructive, and why we have no longer a foreign policy engagement. But probably the most fascinating pivot was emphasized by Heather, who pointed out that, oh, I've seen a map, which at first sounds very Q-ish and sounds very like a rabbit hole, kind of a deep web kind of inanity. It sounds almost inane. But it was actually confirmed by our man Troy that when she says, look, I see these maps and they're saying Israel's actually in America, and Troy's saying yes. And so describe more of this place to us. This is Longboat?
It's called Longboat.
Longboat
Key.
Okay, Longboat Key. And so Longboat Key is like
has its own city government. It's just a strip of about 7 miles of beach.
Okay. Yeah.
Beachfront property on both sides.
Yeah.
Waterfront property.
Looking identical to Gaza. And
condominiums,
and this is apparently a
police.
Jewish enclave. This is a Jewish enclave.
Basically, the 1968 war, the 6-Day War, was financed from that place.
That's incredible. Thank you. That is a very powerful piece of information that I will gladly absorb. That needs to be on record, and believe me, I know it's true. Intuitively, I know that's true, so that makes perfect sense. So this is like the Yiddish policeman's ball come to life. That was a short story, by the way. The Yiddish policeman's ball was the title of a short story that is obviously manifest in Longboat Key. So Longboat Key is where you've got a Jewish enclave where they have their own police force, which probably speaks Yiddish, and probably everyone there.
City council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Exactly.
Yeah, incredible. And
that just popped up in the last 20 years. It used to just, okay, let me put it to you like this. 9/11.
Yes.
George Bush was vacationing on Longboat Key.
Oh my God.
That's damning.
That's damning.
Bro, listen, no, this is serious. I was a stockbroker at Charles Schwab, and when you come off the beach, you have to come past our office to go down the highway to go to the airport and to go to the school that he was supposed to speak at that morning.
Yeah.
I was in my office because I was a stockbroker, and we were getting ready for the market to open. And all of a sudden, I saw the police kind of blocking off everything in state. I was like, "Oh, that's right, President Bush is here." So I go stand out there, and he comes off the beach. The motorcade comes off the beach one by one. They're all and it's a sharp turn coming off the beach to get on the highway, and they're all on 2 wheels. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? The only thing I could think of, Kennedy, because at that time, the Ringling House, okay, I talk about the Ringling Museum. John Ringling, the circus owner, who lived in Sarasota many years, his house used to be on that corner. They picked that house up and moved it because that's where they built the new Ritz-Carlton at. The world famous Ritz-Carlton that's in Sarasota is now on the property where the Ringlings used to own. Well, he comes screaming around the corner. I'm like, oh my God! I'm thinking triangulated crossfire. You know, the way they were driving so fast. And so I go back inside and I text one of my buddies. This is back when the early days of email. I was like, dude, I just saw the president. I didn't vote for him, but that's my president. Boom. He's like, hey, you better tell him to get back to D.C. because the World Trade Center just got bombed. I was like, what? Turn on the TV. And we saw the whole thing that morning. And he was in Sarasota on Longboat Key. Look it up. That's where he was vacationing when 9/11 happened.
That's incredible.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just a math teacher. 1 and 1 makes 2.
Yes. That's impressive.
You looked a little disgruntled reading about the baby goat or whatever.
Yes, that's right.
Well, that's because they gave him that information.
Sweating.
Yeah.
And the lady who was teaching the lady who was teaching the class is a personal friend of mine. I just saw her the other day.
Oh wow!
And
Tell us.
yeah, I've known her for years. She's a very, very nice lady. Very, very nice lady.
I have no doubt of that. Yeah. What did she say?
Well, see, they did a whole documentary about her and the kids who were in that class at that time, how 9/11 affected them and what happened. That whole 9 yards. And she really doesn't have an opinion on it. I mean, she was really just there to teach the kids and to show the president that, she really was just trying to be a good steward of the educational system in Sarasota and what it could do in the African, because the school she teaches at is on Martin Luther King Boulevard.
And she's got George Bush in her classroom.
She's got George W. Bush in her classroom, along with his national security advisor and chief of staff. You just come back.
You gotta stop.
And they didn't move. They didn't move for the whole day.
Oh God. Yeah, that's.
What happened next?
Basically, they waited. They had to clear the airspace. So the Air Force One sat on Sarasota's tarmac, which is it's called Sarasota International Airport, but you really can go through the front door and walk to the plane. It's a small airport. It's still a small airport.
Yeah, I know how that is. Yeah.
So, it sat there for a couple hours until they could clear airspace. And of course, the rumor is they got the Bin Ladens out of the country, and and some other people were moved around, and of course, that's when the other airplanes were going down and hitting the Pentagon and all that other stuff.
And vaporizing. Yeah.
And of course, the $7 billion insurance policy kicked in right there.
Larry, what's his name?
Yes, Silverstein. How could you forget that?
Yeah.
By the way, Brendan Zoget has rejoined us, and of course, Vin. I do want Vin to speak a bit more. They went on mute now, but I hope everything's still okay with it.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted. Yes.
How does it keep unmuting me? Anyways.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's Skype, dude. You're a targeted individual. You know that.
Well, I'm on Teams now.
We're
past.
So Heather's off mute. So Heather, Vin, any further insights? I mean, I certainly like where you're coming from, Vin, and certainly it corresponds to everything that's ongoing. Anything else you wish to share? And don't be afraid to share a little bit about...
No, I agree.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you're saying about Israel. I just think that in the whole realm of things, Trump's talking about, he said today in a review, he wants to take over Canada. I mean, he has plans to take over Panama Canal. He hasn't ruled out Greenland by force. Israel maybe
crazy.
Thinking about, but he's thinking bigger. Yeah. I mean, he wants to be the Pope. He posted it today.
Yeah.
He wants to take
crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's going to pay for it with the tariffs, which means we're going to pay for it with the tariffs. The United States, our citizens are going to pay for it with the tariffs. And I hope we get midterm elections. And
it's not like you can have a draft. So will it be?
Whoa! Wait a second. What makes you say he can't have a draft, honey? Why would you say that?
Yeah, he can send people to El Salvador. He can have a draft.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, honey. This is bizarre. This is bizarre coming from Holly. Holly, why this?
It will have to be privatized.
No, honey, it wouldn't. No, where does this come from?
Companies that do this.
Holly, he can arrest you tonight and send you to El Salvador. What are you doing?
Yes.
But he can't arrest me tonight and make me go kill people.
Yes, he can.
Yeah.
Who's going to stop him?
Well, he could put you in jail for conscientious objection. He can't necessarily make you kill people if you refuse. But yes,
who's to say?
But
he's immune according to the Supreme Court. He's immune to law.
And see, that's the problem I have because he should have been in peace by now.
Yes.
I mean, well, it might be good to get rid of the big supporters.
Yeah. Yeah, but honey, it's like
Well, what are they gonna do?
this suddenly
I
shows
mean,
this can't happen
drag
here
the meth
mentality.
labs
How
for
did you
recruits?
go into the this can't happen here mentality all of a sudden? That's what I'm wondering, Holly. Where does that come from?
Because I don't think people want to sleep in the mud with their feet rotting.
Yeah, I don't
And
care
I
what
don't
people
think-
want, and he
I
doesn't
think
care
the
what
ship
people want.
sailed. The ship sailed on that.
The ship
And
sail
I've
on that.
witnessed that in my life.
It sailed with the people
No
that are
one-
sailing wherever they're going.
Yeah,
that he
yeah.
put on that.
No one
Yeah,
is
honey.
ever going
Honey, you are
out of a
incredibly
sense
naive.
of civic
You are incredibly
duty anymore.
naive. You are incredibly
Let me make this point.
naive. Yes,
Let
please
me
do.
just say this out.
Yeah, of
When you
course.
have a draft supposedly across society, which we know it wasn't,
Mhm.
the only thing that supported that was some kind of concept of a social contract and civic duty.
Okay.
That in my lifetime has been thoroughly scrubbed from the board.
Okay.
Unless you think you can fight a war with chained
I think, honey,
involuntary
that you.
slaves.
I think that this is where something has really happened in your understanding of the situation.
In my brain.
That
Because let
is-
me finish, because there's a part two.
Yeah, please.
There are corporations specializing in this stuff that pay very well.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And so if he's going to
Uh-huh.
do this, it will not be sweeping the meth.
Douglas, have you ever worked for a corporation like that?
Let's put it this way.
No,
It's,
Eager.
yeah.
They
So
get
let's
paid.
put it this way. This is where Holly's concept of war really breaks apart. Holly, obviously, what I will say here.
That's crazy.
Holly, I love you dearly, and of course, this is where I speak to you like, yes, Virginia, but there really isn't a Santa Claus. It's yeah. So, Holly, let me.
You don't think these corporations are in control of vast fighting forces and support forces?
No,
They are the fighting forces and the support forces. now.
no, honey, they're not. I don't know where you get this idea, honey. Corporations
Yeah,
do not
Iraq,
have their
I
own.
guess.
Honey,
Iraq.
Iraq is an example of corporations taking advantage of a situation in which they were provided with a lot of mercenary forces to provide security, and these mercenary forces eventually came to be in a sense of almost conflict or competition with the military forces on the ground. But this is not in
But
any way.
they were supported with tax dollars, just like the
They were
military on
supported
the
with
ground.
tax dollars to an extent, yes, and of course there was profit to be made, but that's a very different situation. The men of the national services had to take that territory and occupy it first. It's not the mercenaries who did that, and the mercenaries can't do that. They don't have the logistics
Okay,
to do
if
that.
you're
They don't have
sure.
the weapons to do that. There's no mercenary
yeah, that's
army in
where
the
I start
world
to
like
wonder.
that. That's yeah.
Well, no, I mean, you
uh,
know, KBR and
KBR is a
all
construction company. Kellogg Brown and Root. We're not talking
that, and
about
so
a military.
much more.
Yeah, this is so honey. Just look,
and
okay.
Black Rock.
Yeah, honey. I've been a mercenary, and I can tell you, there's no
I'm
company
not
in the
questioning it.
world. There's no company in the world that has that kind of power because it would not be profitable. You see, there's only so much force
That's what-
that a company
that's
can
the
mobilize and
problem.
project before it starts losing profits, because war is profitable only in a certain sense. It's
And
profitable
it depends
in
on taxes.
it's all
because
kinds of
it depends
factors,
on
but
government money.
corporations have to have contracts with the states for war to be profitable for the corporations.
I get.
So without
I
a
get
contract
that
with the
basic
state,
concept.
yeah, and besides
Yeah.
that, they don't want to feed
I
in
do
quarter
get that.
troops. So basically, and let me tell you something.
It does kill my
the-
argument.
Yeah, yes, yes, no.
That
it's-
one thing they're doing.
Well,
it
there's
with our
multiple things,
taxes,
but
whether it's a
honey,
draft or whether
just
it's corporate.
yeah, but I just explained to you corporations are not going to go out of their way to fight a war because they start losing money. So they're going to contract only with that which they can make money from, which is to build and perhaps mobilize construction, defense contracts, technology contracts. I hope Troy isn't leaving us. Yeah, but
Weapons
In a
systems.
police state,
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Once the area is
Weapons
conquered, then you
systems.
create a police state with the security, and then you're able to suspend
Yeah.
civil rights,
Right.
and then they can provide us
Oh.
military policing,
Yes.
but not actual frontline fighting of conquering territory. That's very rare, and now is almost all done by technology that only governments have.
Yes,
Well,
that's
what
right.
I'm saying.
Yeah, but
And you
so
don't need
what
to
Holly would
draft
say, but
through
this is
that.
what's confusing. This is what's confusing, Holly. Holly is saying that the corporations are providing the technology, and it's the technology that's winning the wars. But the technology is winning wars only in certain cases, because in the end, you still need men to occupy the land, and I mean men,
It's
really
just
men.
beginning.
But when it comes down to, I'm sorry, honey, what's that? I don't want
It's
to.
just beginning. This sea change in weaponry and drone, like we've been talking about.
War will always,
factories.
honey, war will always be war. And there are certain things that cannot change in war. But when it comes
Right,
to,
but you've got guys on the front line compared to guys with a toggle switch.
yeah,
you know,
but
a
honey,
country
that's honey, the rest of the world can't afford this technology, so the rest of the world has to fight with men, and it's all going to come down to men in the end. So do understand this much: the corporations are not going to fight the war, and what our man Vin is describing is the fact that there will be a draft. So what we have is already a registration, and a registration is the same as a draft. When people are asked to register,
And you go to high school.
yeah, well, you're asked to
You have to
register.
go to high school
yeah.
and not join the register.
Yeah, well, at any rate, the registration is simply the draft. It's the same thing. And so when they simply activate the registration, they activate the draft. And this is something I was sharing with Brendan the other day, is that when a draft goes into effect, anybody can be drafted. That means if they think an old professor has a knowledge of an archaeological excavation site that they feel for some reason has strategic importance, they'll draft that old professor. They draft whoever they need to draft. And if they need to surround them with a bunch of healthy young men to get them on site, then that's what they do. It doesn't mean they succeed, but it doesn't stop them from trying. And, yeah.
And Douglas,
yeah.
one thing is, and if you don't register for the draft, then you can't register to vote.
Yes, thank you. And that's right.
Sorry.
Yeah, but that's the equation. That's universal suffrage. If you want the right to vote, you have to register for the draft. That's logical, actually. That's universal suffrage. I mean, why should you be allowed to vote if you're not willing to serve? There's a logic to it. The draft, of course, was instated at a time when they could draft men. Remember, the old song was, you're not old enough to vote, but you're old enough for fighting or killing. And that was where people were making this kind of moral, social contract kind of example that they felt could generate enough Victorian outrage to bring an end to the draft. And ultimately, this sort of thing worked in America. And that's what led to something even worse. It led to professional, quote-unquote, military status, which just became a cult. And these people claim that, we're secret, and we're this secret society, and we do these things that are very serious. And the civilians just buy it. They think of them as the father figure, the parent figure, and then they allow them to get away with literally human child sex trafficking on an industrial scale, because that's what they're engaging in. Now, Brendan points out the fact that technically the U.S. is a corporation after 1812, and this is true. And it is also true that commissioned officers have a stake in the nation, and that's why they have to continue to fight if they're not paid, whereas all commissioned soldiers all the way up to master sergeant, if you're not getting paid, theoretically, you don't have to fight. This, of course, goes out the window when they have the power to shoot you for desertion. So at that point, you will fight whether you're paid or not. You're simply fighting at gunpoint. This is why officers carry short-range weapons known as firearms that are useless in armed conflict against the enemy, because they're meant to execute your own men. That's why officers carry these little pistols instead of actual firearms that you could use to massacre populations. So, also Brendan points out if you don't register for the draft, you cannot get federal student aid. Of course not. There's a certain logic here. That's the way it should be. I'm not arguing with that. And of course, I'm all for them bringing back the draft. You have no idea, honey, that would be the best thing that ever happened to America because it will destroy.
I totally concur with that. That's what you don't understand.
Okay.
I totally concur with that.
Then there you go.
Any just war can support a draft.
Well, it's not a just war. I mean, you didn't have a just war in Vietnam, supposedly, but, all that being said.
Right.
But remember, all that civilian propaganda. Remember that in World War II.
Social contract.
Well, honey, you remember what I said? Honey, remember what I said about World War II? World War II, only 1/3 of the people volunteered to fight the Germans and the Japanese. Everyone else had to be drafted, whereas in Vietnam, 2/3 of the men in Vietnam were volunteers. Only 1/3 of the men in Vietnam were draftees. The rest wanted to fight communism. Communism was the just war. So when I present
civic
the fact,
duty.
Yeah, well,
that's my argument.
No,
civic duty, social
honey,
contract.
no, honey. This is what it is. So this is where I ask for both Vin and Troy Bellamy, in particular, to help me out here. You know for a fact, your average kid, when they get that draft card and they're told, go fight and die for your country, most of them, all of them, as a matter of fact, statistically are going to say yes, and they'll be willing to kill anybody because there's no jobs. There's no fucking jobs, honey.
That's right.
So anybody's going to be willing to go out and kill anybody. So
yes, they used to do that.
There's no jobs.
Either way, there will be again with the tariffs.
Yes.
And the second thing is, before firearms, believe it or not, non-commissioned officers or non-officers carried swords, which is a forward weapon to attack the enemy, and officers carry sabers, which is a curved weapon to kill your own men. So it goes back even before firearms.
Yes, true. Very, very much so. It's an execution weapon. But your average young man, when given that draft card, he has no future anyway in America, honey. There's no future here. You don't understand. They're going to start collecting. They're going to start garnishing wages. They're going to garnish wages to pay off student loans. So there's no jobs.
Your average young man has spent the best years of his life playing video games.
Yeah, so he's more than programmed to kill. That's all he knows. You don't understand. Your average man knows nothing other than killing people. That's
the more automated and remote it can be.
90% of us would go without question.
Yeah, just for the food. Just for the
food. It doesn't
food.
matter about the pay.
Just for 3 meals a day.
Sign up for the Navy. I had a friend sign up for the Navy that I told Doug about.
Yeah.
That dude just had no direction in life. He had no jobs, and he volunteered.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. So that, honey.
But if he got drafted, he wouldn't have cared.
Keyboard. I don't see performance in the field.
Yeah, well, I can argue that as well. That's not the point. The point was the draft will happen and everybody will respond because they have no other choice.
What was the original point exactly? I'm lost here.
Her point was that she felt that there was no longer a social contract that merited response to a draft. She felt no one would answer the draft.
Yeah.
But that's not the case.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm saying everyone will because when they start garnishing your wages to pay for your student loans, there's no point in going to work.
Right. Even do the draft.
So it'll be
and apparently across all armed services right now, the volunteering has gone up.
Yeah, it has. It is.
As of right now.
Yeah, because there's no jobs, honey. There's no alternatives. And what Trump will do.
It gets you out of your hometown.
Yeah, but you
nothing
see,
else.
It gets you out of your hometown. You get an opportunity to rape foreign girls. I mean, what boy's gonna turn that down? They don't give a shit. and so let me tell you something, honey. When it comes to this, I'm gonna be as patronizing as possible to drive the point home. Yeah, but when it comes to...
I'm humiliated.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can take it as such, but learn to enjoy it. It's,
I do.
Yeah, there we are.
Obviously.
But, yeah, lay back and enjoy it, as they say. Yes, but that's what the police used to tell young girls for the rape training sessions. They would just say that was their idea of how to deal with this threat. Okay.
I actually remember the origin of that phrase,
Yes.
It was on newscasters.
Yes, that's right. That's right. But
Jimmy Falwell
when it comes to the situation right now, the situation is there is no hope for kids. They are trying to go to school, and in order to go to school, they need student loans. But there's no point in their getting the student loans because the loans will never be forgiven, and they'll spend all the rest of their lives paying off the student loans. And if they work and they've gotten student loans and their wages are garnished to pay the student loans, there's no point in working. So Trump's idea is Trump's idea is he's going to break the economy through all these tariffs, and that way his answer will be, but we've got a war. And then he puts everybody into the draft, and that way they don't commit to a rebellion or a revolution. He gets them off the streets, and he deploys them to conquer Canada and Greenland and Panama and launches a
Nobody's following that. Nobody's gonna sign up for that.
Oh my God! Troy has joined Holly. Troy has joined Holly in this.
But I want to say, let me just say, I'll put that in my dystopian pipe and smoke it.
Yes,
it's clearly one possibility.
Vin, Nemo,
let all those Civil War reenactors do that.
Yeah, they're all fat and old.
Y'all go conquer Canada and Greenland.
Troy, they're all fat and old. They're all fat and old.
That's what I'm saying. Let them take their fat asses out there in their boots and their camouflage, and see if their AR-15 will work against that.
Yeah. So, Vin, Nemo, Brendan, help me out here. Vin, Nemo, Brendan, tell Troy, tell the teacher here. Troy, the teacher who works with these kids, doesn't believe they'll answer the call to conquer Canada. You truly believe that?
Not for a fucking minute. Kids are smart.
You truly believe that, Troy? Why?
No, yeah, I do.
Why?
But the scary ones, because we know kids.
Oh.
The scary ones.
No, the two of you don't. No, the two of you really don't. Vin, please, let's let Vin answer.
Listen, let me say this one thing.
Wait. Let Vin answer, and then you can say it. Don't worry, hold it. Yeah. Vin? Yeah.
It depends on the economic thing. You've got to create the economic where they have nothing else.
Yeah.
A kid is hungry. A kid will do anything to eat. That's what kids do.
You know what? Vin is wrong. Vin is wrong. They don't need to be hungry at all. They'll go to kill just for the thrill. They will kill just for the thrill. They'll kill because it's fun, because they've done it on video games all their lives. Don't you?
Well, listen, they're not going to join the military. They could, because they have no idea what the military is.
If they're drafted, we're talking about draft. We're talking about.
They don't.
Well, it doesn't matter if they're drafted. They're not going to try and go because. I mean, they're not like it's not like they're just going to hand out guns at Walmart and say go fight.
Well, then they can't.
Basic
vote, so
training.
They're not going to be drafted. There would never be another draft. You would have to have an act of Congress to get a draft. The president cannot.
The president can do anything he wants, and Congress will bend over and spread their butt and let him fuck them up the ass with a sandpaper condom. Troy, what are you saying?
God.
What are you saying?
Sandpaper condom. The imagery of a sandpaper condom is just scary.
It's apropos. It's apropos. And Brendan, Nemo, help me out here. Well, Nemo's Australian. I mean, everybody in Australia would kill in a heartbeat.
Let me say this one thing before I forget it.
Sure.
Let me say this one thing.
Sure.
There is a large segment of young society that would love to actually kill people.
Yeah.
As long as they can do it with a screen and a toggle.
No.
They're not going to strap on their full battle rattle and go slogging through deserts and jungles and all that.
Honey, they'll do that.
But if they can do it on screen.
So what you're saying is, this is what Holly's saying that, again, is wrong. What Holly is saying is logical in the sense that she's saying that they'd volunteer for drone warfare where they can eat Cheetos and kill people. But that's not the case. They'll do anything. Because, first of all, remember what I said about the attraction of rape. Legal sexual assault, where you face no charges. Every young boy will take that.
I can interject now.
Yeah,
I was listening while I was AFK.
Yeah, okay, so please.
Yeah, definitely. Majority of the young men, they'll gladly go along with the draft and kill people to live out their fantasies from being programmed from military simulator video games or just arcade shooter video games, and them being having impunity and you got to realize a lot of men, they'll gladly rape if they have impunity. If they know they won't get in trouble for it, they'll rape all the women and children they want.
Sure.
And live out their most sadistic, diabolical fantasies from being programmed through video gaming all their lives.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because of the games, they want to do it with their bare hands.
Yeah, and Vin wants to say something. So Vin is a veteran. We have to respect
I was just saying, with the peer pressure that's added, even in the video games, you watch. I mean, sometimes I go in and play, and there's a bunch of teenagers and stuff playing in there, and you see the peer pressure of the others, how they all adapt to the sickest and worst one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, what you hear in there. I mean, stuff that would never be said in the worst places in public.
Yeah.
And I'm a Marine. I've heard a little
the video game
and tell him, Vin, how it's all racist. It's racist and sexist. It's all racist and sexist. Tell him.
Exactly. So picture those people in a jungle with real guns in a group.
Yeah.
And far superior firepower and technology, able to do whatever the fuck they want with no police or anyone and no consequences for their actions.
Yeah, and they'll do it.
It's amazing. It's amazing to me that in 2025,
yes,
that we're talking about boots on the ground, troops fighting war. In 2025,
and yeah, you gotta remember.
2 world wars. We've had
people
Iraq
are cheap. Technology is expensive.
Okay, but Nemo, let Nemo talk. Let Nemo talk. Yeah, so Nemo.
There's one important, not well-known factor in why the leaders really want to use man soldiers, because they're also used as an offering to the cosmic entities that they serve. They have to have their lives sacrificed to keep feeding them. So that's why they'll keep using men in war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is also because those men will commit the crimes and cause the pain and the agony that is known as louche. This is Robert Monroe would be speaking along these lines. If Dr. Monroe, Robert Monroe were alive today, this is what he would say, is that the louche, as he called it, which was a term for this release of emotional energy, positive or negative, that humans are capable of, is what feeds these disembodied or discarnate entities that are basically what Nemo is referencing. They would be even the smaller, more parasitic forms. I mean, a good example of this would be the African slave trade. When the African slave trade took place, and the maritime journey alone, just the maritime journey alone of all of these black slaves who mostly died in shipping, it resulted in 20 million deaths. And that's far superseding the Holocaust. So these 20 million blacks at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, which was why my sailor father, my legal father, who was a sailor, called it the Black Atlantic. That's why he referred to it as such. This was known as the greatest human sacrifice in history. And in the Afro-Caribbean nations, where they transplanted their African religions under the guise of Catholicism, and the saints were merely used as a masquerade, as the Russians would say, or a facade for their black African gods that they imported with them, thus becoming what we know as Valjahuduns or voodoo, or in Brazil, where they speak the Portuguese, it would be candomblé. This and the various other schisms of this kind of spirituality believed that mass sacrifice gave birth to a MEMǳDy, and that the MEMǳDy, or the spirits that fed off this, required even more pain and sacrifice. This is something that has led to the constant impoverishment of places like Haiti, etc., and the persecution of the blacks in the north, etc. This is something that is ongoing, and it's something that he constantly needs feeding, which is, of course, introducing people to the paradigm that I was inculcated in by Michael Aquino. And Michael Aquino was, of course, someone who was the satanic chaplain of the United States military, wrote the chaplain's handbook for all military forces. That would be Coast Guard, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Army. The chaplains of all the services had the book they went by, was written by Michael Aquino. So he was the satanic chaplain of all the armed forces. And so this is what they operate by. But this is almost, how would we say it? It's not in any way to be ignored, but it's not what most people understand. So when you're talking to our listeners, and most people are trying to understand this from a conventional, objective kind of perception, then I would say that you need to emphasize the fact that for some reason, and I don't understand how, Holly is one thing, because Holly is both female, and females, I will presume, have a kind of more positive outlook on life, and they want to see things through a positive outlook, generally speaking, and this also can crash, and they can become very depressive and suicidal. But females are just, shall we say, just more attuned, and they kind of resonate or have this resonance that can destroy them when they're simply too empathetic. And because they're too empathetic, they either have to think positive about people, or they wind up very auto-destructive or suicidal because they lose their faith.
You got to get a super firm grip on your emotions.
Yeah, and
so before you wander too further into analyzing me, I just did want to say one thing about the original nut of that topic. The fierce Seminole tribe of Florida's opinion on the Civil War was that sometimes the earth needs blood.
Yeah.
And so that kind of changes the dynamic from, sky gods or, interdimensional beings that essentially are some strangely atmospheric against stuff that comes out from God knows only what's under the center of the earth,
Well, what you're saying is that it makes it less ephemeral, so it makes it more visceral. So that's appreciated.
It makes it more lithic or something.
Yeah, which, by the way...
that there are geologic hotspots
and
that are notable.
And you remember what I said about the Seminole tribe before? Do you remember what I've related about that tribe?
Help me.
So the Seminole tribe successfully fought a war against the United States, and they're in Florida, and they retreated to the Everglades swamps, and they effectively defeated the Andrew Jackson. And so when it came to the Seminole tribe, that war was never resolved. The United States never signed a peace treaty with the Seminole tribe. So,
that's right.
So it was only a few decades ago that two Seminole tribesmen went on a rampage and robbed a series of banks, were pursued by the FBI ultimately, and shot two federal agents dead, at which point their attorney defended them and brought them into court with the defense that, well, they're still legally at war with the United States and therefore were innocent. They did not commit murder. Wow. They killed enemy in time of war because the Seminole tribe is still at war with the United States, and these were federal agents. So these were effectively soldiers of the United States government that Seminole tribe killed in warfare, and therefore the U.S. government had to let them go.
Work?
Yes, the U.S. government had to let them go.
I love it.
Yeah, and so and of course they're the most blackified Native American tribe, because that's where black slaves would escape, would be into the Seminole swamplands, where they would intermarry with the Seminole Indians. So guaranteed every Seminole Indian is a quarter to half black. So it's and they're still at war with the United States, and there you have it.
Are you talking about the Seminole from Florida?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
yes.
So, but that being said, the important
Troy
thing.
may have.
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Any further insights on that, please, by all means.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, this is the history that they don't want us to learn or teach in Florida now. Yeah. The Seminole Indians were largely indigenous Africans that had already been here. And so it was very easy for them to assimilate into the Seminole tribes. It was also easy for them. Many of them escaped into Mexico. There are black towns called, they call them Morenos. They call the people, the blacks there, Morenos. Yeah. Wow. So, I mean, you're learning a lot of the stuff. And that's great that you brought that up about the Seminole tribe. And,
credit Holly. Yes, thank Holly for bringing that up. Thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
Holly. Yes, I'm sorry.
I
Holly,
never forgot that. Sometimes it's the earth, the very geology under our feet
I agree.
Yeah, but
whatever goes on down there.
but understand, for our more conventional listeners to understand, this is where it breaks my mind, where I don't understand. Holly, again, I've pulled this female trip that many people can and perhaps are right to take offense at. I don't mean to be offensive, but I do look at females as actually the superior species. But definitely men and women are, as far as I'm concerned, different species. As far as I'm concerned, they're evolved from totally different animals. I think all men are naked apes and all women are hairy porpoises. That's essentially, the aquatic ape theory.
Respected that about you.
Yeah, thank you. The aquatic ape theory holds with the females, and that's where they come from.
Yes. And I know I was. Yeah, I was down with that.
Yeah, and men come out of the jungle.
That's always been the case.
Yeah, with the territorial
You
imperative.
had a good mother.
Yeah, thank you. But such being said, what blows my mind is Troy. So then Troy teaches kids, and he can't perceive them getting the draft card and saying, "All right."
No, I'm with Troy.
Yeah,
I'm so down with Troy on this.
You can't imagine the kids you teach, the boys in particular, not saying "all right" and just going out there and getting ready to kill. You can't see that.
No.
You listen to Troy.
Well, I just see, they don't want the discipline. First of all, they got to get trained. They don't want to go through basic training. The money doesn't mean
anything. They don't think of it like that. They watch the movies and they think it's fun. They're
not thinking it through with logic at all. There's no logic being processed.
Yeah, they're not going to logically process that. Thank you, Nemo.
They're going to go with their ego and just think, yes, I'm going to get the kill and rape, and I'm going to get money, and I'm going to get to have butt sex with my comrades in arms.
If they think that's what being in the military is, man, we are in trouble. We just go ahead and drop. Just get the.
Well, you're giving them too much credit. You got to realize the majority of the U.S. citizens are some of the most stupid, savage people.
That's true. It's true. Come on, Troy, you got to agree with that. Troy, you got to give them that.
They want to go.
Yeah, they want to go. They think it's fun and games. They see the movies.
They're going to go with KBR and really get paid.
It's like, no, honey. That's where you just don't get it. Now you're like. This is the communist training she went through. This was like Bernie Sanders brought her into the room and indoctrinated her. That's what happened. Bernie Sanders brought her into the back room. He indoctrinated her. They pulled the Cagliostro on her
over his knee.
Yeah,
he gave me a good spanking.
Yeah,
they clockwork oranged her.
Yeah, they clockwork oranged Holly. Yeah, and they clockwork orange Troy too because they sat him down. They said, "Kids love life. Kids treasure life."
That movie scared me so bad when I was a kid.
It should. Yes, it should.
Unbelievable.
But you know what it predicted that Britain would. Do you know what happened to It was the author of Clockwork Orange was Algis Budrys, and do you know what happened to him that made him write that book, Troy?
No, I don't know what happened to him. What happened?
So he was British, and he was in occupied Britain. Britain was occupied in World War II by the United States. That's why George Orwell wrote the book 1984, where he said he changed the name of Britain to Airstrip 1. And that Britain was nothing but Airstrip 1 to the United States. It's forward springboard into Europe. And in terms of George Orwell, everybody forgets that part of 1984. And when it comes to Algis Budrys, he was, both George Orwell and Algis Budrys were witness to the fact that one of the biggest race riots in American history to that point took place in Britain, where black soldiers rebelled against the U.S. military. And the black soldiers rebelled in Britain. You can look this up, and you can find all the details up on that, about the black soldiers' revolt in Britain, and they were all U.S. soldiers. But that being said, what Algis Budrys was witness to was white Americans who broke into his home and raped his wife in front of him after tying him up. They tied him up and gang raped his wife in front of him, and that's where the rape scene comes from in Clockwork Orange. And in Clockwork Orange, he portrays Britain overrun by, get this, if you ever read the book, Russian gangs. So Britain is overrun by Russian immigrants who overrun Britain, and their rape gangs are what's pulling off the rapes that you see in Clockwork Orange. They're all Russian. Now, all the people that are being portrayed by Malcolm McDowell, who's the villain in the film.
Malcolm McDowell, yeah.
Yes.
Is he Russian in the movie?
He's supposed to be portraying a Russian gang. They're all supposed to be Russian gangsters.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and
nobody got it then.
So he foresaw Britain's invasion by all these Russians, who bought up all kinds of the property. I don't think Troy's familiar with this, but if George Knight were here, and certainly if Brendan rejoins us,
London.
They brought up half of London. Yeah,
all of it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but definitely, there you go with that. And of course, what does Trump represent? Trump represents the new, what I call, Zio-Rus-American synaxis of Israel, Russia, and the United States, along with parasite states like North Korea. But that's the side we're forced on now. And yes, will he try and solve the tariff problem, the economic crash, by a war? That's how he felt World War II solved the Great Depression, so he's going to try and solve it with World War III. And he thinks he's on the winning side behind Russia and Israel. So yes, he'll invade Canada and Greenland and Panama and say, hey, I better put a stop to all this talk about how I ruined the economy, and say, we're going to fix it now, we got a war. And then he's going to invade. And America will be an aggressor, which brings up a technical question. Will NATO defend Canada, since Canada is a British dominion, since Greenland is a territory of Denmark, and they're both NATO member states? That technically means NATO will be at war against the United States as well as Russia and Israel. Will NATO respond? Can NATO handle that? Will NATO be able to, or will they simply dissolve and fall apart?
Justify,
they'll. I have my own conclusions that I've drawn, but in the end, of course, America and Russia and Israel will lose. They'll be destined to lose because they're, as shall we say, was pointed out by Holly and Troy, these aren't going to be good soldiers. These are simply a bunch of idiot kids that are on a thrill tour that they think they can have fun in. And of course, when they're confronted with real combat, they're going to, fall apart. And so the entire effort will be defeated. But all that being said...
And I think there is a certain percentage that would rather study astronomy. You know what I mean?
No, there isn't.
That's a very small minority.
Yeah, it's so small, Holly. It doesn't even count.
Fascinating things. It was a joke, okay?
Yeah,
I was
okay.
being sarcastic.
Okay. But Troy does believe that. Troy does believe that. Troy does believe that. Troy believes that these kids would rather learn and study, and you see the best of the best, actually. Because you know why, Troy? Because Troy works with immigrants. That's why Troy works with immigrant kids who want to learn.
I don't think they have an appreciation of the world becoming smaller. I don't think they understand, what international diplomacy or having respect for other things is. I don't think that they will.
Dude, nobody running America right now understands that shit.
Yeah,
where the fuck are you coming from? Nobody running America now understands anything about international diplomacy.
What ages are we talking about?
Yeah. Well, it's almost a golden age that he's referring to in nostalgia.
No, I mean for the kids, for Troy's kids.
Yeah, Troy's
from adolescent to adult.
No, Nemo makes a point, but Troy, let's hear you. What age are the kids you're teaching?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Middle school. They're 11 to 14 years old.
Yeah. Okay. Important age.
That's a slice. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's an important age. And
and it is kind of an age where kids go crazy in modern society.
Yeah, but they're not going to be drafting them. They're going to be drafting people who are 16 and above. So at that point, they've lost any sense.
I'm investigating the run up to that age.
Yeah, it's a run up to that age, but
but
that doesn't mean that the kids, the age that Troy is teaching, won't participate in a civil war, because at that point it's just anybody who can hold a gun. And that's why
Yeah,
when
that's a different thing.
that's
And
why
signing up to go
yeah, when General Pershing was in the Philippines, he
play
ordered
itself.
when General Pershing was in the Philippines, he ordered all male Filipinos killed who were above the age of 10, because he said anybody who's 10 and above can carry a gun, physically carry a gun and point it and shoot, so kill them all. And
The Old Testament method.
yes, that's right. And but Troy has a tremendous faith in humanity, and where he got that from is beyond me. And that's a special. But such being said,
I think Sarasota had something to do with it.
Sarasota.
Because you could have come up worse.
Okay,
I'm sure.
you mean the
seem
school?
tough and all.
The school.
No, the geology
Yeah. Okay.
of a nice kind of place.
Is the place where you're at a nice kind of place, Troy?
Yes, no question. No
Really?
question about it.
Wow. I
You
mean,
here?
yeah, hurricanes and all. I mean,
Especially
Yeah.
as a kid. It must have been
That's the
wild
thing.
when you were a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, for you
in what way?
childhood.
in what
In
way,
what
Holly?
way?
Yeah, what way, Holly?
Oh, just that the weather and the being a kid and
The exercise
It
from
was-
all the
you had
guys chasing him in bed sheets. Yeah, that's
No,
no,
no.
it was the end of like a free-range childhood.
yeah.
You could walk down the street and get a popsicle or whatever.
Uh,
Right?
Yeah, except when the Klan tried to
Uh,
nail him to a tree. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't
No,
wanna be naive here.
I didn't experience that. But my dad grew up in the Jim Crow era,
Mm.
where you had to be in your pretty much on your side of
Okay.
town by 7:30.
Got it.
Or
Got
it's not that people would chase you in, but you didn't want to just be caught out there.
I understand that.
Between police and anyone else who might have been out there trying to exercise their prejudice, it was just not a good time.
Could
Now,
have
me,
a little conversation.
I'm the second generation of integration. So I grew up when all my classmates were mixed. I mean, we had mixed, we had white, black, we had everybody. So you learn that empathy growing up as a kid. You're not even born with those types of prejudices. However, as a young African American man, I'm acutely aware of the dynamics of race.
Yeah.
I'm acutely aware that I live on one side of town and my friends live on another side of town with a pool and all that kind of stuff. Where their dads have a really cool job,
Florida.
Mhm.
And so, you learn those things, but I think that times and circumstances bring people together. Hurricanes, like you mentioned, the weather.
Okay.
Hurricanes and storms, everybody just pulls together.
Uh-huh.
Because if there's a little old lady who's stranded in her car and the tide's rising, we're going to go save her. I don't care what she is or who she is, or she voted for Trump. She can be Trump's mama. I'm going to save her. I'm going to do my best to
Amen.
save her. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care. I mean, I know I've expressed some things on tonight's show, but I have no prejudice in my body at all. I'm just acutely aware of things that happen. And that's what happens. We can't communicate because people try to deny that certain things are going on. This is a race to see who can gather the most resources before everybody figures out this is a big old Ponzi scheme.
Goddamn right.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Elon Musk is going to escape with billions. He's lost billions in the stock market, but that was money he never had in the first place. It's just value.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
he
Texas
could,
has certified his space base as a town. You see that today?
Yeah, and you also see what they did to his statue? Did you see what they did to his statue? Yeah, let me show you.
The war paint on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you see it, Troy? Did you see what?
Space
I
town.
didn't see it.
Yeah. So at any rate, let me start sharing it. I'll show you
Yeah, put
the
that up there.
the picture provided by
Space town.
our man here. Gave us like see if I can find it. It was
You'll
it's right up
you'll
there.
have Disney Serenity
There we are.
soon.
Yeah. And
Oh,
here we go. There's
reservation.
goes a
They ain't
big
paying no tax.
Elon. Yeah, and they like put a Band-Aid on his cheek and shit. Big white paint Band-Aid on his cheek. Yeah, like he's been swallowing cum, dribbling out of his lips and shit. Yeah,
I mean,
they fucked
he's
his
right
ass
up
up.
between a wildlife reserve and an Indian reservation.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
He's surrounded.
Yeah, there you go.
Of nature and Native Americans.
Yeah, yeah, and hopefully they
I
are.
bet he's gonna get a sweet tax deal like Disney,
Yeah,
and nobody's gonna say anything otherwise.
He's gonna be sovereign.
yeah. Well, you know, it's like he's still. Well, believe me, I'll address him in
Like
monologue.
Pebble Beach.
Yeah, I'll address him in monologue. But the guy's like, he's so flamed out. He's just so burnt. He's fucked himself over so badly with
They
his
call
bullshit.
it a hole.
Yeah.
The ketamine hole.
Yeah. He's just no, but I mean, just his reputation. He self-inflicted ruination
God.
of his brand and his reputation. He's just he's just yeah, he's fucking lost. And
he can't keep down the bloat.
yeah, but he'll keep trying to, do as much damage as he can before he flames out.
He's destroying himself as he's trying to destroy the rest of humanity.
That's right. Thank you. That's quite correct, Nemo. Yes.
And there's a lot of people that still think he's cool.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Because they're retarded.
Yeah, less. Let's just put it this way: it's less and less every day. Yeah, so he'll have a core.
Yeah, he's gaining more haters by the day. Definitely.
That's true.
The crazy thing,
Yeah.
on the official White House website, they had some picture of him with he's all jacked up with all these muscles. He's got a Star Wars lightsaber in his hand. Did y'all see that?
I missed it, thank God.
No.
But I'm not surprised. Of course.
No.
On the official White House Instagram page,
Yeah.
they got him with this
Oh,
bandana.
no.
He's dressed up like Rambo with these
Oh.
huge arms, muscled arms. He's got the red lightsaber, and everybody's like, the red lightsaber is for the
Sith. The Sith.
they're evil. The Empire. It's like, how much more symbolism can you put out there that shows that there is something afoot here that is evil? It's inherently evil. It's not even. He's not even trying anymore. And this again, I can't even understand. Why have we not impeached this man?
Yeah. Why have we got a what? Troy?
Why have we not impeached this man? This is he's violent. This is the
Musk or
biggest
Trump?
overreach.
Musk or Trump?
This is the biggest abuse of power. It's crazy. It's even worse than the first time.
Yes. Oh, well, that goes without saying. Yeah, they've had time to practice. But all such being said, yes.
Well, let me point out the dynamics of that.
Yeah.
If you look at all of the cases that were against Trump, even the successful ones, they were all, and this is why there's not an appetite. This is inherent racism. They were all led by African Americans.
Yes.
That's why the impeachment proceedings were led by African Americans.
Yeah.
The January 6th investigation was led by Benny Thompson.
Yep.
You had the Letitia James. You had the other guy. What's the guy in New York? The other DA that was going to Alvin Bragg. And then you had
And the
Fonnie
Georgia
Willis in
lady.
Atlanta. Yeah,
Yeah.
So again, you think that they're going to prosecute Donald Trump on the strength of some very smart, very well-educated African Americans?
I noticed
No.
that. It
No.
was true.
This was a slam. The cases are all. You have Trump on the phone saying, "Hey, Secretary of State of Georgia, I need 11,000 votes."
Yeah.
How is that? How is this not illegal?
Well, you're preaching to the converted here, of course.
Well, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm just again pointing out the obvious. The math is just mathing. I mean, if you look at it, all of the cases were being prosecuted and led by African Americans.
Yes.
Yep.
We see that.
That's right.
And
And it's not
yeah.
because
I appreciate that.
And it's not a thing of they all hate Trump or they, it's a racist thing. We're doing reverse racism against Trump. They're doing their jobs. The guy committed crime.
Yes. Beyond question. beyond question.
They're doing their job.
And he belongs in jail. Yes, of course, he belongs in prison.
And now he can get away with anything because the veracity of everything that was brought to the forefront, nobody believes. Oh, that's not this. It's not that. Oh, that's a bunch of hooey. It's a hoax. Even got. I mean, how do you get the Supreme Court to give him all power? This is ridiculous.
And it may yet happen. It may yet happen. Just because he said.
It happened.
Just
it was a single decision.
Yeah. And I mean, look, it's the judge who made George Bush Jr. president. Remember, it was a judge who just said he's president, and just like that, just by a court decision, he was made president of the United States. Again. Yeah, in Florida. Yeah, there you go. And where else? Where else? And yes. Oh my God. Why do you live there? Why do you live there? Oh my fucking God!
It's the most beautiful place to live now.
If you say so. Yeah. He just can't get enough of the titanoboas swallowing gators and fucking. How many thousands of invasive species are there? The Placos. Nothing like all them Plecostomus taking over the rivers and shit. Armored catfish, no less. That's man, it just doesn't stop. You've got a march. Fucking Jurassic Park coming to life is going on in Florida right now.
Yeah, well, just remember where you live, Doug, too. Here on the brink of the Ring of Fire.
Yeah, but still, at least we don't have raptors coming at our door and shit like Troy does. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, iguanas.
Yeah, goddamn. Yeah, iguanas falling out of the trees when it gets a little cold and chill and shit. Then Troy's like fucking Black Fred Flintstone bringing home a bunch of iguanas for his wife to kill and grill and says, it was a good day today. Yeah, that's right. When he's not pulling off boa constrictors. Yeah, that's right. They're really.
You might as well eat them to reduce the population.
So true. No, I get it.
Are they good eating? I've had rattlesnakes.
All of it is edible. The Plecostomus is edible. Yeah.
Reptile meat's pretty good.
Yeah,
I haven't tried it, but from all the
cleaner than alligator, for God's sake. Yeah. I had that once. Too.
No, they're all probably polluted to a degree, but
snake would probably be the cleanest.
I don't know about that, but they all taste good once you cook it up.
You only eat snake as a
with
survival.
the teriyaki on there, the Yoshida's on there.
Oh, yeah. well, I mean, I hear what Nemo's saying, but I would try it. I would try snake. I would try iguana. I would try the gator. I would try it all. Yeah, but then again, I'm a foodie like that, and I love meat.
Gator is good.
Yeah.
I don't know about eating iguana. I heard it was good.
Yeah.
I heard it was like chicken too.
I would not.
And because it's so invasive, it's so invasive now. People they're just killing them and cooking them.
Yeah. Well, what about gator? So tell us, what's it taste like?
Gator, it tastes like shrimp. It tastes like shrimp. It has the consistency of shrimp.
Oh wow! I just my mouth is watering. Yeah, my mouth.
Probably got good with some garlic butter.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's very white, like crab or something.
Wow. You have to know how to cook. Yeah, like crab or a shrimp or something like that. You have to know how to cook it.
Wow. Where do you get it? I mean, how did you? Yeah.
There are some festivals that people have around here.
I see.
And every now and again, you'll get gator bites. There are a couple restaurants that sell gator bites.
Oh wow!
Right. It's a novelty.
But it's exotic. It's exotic. It's pretty novelty. Yeah.
Okay.
But they don't seem to contract prion disease. Not that I want to eat a gator brain.
Yeah, well,
but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I love brains. I mean, I haven't eaten them in a long time because of the fear of prions, but I did eat them before the whole prion thing.
All the East Coast deer and squirrel and all that.
Oh yeah, well I wouldn't be touching them if possible, but yes.
But that's the thing. The gator might be clean.
So I did respond to what you said, dear Brendan. And Brendan, I shared your photograph of what happened to the Elon Musk statue with Troy. And yes, Brendan, share with us a bit of wisdom here about...
What do you mean? What happened to it? It just like the fact that it got created is an abomination.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
It looks like one of those Soviet statues that they all
It's
through,
true.
yeah, at the end
Yes,
of the
it
war.
does.
It's true. It's true.
A
It's,
bronze.
and then Holly explained to
on a
us that
pedestal.
that Starbase, this little fucking thing that's been registered as a town in Texas, is between a, what did you say, Holly? A nature preserve and an Indian reservation, no less.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Oh, great. So
Well,
hopefully,
obviously
Boiling
they're gonna
black
buy the best
coal.
land out
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
There's-
there
it's,
you-
the rest of it's unlivable.
yeah.
Can't make a nice town.
Yeah.
Like, you
Well,
can't make a
especially
livable town
since
in the
the
desert.
ocean boiled black. Remember that? So any kind of seafood, ooh, you're eating there. Wow.
Well, we were
Well,
talking
they
about.
can have it. They can
Yeah.
fucking have it.
Well, we were talking about eating gators and guana, and Brendan was saying how
Yeah.
gamey it was. Brendan actually, before he went vegan, you tried a lot of things as a foodie. So, yeah, tell us about that, Brendan. With
Shit, yeah, unfortunately.
yeah. Oh shit!
Disgusting.
Is Vin still with us? Heather and Vin still with us? Just testing, just saying shout out, and I love the fact that
Oh,
Vin,
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm listening. Vinny's in the other room.
well, please let him know later how much I appreciate his dropping in on us.
He
tonight.
said the same.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, and I do hope he drops in more often. And of course, we always enjoy your company and hanging out with us and interject as much as you want. I understand that you sent Brendan some communications, and I'm really glad for that. Thank you. I'm glad you reached out to him.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's the least I can do.
wonderful, wonderful. He helps so much. Yes, and yeah, and he's so tall. He really is. No, he really is. He really is. Yeah. But Amy
Well, I
was
don't know.
tripping
I've
off.
gotten taller as of late.
Yeah, it's true.
That's
Tell
all.
people about that. Tell people it's
Oh,
physically
God.
impossible, but it happened. Yeah, tell people.
I don't know.
You showed up. Your friend said you're taller, just like I told you. You're taller. Something's going on with you. It's fucking like
Multiple people have said that at this point, but I don't. Who knows?
it's the fucking amazing
Maybe it's
colossal
just-
man. It's the amazing colossal man.
His Nephilim genetics are kicking in.
Benjamin Button.
That's it. Yes.
You're rising up under oppression
Yes. There we are.
and shedding the shackles.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
like.
it's amazing what not being depressed will do. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just.
I like what Nemo
Fix your whole
said.
shit.
It's his Nephilim
Even
genes
if
kicking.
you're poor.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I definitely have both. That's for sure.
Yeah. So, and dear Troy was telling us how.
So, do you guys need anything? I'm actually going through some of my my collectibles. I'm going to
Uh-huh.
do some sales soon. So
Oh,
just-
all right, all right. Oh, Nemo, do you need something? He's going through his collectibles. You of all people would.
That should be interesting.
Depends what it is. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. It's.
Yeah.
you got any
Skulls
swastikas?
or
You must. He does. He does.
I do.
Yeah.
I have a
Lumps of
commemoration coin
Yeah.
of the alliance of Hitler and Mussolini, but
Yeah.
that's more of like a personal
Yeah.
collection.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
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 that
and-
ain't for sale.
No, no, it's incredible. Thank you for sharing that fact. And but all such being said, I do believe that Nemo's familiar with some of the cards that Brendan deals in. So you might want some of those cards. Yeah, but I'm sure both of you can talk about that personally. And
Well, unless he's playing competitively, there's no point in wasting money. 'Cause That's
Okay.
what I did. I just bought them, and then they've been in this box for years, like 5 years.
interesting.
It's like-
Tell us about your.
unless you're actively playing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you were playing actively, competitively, what was it like, Brendan? You must have had a few competitions you remember, or can recall.
It's like- yeah, oh yeah, I've been to a few tournaments, but it's just, oh, the people are horrendous. I'm like, the players and everyone. It's just, it's not a pretty sight.
I'm sorry to hear
Hate to
that.
be like that, but it's just, it's awful.
Ooh, sorry to hear that. I mean, what's with them? They're just socially retarded.
Oh come on, you grew up around these people too. You know the like comic book nerds, like they're so elitist and crazy, and
I
you know what I'm
guess.
saying? Where
Yeah.
it's like,
True. Yeah.
oh, so it just with Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh, they get like exponentially worse than comic book guys.
Oh god.
So you know the comic book guy from The Simpsons, how he's all stuck up and shit.
Yes.
Well, these guys get like
Not grainy.
even more extreme.
Yeah.
Even more
So
extreme.
what I'm saying, do they have makeup teams and
Makeup?
PR guys with them, like entourages?
Oh no, they smell awful.
No.
These are just like
Yeah.
nerds. They're just like nerds.
Unhygienic, fat, condescending.
Yeah.
Fucking, yeah.
And then you go up against like the super champion, and it's like some balding fat guy from like
Yeah.
ancient
Oh.
days and shit.
Oh, that's so
And
sad.
Yeah.
Gary Gygax.
Yeah.
You've just described Gary
those
Gygax.
people. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh no, Gary Gygax was good looking compared to these people.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
compared.
it's bad.
Good point.
It's bad.
Good point. Touche. Yes. Yeah.
Like he was like functional.
Yeah, semi-functional at least. Actually, he wasn't, but I get what you're saying. Compared to these guys, yes. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
poor
you've
son of
never
a
been
bitch.
exposed to these guys.
And
Yeah.
they're about to get drafted. Okay.
Yes, honey, they're about to get drafted. Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is, these guys can code.
That's
Yeah.
gonna work.
Yeah.
You can get drafted and not be put in
You
code.
code.
That's
Yeah.
totally within.
Yeah. Yeah, but
You're,
in,
you're thinking like
Weapon
boots on the
system.
ground.
Yeah,
These
yeah,
people
but
do all
even
kinds of other stuff.
yeah, but in all fairness,
Yeah, that's what I keep
but in all
saying, and no
fairness,
one
once the draft starts, you will see incredible mismatches because this always happens. It's like if somebody makes a mistake and you shoot too good on the firing range, they'll put you right on the front line, even if you can code. And it's only later when they find out it's too late, you're dead. And you know, this thing will happen. These sorts of things will happen, and all kinds of guys that should be on the
The
front.
U.S. military is incredibly incompetent.
Well, how much
Yes,
time do
they
we have
are.
before this draft?
Yeah.
Because I'm about to go to some other people
Yeah.
before this happens.
Right.
How
Well,
much time do we got?
all too soon for most people, but not soon enough for me.
Because I don't know,
It's-
would that render me exempt if I was part of another armed forces? I mean,
absolutely, absolutely.
oh, thank God.
And there's
Yeah.
going to
Thank
be
fucking
so
God.
many
Yeah.
Dodgers before they even get to you.
Yeah. If
There'll
anything,
be like
if anything,
communes in Canada where you can frolic native.
oh no, honey, it's not going to be.
No, the
like,
Canadians will shut the border.
Yeah,
this
the
time.
Canadians will close
Yeah,
the border. The
I'll bet.
Royal
They're not going to
Mounties,
let
And
those people.
watch us
Yeah.
fry.
the Royal Mounties
They'll
won't let
love it.
anybody through. Yeah. So
And by that time, it'll be shoot on sight.
Yeah.
Because just of the nature of what this guy wants to do.
yeah, absolutely, that's true because he wants to invade Canada, which Troy is reluctant to believe people would go for when he just. Troy just
Serious?
doesn't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. Troy is like he. You know why? Because Troy's working with immigrant kids, and these immigrant kids are smart and
Well,
they're good natured.
I get it. It's like,
Yeah.
like normal people don't want to imagine that. So I get it.
Yeah.
But it's just
Yeah.
these people are crazy.
Oh,
Americans are
dude,
insane.
just
Yeah,
back to the game.
Yeah, it brings us
They're
back to
gonna
the gaming.
be
They
signing
all
right
think
up.
it's going to be a game. They all think it's going to be a game, and they'll just dive right into
Yeah,
it.
until they have to get on an airplane.
No, they'll love the airplane trip. It's the being shot at that they'll suddenly wake up. But yeah, that's just the way it works.
I say it's 50-50.
When they realize shrapnel and bullet hurts like hell, then
Yes.
they're gonna be regretting it.
Let me give
Why
you.
the fuck did I do this?
Yeah, I'll give you a good example. Was when I worked in the Acorn projects, which
we
was.
already did that with Vietnam. So
Yeah.
fuck.
But when I worked in the Acorn Projects, which is the largest in terms of land area, as opposed to like Petrini Green in Chicago, where you've got multiple stories and it's just a vertical ghetto, it was all spread out in Oakland, where it was 862 units over 10 square city blocks. And Acorn was actually an acronym, but I'd have to look up what the acronym stood for. But Acorn Project Site was technically, in terms of just land area, it was the biggest project site in the United States, probably the world, but certainly
And
the
that
United
was
States.
a great aid to the projects on the East Coast.
Arrogant, cracked out, organized chaos.
Yeah, hey, that's good. That's good. I like that. Yeah, that's
They were torn
yeah.
down
Yeah.
by the time Acorn came on the scene on the East Coast.
Okay, yeah, but at any rate, what happened was Acorn in Oakland, where I worked, there was.
Ooh, I
that
found my
was-
magician girls. This is nice.
Cool, yeah. There you go.
That's good.
But that was where one of the first scenes of violence that I had to contend with was a young black African American male, of course, what else would it be, was shot, and he was in shock that it hurt. He was surprised that it hurt. He had never seen men hurt by being shot in movies or on TV. On movies or on TV, he sees people like Arnold Schwarzenegger hanging onto a moving truck or a train or a helicopter or a plane, and they're taking multiple rounds and they're just smiling.
Like Indiana Jones gets shot and he goes through the whole movie. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
like
Oh, yeah.
impossible.
Oh
It's
yeah,
impossible.
and they're just this guy was in absolute.
And
agony.
especially
Go
you've
on.
seen the ones where it goes clear through the abdomen, like straight through.
Oh
And
yeah.
they're still moving and like running around and jumping.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like there's no way.
Yeah. Shoulders, abdomen.
Like, oh, it missed all. Even if it, you know how
Yeah.
they say, oh, it missed all your arteries. It's like even if that happened, you would not be walking.
No. First off, you'd be. It's just the agony, just the
Right.
pain. The pain.
Piercing,
is,
burning pain.
Yeah.
you know,
Just beyond.
In
No,
your
it's a supernova.
pelvis.
Yes.
God.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't care where your legs, your arms. It's a supernova of agony. It's
yeah,
like
it
no.
shreds your body.
Yeah.
It's just
Yes.
not-
Yeah. No. There's nothing. You're not smiling. You're not maintaining yourself. No. You let go at that point, and that's yeah. So that's the point. Is they don't think it's gonna get hurt when they get shot. None of these kids. But you know, that's there you go. But they'll all be willing to go to war. And
They won't learn until it's too late.
Yeah, they won't learn.
Like
until
most
it's too
people.
late. Yeah. And but they're taught by films that it's all fun, and of course they learn from video games that they don't die. You know, that they're never gonna die. They kill
Or
everyone
if
else.
they die, they just respawn.
Yeah, they respawn. They It's just generated a new character. They think it's like that.
Well,
Yeah.
reincarnation is much worse than
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
yeah.
people, I don't know how people take solace in that. They, you know, people say, "Oh, it's fine," you know, reincarnation. Like they take this kind of solace. It's like it's not fun to be reborn and lose all your memories and have to, you know, go from being a child, you know, baby where you don't know anything and everything's confusing. You know, it's hell. It's horrible. Like
It's like climbing up
reincarnation
a
is not
mountain
good.
and then being put back down and having to climb it up again.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why all the ancients, you know, they knew you have to get out of the cycle, not be happy
Not
with
stay in
this
it.
pain and torture like over and
Well,
over
that's
again.
why I always thought the whole Western understanding of karma was wrong. Because it always
totally,
seemed to
yeah,
me
totally.
that the people with the best karma have the hardest lives because they can withstand it.
I don't know about that. I mean, you get
Okay.
one good life, but no, it's a balanced system. Like people get bad lives because they exhaust their karmic, quote unquote, good karmic good lives. So,
But by the way,
like
Yeah,
you're
see,
born rich
I
once
always
and you
wondered about that.
deplete it, you know.
Because it really seems to me like when you have to live the life of what's actually happening in the worst places,
Mhm.
and still, you know, wipe your kid's ass and get through it somehow, that those are the strongest. And the kind of us here in America are kind of more like younger, babyish ones that are coddled, and to a certain extent, I mean, comparatively, Congo, Palestine, you name it, in order to get stronger and to endure what we think is life-breaking pain.
How do you get into these incredibly obtuse, abstract? It's incredible. At any
It's
rate,
very noble thoughts.
yeah. It's Macronomicus.
Well,
Yeah, Macronomicus
there's
in
not
chat.
many places I can, so I run them past you guys and hit the wall.
Okay,
Back
that's
out.
that's
For us
understood.
to even be in this comfort
Yeah.
means we've done something in a past life.
Theoretically, at least, yes.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but what do I know?
It could
I
be
find
much
that edgy.
worse.
I mean,
It could
I
be
Yeah,
much
yeah,
find
worse.
that there's
yeah.
a problem.
Yeah, could be a lot. Though I will argue
when
this: it's something that I
horrible
pointed
things-
out. So, honey, there's something I pointed out too. For those who don't remember, I do want to credit Macronomicus. He did say something in the chat. Heather Holman just left, so we love you dearly, Heather. Kiss onto you. And so Macronomicus in the chat says, neither presidential immunity nor presidential pardons protect against treason. So all I can say is we can pray that that is the case and that Trump does face justice. We can pray for that. But I'm not, I don't expect it. I'm not banking on it. So Macronomicus, I'm on your
No,
side.
he's given
but,
this
yeah.
deliberately.
Yeah, but it
To
seems
cause chaos.
Yeah, it seems to me that Trump once said that he could murder somebody on 5th or 6th Avenue and swear that he had done it on top of a stack of Big Macs and they would just let him go. And so far, he's operating with that, holding true. So we'll see if that changes at any time. There may come a time, of course, when he's lynched or, just taken down and violently executed, but I really am not banking on that. I'm just banking on things getting worse. And honestly, to tell you the truth, if I were in a position of absolute power and had the ability to bring him to justice, I would really prefer just to exile him along with a lot of his cultists to, as I said, Greater Manchuria, which is a buffer zone that's pretty much empty right now. It's a rust belt, and that would be something of a social experiment, I will admit. But nevertheless, it's
always said that.
Yeah.
I concur.
Yes, thank you.
Ghost cities. They got ghost cities.
Oh yeah. Oh, people don't even know the half of it. But
right.
Yeah, but when it comes to what I was going to say about and Heather, thank you for rejoining us. I love you dearly, Heather. Hope you heard me give you that kiss while you were away from the call for a few moments. But yeah,
exiling them is too merciful. I just burn them all alive.
I believe me, that's tempting. It is tempting.
Just get rid of the problem permanently.
I understand what you're saying, and believe me, it's appreciated. Yeah, there's satisfaction to be found in that.
But you know what's scary is that there's so much love for the people who support him. They're willing to look beyond all of his shortcomings and criminality. What happens to them when he finally is disaffected?
That's why I'm recommending that's why I'm recommending mass deportation, Troy. That's mass deportation is the solution. That's what happens to them, and it's different types of deportation that will take place. Believe me, there's
I'm sure
always.
they would be fine with it if you gave them their guns and shit.
That's what I said. If I can, I would give them all their guns with them, all their ammo that they wanted,
Right.
and believe me, I would encourage them to manufacture more.
Sell off their land and give them the cash. They'd be happy as a lark.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't be because they're attached to their land like neurotic people are, but they would adapt quickly.
I don't know, but
yeah, they would adapt quickly.
About that. Having their own hermit kingdom, you just give it a couple days until they figure out what that means, and then they'll be happy.
Yeah, that's true too. But then again,
we can do whatever we want.
There's that, but then of course there's the problem of finding anybody.
Enslaving children is legal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what libertarians are all about. They want to do away with child labor laws. They'll put their kids to work. Yeah,
we can work the mines.
Yeah, that's You're aware of that, Troy? Yeah. Did you know that, Troy? That the Libertarian Party.
Hey, I gotta edge out.
Okay. Well, love you, honey. I love you, honey.
Good night.
Yes. So,
Thank you. It's been a wonderful night.
So
very stimulating.
Yes, it has.
Thank you to all.
Yeah,
and thank you, Troy. Glad to cross the paths.
Yes. So
it's good to hear your voice too.
Thank you, and check into that phone.
Yeah, we'll check in and up until the next one. All right.
Yes, please do, and
you
of
all.
course we'll contact you otherwise if you can't come on the call, and make certain you get that new
Very
phone so that you can come back.
Very good.
There you go.
Very good. I'll get on it tomorrow, Monday morning. Here
Excellent.
It comes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, bye for now. And that's Holly Kiefer. Love her dearly, and hopefully she does get on that. It's always good to have her on. And so with Troy Bellamy, yes, I was going to point out, and I don't know if you're aware of this, the Libertarian Party, one of their stated objectives is the elimination of child labor laws. I don't know. Were you aware of that? It's like...
No, but I know that there's a movement of thought for people who feel like the kids are not learning the values of work, the dignity of work, because they're not able to work until a certain age. So they want to put them to work and do other things, basically, like you said, child labor.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, even, they've changed a lot of the things, even in schools for punishment. Kids used to, for punishment, have to go clean, rake up leaves or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And now that's the school board has gone against that.
By the way, what do they do in California, Brendan? What are they doing with the kids for punishment?
They just let them do whatever, and they don't punish them at all.
Oh,
It's horrible.
Okay. That's true. That's true.
It's
So,
way worse than when I went. When
Yeah.
I went, we were like still beaten up and shit. Now it's like
Huh.
they literally just wreck everything and smoke vapes in the bathroom and just and the admin just like is like, okay, what do you want us to do about it? It's like, I don't fucking know. They're destroying everything.
yeah, Jesus Christ. And what about
And
what-
they could show up late to sports and shit. I mean, like when I was on the sports teams, they would say you would just get kicked out straight up. I mean,
Yeah.
But apparently, ever since COVID, it's just like everything's loosey goosey now. Just whatever,
Jeez.
whenever you want to show up, just do whatever you got to do. You know.
Jeez.
So it can't be good for the future. Like it's just gonna make people weaker.
Yeah, definitely.
Less discipline and all of that stuff.
Yeah. Oh well, they'll get their discipline with the draft. They'll get that with the draft. And that's there you go. That's
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, that'll handle that. So thank you for bringing that up. When I was dealing with that one guy, said, "Tell us about the draft dodging Pato ring." And like you said, isn't Cheeto a big draft dodger, King Cheeto? Yeah, that's there you go. There's your draft.
I used the other one, Mango Messiah.
Yeah,
So
Mango.
I saw that in someone's comment the other day, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try that one.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't get it. I didn't get it. It's like it was just too weird, too obtuse. But I get it now. Once you say it, I get it. But,
Did y'all speaking of Mango Messiah?
yeah.
Obviously, I think you're talking about Trump.
Yes.
Did y'all see him? Did you see him post the image of him as the Pope?
Yes.
He
That's
talking
what.
about it was AI generated. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, we were speaking of that earlier. That's what Brendan brought up when he said that you know the Trump is trying to portray himself already, and it's almost like I said, he was just angry. He was all pissed off because he went to the funeral dressed in a blue suit instead of a black suit, and everybody shit and pissed all over him, so he was angry, and that's how he lashed back.
Oh yeah, and they all clapped for Zelensky, and they were silent when he came in.
Yeah,
Did y'all
really
see
hurt
that?
his feelings, honestly.
Did y'all see that?
Yeah. Well, thank
I
God.
took that to heart.
Yeah, he took it to heart.
He really took that one.
Yeah. So then he said, "Okay."
And it's so crazy because he took it so much to heart. He, in his sit down with Zelensky, he finally said something bad about Putin. I don't think Putin wants to end the war. Duh. You know, this is how criminal, how stupid this man is, and how stupid we got to be for allowing him to continue to prosecute this war on behalf of Putin. And everybody said it. Biden and the people said it, and Obama said it when he left office. It's just crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's I mean, I'll go into it in monologue. We'll see how much I'm sorry.
I know you will. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get myself ready for bed. I got to get up in the morning, but I sleep with my headphones on, so I can listen to you.
Excellent, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And
Good night, guys.
We love you dearly. Stay
Good
safe
night.
and be well.
Love you guys too.
Hugs. Okay, so that's Troy Bellamy.
Good night.
Yes.
Good night.
Yes. And so thank you so much. So I'll start in our monologue now, and I'll appreciate everybody interjecting whenever you feel like it. And, feel free to interject at anything. Just even if you're thinking of something on a totally different track, that's fine. I couldn't care less. I'm not quite sure how long I'll
Trying to
last.
recover from the rest of this conversation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was. Oh my God, the naivete of and like you say, there's a certain element. It's all the green weed. It really is. It's the green weed. Holly just, it's what they call the spirit of mescalita. The spirit of the green. She just imbues that shit. And it just like, everything's green to her. Everything's rosy.
To say the least. I mean, it's just.
Oh my God. And so,
I get it, but I don't at the same time.
Yeah.
You got to acknowledge the chaos in this realm.
It's so true. It's so true. And yes, so I do my best to try and think of a order to replace the chaos. Macronomica says, "Thanks, D. I remember you from Facebook days. Yeah, real justice through law is the best of all." Yes, we can hope for that. Yes, thank you. I mean, without any sarcasm, we try to do what we can within the rule of law. Unfortunately, historically, massive social dislocations, disruptions, and changes, well, there's periods of lawlessness. And when these periods of lawlessness, they occur, it's like sometimes they don't really end. You wind up with criminal regimes. What you have in Russia is a criminal regime. This is like, they never left the chaos of the collapse of the Soviet Union because that was a lawless regime. It's truly just you've had a criminal state in the center of Eurasia for over a century. It's outrageous, and it's a source of problems that it should not be. When it came to, say, for instance, when we were dealing with the Greater Soviet Empire, it was the source of the overwhelming majority of problems we experienced throughout the 20th century. And we had so many people simply refusing to acknowledge that fact, and yet everybody celebrated it with its demise. And then Putin tries to bring it back, and it's just the same thing all over again. And the problem is people keep enabling him and empowering him by buying into his bluff, or people like Trump who want him to win, literally, and it just goes on and on. But I really appreciate Troy Bellamy's understanding that Israel and Russia are essentially the same entity. It's like people used to say that Israel was the 51st state of the United States, which we could very well make that argument. But it is also essentially an extension of the Russian Empire. And that's because, well over a third of its population is Russian Jews. And so there we have that. Yeah. Ooh, that was shocking. So that was a sneeze from Nemo, I take it? Or
No, that was me.
Brent said a Jew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's allergic.
Joking.
He's allergic. He's allergic to the Jews. Yes. That's it. Thank you, Nemo. That's funny. That's really funny. At any rate, let's see if there was anything else that registers from Holly. She was sending me some other messages. I guess that they don't count. Okay. And so with that, let's do a little bit of the monologue trip, and everybody just toss anything in. But of course, I welcome people. Anything else that comes to your mind that you find relevant? There were a few other things I certainly wanted to bring up with Troy and with Holly, but she's stuck on this. It's that communist indoctrination through Bernie Sanders that, just that, the corporations, that they rule the world. They have armies. Oh, that's a good one. Like, have you ever seen corporations with massed mechanized columns of tanks? No.
Yeah, they don't have their own private armies, no.
Yeah, not like that. No, not like that. They don't have air forces. They don't have, sure, they can muster a bunch of mercenaries and drones, and they can do a lot of damage to people who can't fight back. But they can't attack a nation state like Turkey or a developed nation state. They can't attack a developed nation state. That's not what mercenary warfare is about. And of course, if someone becomes a mercenary for an established national mercenary unit, for those who don't know, the Swiss Guard of the Pope is a mercenary unit. They're simply in a very special contract where they, Swiss, are ethnically monopolizing a mercenary contract. And so they're all Swiss. And they defend the Pope because historically there was a reason for that. They saved the Pope's ass when the Pope came under attack historically, and the Pope said, fuck, I'll just contract the Swiss from now on to protect my ass. And that became almost dynastic. In fact, it is dynastic. And the Pope, for those of you who don't know, is a constitutional monarch. He is like the House of Saud, the king of the House of Saud. He is an absolute monarch. In his realm, what he says goes. People don't seem to understand that. He does rule a kingdom, the Vatican City State, which is internationally recognized, where he has all power.
He has his own throne. How's that monarchical?
Yeah, there you go. And on the throne, there is an inverted cross, the cross of St. Peter.
Do they still have that?
Yeah,
I remember seeing a picture of that, but I don't know if that was for a particular
people
pope.
were talking about it. They're like,
when did that start?
He's a Satanist.
Oh, no. It's the cross of St. Peter. Because
that's what was so funny.
Yeah, when St. Peter...
I know that, but they don't.
Yeah, but just to explain to people who don't understand, the inverted cross has often been flown by devout Catholics. Like if a Catholic was serving in the U.S. military back in World War II days, they could request an inverted cross painted on their plane, and it would have to be done because they were respecting their religion. In other words, it's a religious request, and to deny that would be denial of freedom of religion, which they're fighting for. So, but for those of you who don't know, St. Peter, when he was crucified, asked to be crucified upside down so that he would not be crucified like the Christ was. Yes. Yeah, and he said... he said, I'm unworthy to be crucified like the living God was, so please, I'm just a mere human. If you crucify me upside down. The Romans granted him that. They said, okay, we'll crucify you upside down. They don't give a shit. And so, but that became the cross of the Roman Catholic Church. So the cross of St. Peter is the inverted cross, and the reason that it's symbolic is because it also represents the upheld sword. The sword is nothing but an inverted cross, and all the Crusaders are battling with the inverted cross. So that's the cross of St. Peter. And so it's you win either way if you're a Catholic. Then when you bury the sword into the ground when you're conducting a prayer, it becomes the cross of Christ, which you're praying to. So that's the Crusaders understood what they were doing, even though modern Americans don't. And but yeah, so that being said, that clarifies.
Westernized religions just fucking destroyed their brains.
Thank you.
How they interpret these symbols.
Thank you. And the Catholics would argue it started with, of course, the Protestant Reformation, and that's the ultimate result of that is America, where you see the Protestants who worship the Jew as God. To them, God is the Jew. That's the ultimate degeneracy of their religion, is that they don't worship Christ. They worship the Jew, and they believe that.
And not even the real Jews, the imposter.
Yes, thank you. Yes. And so that is where we're coming from. But again, we're not advocating genocide, and we're advocating. Please don't giggle when I say that. Look, it's so tempting to just take an extreme stance, but we want to try and make this as easy as possible. And seriously, I'm speaking with all earnestness and sincerity when I mean, look, I'm not out to exterminate anybody, but it's obviously... we got to be realistic. Deaths are necessary, and deaths will happen, and it will have nothing to do with me. It's just the way it works.
They'll kill themselves through their own actions.
Well, sadly, yeah, Nemo's right. I mean, yeah, that's it's like it would almost be. Honestly, if I had power, I'd be stepping in to stop them from their insanity. There's got to be an easier way to do this, but as I said, they've made it as difficult as possible. Whereas before we had that option. Okay, let's connect the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, demilitarized zone through Israel. Well, they've just depopulated that. So, and they're trying to exterminate the people in the West Bank. So calculations have to change. It's just like you just deal with these things as they evolve. But definitely, at least Troy gets that much. He understands, whereas Vin was pointing out, yes, America's abandoned its allies and America is alone in the world, then, Troy was bringing up, well, everything that America does sources from Israel, that Israel is running America. We have a Zionist occupation government. And as I've argued before, with my latest episode, one of my latest episodes, the latest one before last episode, I argued the Jews do not have a right to self-defense in Israel. The Zionists of Israel have no right to self-defense because they're occupying the lands that they're waging war against. And in reality, they have a responsibility for protecting those citizens, not exterminating them. But when it comes to what we're dealing with the Zionists trying to rewrite the international laws, and thereby basically just destroying the rule of law itself. And that leaves us in a horrible position, and it leaves us in a position where there's no turning back. And that's a point that Vin was trying to make, and I will try to elaborate on Vin's point and, Troy Bellamy's point, because both their points are well taken. Of course, I may not concentrate too much on the Zionists tonight, because I did a bang-up job, I feel, on the episode before last, when I brought up the fact that they have no right to defend themselves legally. And therefore, I have, that was, you remember my precursor point. My precursor point was, I do not condemn Hamas. And that was, both of these things are, shall we say, the interrogative points that force you into the Israeli party line, which they will repeat ad nauseum, ad infinitum. They will say, do you condemn Hamas? And the other one is, Israel, do you believe Israel has a right to self-defense? So in answering both those questions, no, I do not condemn Hamas. No, Israel has no right to self-defense. It's an illegal state occupying a territory of indigenous peoples illegally, and they are annihilating them illegally. Therefore, they have no right to self-defense. They could just leave, but no. So there you go with that, and it's just going to be all the more difficult to realize the division that I felt was the only real peaceful way to solve that problem. Of course, it wouldn't have been peaceful in and of itself. And when Nemo brings up, they'll destroy themselves by their actions, if people find that somehow improbable, then they just don't understand the fact that the Jews are on the verge of a civil war in Israel. And this has to do with, of course, now they're forcing the religious minorities to serve. And of course, they should. But at the same time, they're serving in a cause that is illegal and unjust, and they don't want to serve. So that's going to be a source of the upcoming civil war in Israel. And so they're in for a bad time, and they'll destroy themselves in their own way. And but it's not like I wouldn't be willing to help them along. So it's it is what it is. And by that, when I say help them along, that doesn't mean annihilation or extermination. It means just destroying the Israeli state as we know it. And I do believe it would be better off as North Israel, which would be secular, and South Israel, which would be religious. And it would be fitting, biblically as well, because that means the religious Jews would be in the desert, the Negev. And that's actually biblically coherent. So all that being said, what else comes to my mind? Certainly, you gentlemen can think of other things that are relevant that you would like to bring up that you can remind me of before I go into tonight's monologue.
I did post that thing regarding, it's up to you if you want to talk about it.
Tell us about that. Yeah, please tell us.
Because that dude in the YouTube chat was completely disagreeing with me when I said,
Thank
JFK.
you for hiding. Thank you for hiding her from the channel. I believe she claimed to be a her, but I believe that the person was ultimately disingenuous because they had nothing on their channel. Their channel was empty. So because the channel was empty, that's instantly suspect. But please continue. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was saying, because I was saying, JFK was assassinated because he was keeping Israel in check and trying to prevent them from doing mass development of nuclear weapons, and he was trying to put the US dollar back on the gold standard. But he just disagreed on the Israel nuclear weapon part, but he was like, but I just agree with him trying to put the US dollar back on gold standard. But yeah, I just want, because you know a lot about that, I'm pretty sure. JFK trying to stop Israel from making nuclear weapons and all that.
Yeah, no.
And that contributed in his assassination.
Yeah.
It was a factor.
Yeah. It's definitely a factor, and they have been involved certainly with 9/11. If assassination of JFK, I'll say this: if the Israelis were involved with that, which I certainly do not have any argument against the concept. I would have to find out more and actually do some research on it. I really don't know that much about that angle. But as I've said before, everybody wanted JFK dead. And it's almost like a personal thing at this point where, you know, it's a tragedy, but it's also just, it's one of these things that is almost a moot point at this point. Far more relevant is their involvement with 9/11. And that's damning. Far more damning.
Oh, of course.
Far more damning was what Troy Bellamy said about there being, you know, about George W. Bush Jr. vacationing on Longboat Key when the Twin Towers collapsed. That's outrageous. Anyhow, so in the interim, I'm just trying to gather some quotes here. So I want you gentlemen to help me by basically burning the bandwidth with me until I get these things. I mean, hey, do me a favor and ask Brendan a question about some of the cards that he's got. That'll help, because I know you are familiar with his cards, the Yu-Gi-Oh cards and some of these other trading cards that he...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
yeah, I used to buy a bunch of them, but it's an expensive hobby. I can't do that anymore. I'd rather just spend my money on something else.
Oh no,
I
understood.
keep all my cards.
Oh yeah, I'm not encouraging you to buy them, but you must have some stories and some questions. Like what about some experiences you had with them? I mean, you heard what Brendan said about the kind of gamers he ran into. Did you encounter?
I never did it. I just solely collected them. I just liked the art and just having it. I needed when I quit smoking first time, I needed a hobby. So I'm like, oh, I got to keep my mind on something. So I just bought cards. And just went through them all and, you know, categorizing them and putting all my rare cards into the sleeves and card folders, just admiring them and whatnot. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I did play the video games of them online, although like 2,000 hours in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and over 2,000 hours in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Masters. Fucking hell.
Oh, does that bring anything to mind, Brendan? Does that bring anything to mind, Brendan?
He went offline.
Oh, you're kidding. Jesus Christ. Brendan, yeah. Get back online, Brendan, please. I got to take a break soon. Yes, thank God. Brendan, can you back me up while I take a piss break and talk with yeah. I don't like the sound of that. What's that mean? Yeah. Come on, you can do this, Brendan. You know, hey, look, it's Nemo. Nemo can talk.
Mathematics, they went out the window real quick.
Yeah.
No, I'm obviously being facetious. Go to the bathroom.
Okay. Yeah. So, just give me a second here. I'm trying to gather some quotes. So, anyhow, there we are. I'm just trying to gather the right quotes here that would say the right thing for what I'm trying to. I'm trying to follow.
What happened to the bathroom? Sure.
Okay, I'm going to the bathroom.
That's quick.
Going to the bathroom. Just I'm just trying to gather some quotes from Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, a few of these other guys to basically put some of the perspective into what was said by Vinny and Troy. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be back in about 5-ish, 10-ish at the most, because I'll make another cup of tea. Tell you what, I'll be gone about 11 to 12 minutes. So you guys have got this, and yeah, everybody, you're in the best of hands. It's Nemo and it's Bren. I mean, these are talkers. They can talk, and I mean, they're good at what they do. And all right, I'm going mute.
Yeah, I have a question here. Yeah, Brendan, do you have like collections of garnet or topaz or amethyst jewelry or what trinkets?
I have some stuff. Like I have some faceted stones that are topaz. I have a few garnets, like really nice garnets, but nothing that's like big or substantial. They're just kind of like little pieces I've collected because eventually I'm going to forge some jewelry with them, so I need it.
Are you gonna forge them yourself, or you gonna pay someone? All right.
No, the original intent was to make some enchanted rings, so I'm just like collecting the materials
slowly over time.
Are they enchanted by the stones, or you do something with the stones, enchanting them? Like,
It's proprietary, but there are things you could do. So the stones themselves just have to be natural, like untreated.
yeah,
And then you, depending on the effect that you want, you would use the different astrological points and whatever, if like a planet is exalted or, somehow enhanced in its positioning, then you could make different. So that's like amulet magic. So you'd make amulets. But if you want to make just in general these kind of these things that will basically be wards and stuff, you can make wards anytime.
right.
But there are certain positions that strengthen it. But in general,
I heard something about red garnet being a good ward against evil and stuff like
yeah.
that.
Oh yeah. Red garnet is really nice.
What can you tell us from your knowledge about the magical properties of topaz and amethyst? Those particular ones.
Oh, okay. So amethyst is an ancient one. So I can get my some of my notes on it. But I know for.
And before you answer that, just another quick question: can you synergize the red garnet, topaz, and amethyst together, like wear them all, and they can be synergized, or is it best to have them separate?
It depends on your actual chart, like your personal energies. But typically, you can add 3 stones. But the thing is, with all stones, they're amplifiers. So so like they use quartz and ruby and sapphire. They use all those stones to amplify lasers, to create the different kind of like gear ratios in clocks and watches. So these things can amplify signals and amplify movement and stuff like that. So if you think about it in like an engineering perspective, if your spirit and your body has a certain energy, there are some of them that you don't want to amplify, and then there are some you do want to amplify. So it's like stones can be used as remedies, but if you overdo it, it'll just amplify whatever energies are there. So if you want to increase abundance, for example, but the thing is, you have to be in a mode to contain that. So you can't too much of a good thing, that kind of concept.
Yeah.
So that happens a lot with stones. And each stone has its own energy, obviously, but basically like a radio, some of the old radios are actually made, they're called radio crystal receivers. So like the very early radios and like the Tesla crystal radio and stuff, and they can communicate with, like, you can hear like different spirits on them and stuff, like different realms even that are outside of the physical.
Like a spirit box.
Yeah, the spirit radio, Tesla spirit radio and all that. So that's the just a physical proof of what this kind of concept is, that you can actually bring it into like a sound vibration and listen to it. So you can actually pull in too much energy cosmically, and it's not good for everyone. So, does that make sense, kind of what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you don't want to, if you have, go on.
Yeah. No, carry on. That's it. That was it.
I was just like, if you happen to have a ruby ring, a sapphire ring, you wouldn't want to be wearing it all the time, kind of thing. Only in certain
you want to be more strategic. You want to be more strategic. Because I used to do that. I'll put on like all my rings and go around town and all that. But it's like, you could feel it. It's just got too much. Like there's too much going on, and too much energy is not good necessarily. So a lot of times when people feel burnt out, it's actually not that you have low energy. It's that you have too much energy and it burns you out, like a capacitor or something, it can't, or like a computer chip. Yeah, if it gets hot, it stops working. But it doesn't mean it's not functional. It's just it
Yeah.
loses its ability to efficiently process. So the same goes with the body. It's like, so if you have way too many energies, you're gonna get burnt out for, you know. So that's, and then you kind of get that. I'm sure you've seen those kind of granola people, like the dreadhead hippies, where they're
Yeah.
always wearing stones all the time, and they get this
And they
kind of
just look
weird
fucked up.
spaciness.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They look older than they are and stuff for no reason. So a lot of
Yeah.
that comes from like, yeah, wearing too many stones and the different things they're imbibing, too many herbs. Like you can't just go too hard with it.
Definitely.
So that's, you know, and over time I've gotten to the point where I'm just like a single stone wearer. And a lot of the stones, like if they're not jiving with you, they'll just straight up leave.
All right.
Like crystals have like this kind of weird connection to the earth, and it's like they have their own intelligence. So like if it's a ring that you shouldn't be wearing all the time, and it'll just disappear, or it'll like fall off, right? You know, like how they show in Lord of the Rings, kind of.
Yeah, yeah.
How the ring can just like fall off, or like if you're not doing what it wants, it'll just like get you killed or drop you off, or, you know. That's like an extreme example, but it'll just like fall off your finger or something. So some of these stones can actually do that. Like recently I was over like doing some meditation by the lake, and I had a garnet stone ring and a iolite ring, and I was just, you know, charging them up in the river, and I pulled both of them out with like a stick. I had both of them 100%. Then I set them down, and just one of them disappeared instantly and just was eaten. I just completely gone.
Wow.
Like, and I've been back to that place 3 times. I've looked, and when I was there, I looked for about an hour, and just it's gone. And then my other garnet ring also disappeared. So it's
Shit.
just, yeah. So 2 garnets disappeared, but at the time of me getting them, they were extremely beneficial and protective. But then the second I don't need them anymore and I wore it, they both took off. And there's no sign of them, or like no one turned them in, you know. There's no, like, one of them I thought I lost at work, but there's just like no way it would just disappear like that. It was somewhere out in nature. So a lot of them
How
have
are you
a
supposed to know if you really need it? Like, you just got to know what situation you're going to be in and what particular stone would be beneficial for that
well, if it's
circumstance.
if you're kind of like, you can kind of know ahead of time what you need by, like, you can have someone. So in Jyotish, they're called remedial stones. So you can look up like your chart, and it'll tell you what stones would be beneficial for any particular person, and those are usually neutral to beneficial. So like if you've got like a Mercury kind of body type, or a Mercurian setup in your energies, then emerald's easier for you to handle. Or if you have Jupiter, you can get like yellow sapphire. Or if you have like sun, you could wear like more amber, or, you know, yellow stones. So
Right.
things, or even ruby is sun as well. So it just depends on what you're trying, like what energies are you trying to amplify. So if you come at it like an engineering perspective, like why would anyone use any substance? Like if you're building a cell phone, like you need, you know, antimony for the chip to work, and you need silicon for the chip to work. But to amplify the signal, then you bring in, you know, the tantalum or whatever, the extra piece, or geranium, or some other substance. So you can look at it like your body is like electric. So you say like, oh, what do I want to amplify? And then you would pick. Then you'd pick like regular quartz is like just a general amplification. So just pure quartz, like white quartz, that's like amplifying just on its own.
Hey, I'm back, but
Which stone?
Continue. Ask a question. Which stone? Continue, please.
Oh yeah, which stone? Just for a laugh, like which stone would you think would be mostly useful if you're trying to get out the sexual energy to, you know, fuck a chick that night? Like, what stone would be?
Oh yeah,
proper for that.
I mean, so any like red stone, of course, is
Okay.
going to be helpful. Like, yeah, garnet
garnet is very beneficial for that because it's related to blood, and blood is the
Goes in your genitals, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's considered like blood is considered like the the fire element. Like even though it's water, it's just like that's where all the nutrients circulate and all that. So you want to amplify that, and that's and it's connected to the heart, and that's like connection people to other beings. So stuff like that. Like you're talking about jewelry or just in general like crystals? Because
wearing it as jewelry.
Yeah, garnet,
the stone,
and ruby.
Yeah.
Like garnet and ruby.
Yeah,
are going to be ultimate for that. Like drawing, and and it depends. Like if you want like just, if you want like an encounter, then it's something else. But if you want like something long term, then it's something else. It's another stone. So
I heard that red garnet also helps you get into the spirit world. Like how access has more.
Yes.
Allows you to gain access to the spirit world.
Yes. Garnet is like one of the best stones, actually.
So if you wear that while sleeping, they'll probably send your spirit to the other dimensions in the spirit world.
There are other stones for that. There are other ones like selenite, and these things are more dreamlike.
All right.
So, like those are like lunar connected ones, but even white quartz can do that. Clear quartz, or there are a few crystals called like celestite, and these ones that the blue stones, the light blue crystals and stuff will actually amplify the astral projection and stuff like that. Garnet's more grounding, actually. It's more earthy.
All right.
So, yeah. Anyways, you can keep going with the different questions.
Please, because the audience loves it. The numbers are going up. So,
what type of stone jewelry would you say would go best with like conjuring rituals?
Well, I mean, the classic. Like anything that amplifies, the classic quartz, you have the crystal. Like, the crystal ball, like every cheesy witch has one, in like fiction.
Yeah.
Like, because the crystal ball amplifies and like stuff like that. But basically quartz, that's why a lot of witches use it, quartz and, those things, because they amplify signals.
What color are they?
Any quartz. I mean, really, clear quartz is the amplification. So it's like clear quartz is like number one. That's why you get like Lemurian quartz and all these things. Like people think because they can translate literally stuff from stars and all that. But
so what is the amethyst? I'll go on.
Yeah. So amethyst. Amethyst is more of the dreamstone, like you're talking about, connecting with the spirit world. It can reduce drunkenness, so it can combat alcoholism and various issues with drugs. That's what the ancient Greeks used it for. They would actually put it into wine to prevent drunkenness and things like that. So it has a very strong, effect in that way. Sorry, I'm looking for my stuff. So just keep going with this train of thought while I'm looking.
What
for
is your knowledge of topaz on its property, magical properties?
Topaz is more subtle, a more subtle type stone. So it's it's mental. It's like a mental stone. So it's good for like learning, creativity.
So if you're studying and researching, that.
Yeah, it helps with the ment, like to make things clearer, flow easier, stuff like that.
What about emerald?
Emerald's a mercury stone. I mean, right away, mercury. So communication, all the things Mercury rules over, mercantilism, like salesmanship, communication, even that has to do with learning and knowledge as well. Like Mercury's very smart, very intelligent, very quick. It helps with travel, like making travel smoother and all of that. Yeah. So give me a second.
Yeah.
Still looking, like my books are all just disorganized, so I'm looking
So if
through
you're
my
stand-up
my library.
comedian, you want to wear emerald ring for communication.
Yeah, or a comedy can also be, other stones can rule that too. But Mercury is very comedic and quick and witty and
Right.
you know, things like that.
That's right. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And how
he's
about
very
the sapphire?
Depends on the color. So sapphire
Like blue,
is
like a
around-
blue one.
Yeah, that's Saturn. Obviously, that's Saturn. So blue sapphire is like a big Saturnian stone. It's like the #1 Saturn. Stone. Yeah, that's like hardcore business, or if you need something done in time, you know, that's like a Saturn ruled thing.
Right.
So I can't find my notebook on this, but we can just kind of wing it and just take it like it is.
No, you're doing
As
fine
of right now.
You're doing fabulous. Oh, and I appreciate it.
And I'll read a few things
Oh,
about these.
Yeah,
Go ahead with the question first, and I'll tell you.
Oh, it's just because what about pearls themselves? Surely they got. It's more to than just vanity. Like, do they have some sort of energy or no pearls? No.
Yes. No, you're right on. But pearl is moon, so it makes so pearls are good for beauty, obviously. So even the actual physical substance of pearls is used in like beauty creams and all of that. But it's moon related, lunar. So lunar is the more feminine of the luminaries. So it'll increase your beauty, you know, increase your subtlety, make you more nurturing. So that's why, I don't know if you've ever hear like people complaining about guys wearing pearls. Like there's just something wrong. Like it just doesn't look right, you know?
Interesting.
Conflicts with their masculine energy or something.
Yeah, or it's just like something that, you know, a lot of people will say, oh, how can dudes wear pearls? Like it just makes
It doesn't
look
seem
creepy.
fitting. Yeah, it seems more
Yeah, it just
fitting
makes
on
you look
female.
creepy, you know? Yeah. So, but people, because things are so, like the knowledge is lost, people don't know what to mix anymore.
Right.
So you see like rappers, they'll just wear whatever, like hundreds of stones
so
and all that
stupid.
shit, and they're all fucked up.
They'll put it
they'll
all
wear
in their
pearls
teeth.
or whatever. Yeah, and the teeth, or like that one guy, he like implanted the diamond into his forehead, and someone ripped it off.
He put diamonds and gold chains in his scalp.
Yeah, and then
What a fucking idiot.
Oh.
Well, apparently Uzi put like the big, like a $2 million pink diamond in someone while he was passed out, ripped it out of his head.
Oh, what happened to him? Did he survive that? Or
yeah. It was superficial. Like it's like a piercing. They just put it into your forehead.
Oh God, that's
He deserves it. He's an idiot.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
they're obviously all sellouts to the dark side.
All those rappers,
scum.
they're retarded, and they sold their life to the Khazarians that rule the entertainment
they don't
industry.
care. Yeah, they just wanted money. They don't fuck about anything else.
And they're stupid because the money they receive from the record label, that's just an advancement when you sign up. You got to pay that back in record sales. And they immediately spend that all on bling instead of studio time and all that shit.
True.
And so they're left. And so they're left to no choice but to getting into drug dealing. They earn the money to pay it back to the record labels.
Oh my God, you've got it. You've got the economics figured out. I'm impressed. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. But continue.
So Mercury. So we were talking about emerald. So emerald can generally be, you know, related to Mercury. So Mercury is the winged messenger of the gods. He represents all forms of communication, speech, language, writing. All communication professions can be supported. It governs mental processes, capacity for logic and analysis. Mathematician and statistician of the zodiac. His position is in a horoscope reveals the quickness of thought and ability to analyze or calculate. He's always clever, full of energy, loves to joke and use words with many meanings. Speech is always sweet, and lord of mathematics, business, and the rational mind, who rides a lion with the elephant's head. He who worships Mercury is blessed with intelligence and discernment. So that's like That's the energy you would be shooting for by wearing an emerald, as per like Jyotish or something like that. So
Right.
So each stone has its rulership, whereas, you know, like diamonds are Venus, and like I said, yellow stones would be that thing. Yeah, Saturn is the supreme terrifier among planets. He's the lord of death and time. He's authoritarian and can give a kingdom and snatch it away. He who worships Saturn will be relieved of all sorrows and miseries, and his life will be put into order. So there you go.
Right.
And there's many, many other different things, but he rules over generally those things. He's the lord of time and limitations, and governs longevity in one's chart. The area it influences will be subject to struggles or delays in progress, because it's the graha of time. It's very slow, so it'll slow things down. But Saturn can be compared to the brakes in a car. As such, it governs over caution, rigidity, slowness, and limitations. He rules over discipline. But the thing is, people think Saturn is bad. You know, it's considered a malefic planet in most astrology circles.
Yep.
But you know, but if you drive a car without a brake, I mean, what happens? Like
You crash and you die.
Yeah, you crash and you die. So Saturn, people don't realize that when the Saturn breaks happen in someone's life, and like it's considered malefic or evil or something's going wrong, it's preventing you from getting into worse situations.
Right.
So it's like you wouldn't drive a car without a brake, or any vehicle. So why would you drive your life with just like, you know, full Mars? Like Mars is the accelerator, so you wouldn't go full blast and expect everything to work out, right? In a car or anything. So when it comes to life, though, everyone wants, like, you know, always to be expanding and progressing, but those things can be bad too. Like diseases like cancer and stuff, it's just unchecked expansion.
That's right.
So you can't have that and be like healthy or whatever. So Saturn, people like to villainize Saturn, but Saturn's actually very important. There you go. Do you have any more questions about the different stones?
Oh, yeah, like I was looking at a piece of jewelry that was interesting, like Brazilian cut rainbow generator quartz. It's like $400 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
And that's just on discount price. It was originally $800.
Okay. Is it like an aura quartz? Because those are generally treated, so those won't be as beneficial necessarily.
It doesn't specify, but it's like it's really white and like not translucent. It's just solid
Like
white.
clear?
No, it's not clear at all. It looks like an ice cube with like just filled with air bubbles.
Okay, got it.
Like a non-clear ice cube.
Yeah. Well, it could be. I mean, it could be natural, but I would be wary of a lot of those really expensive stones. Some of them can be treated or whatnot, and then
I wouldn't buy that.
Yeah, people would try and like oversell like different things. Like I remember a couple years ago, there was like a fad with what was it called, like aura quartz, where it's just they basically just put like a treatment on it and it looks all shiny, and so people like these girls that think that they're like spiritual or some shit, they buy it. And you know, I got my aura quartz pendant, you know, it's like, you know, blasting through the ether, and it's like, wait a second, that's not natural. I don't know where the hell you got that idea from. So there's a lot of charlatans and stuff in this field which is why everyone mistrusts it naturally. Like crystal waving, you know, people joke about that. You crystal waving people. But there's a merit to it. So Doug, when you were gone, I was explaining that it's like engineering.
Yeah.
So it's like crystals, like all stones, amplify the signal.
Yes.
So you're getting like a cosmic signal in your biology.
Yeah.
That's coming from inside out, outside in, whatever. Like that signal can be amplified by these stones. So depending on which one you choose, you don't necessarily want to amplify everything. So you got to look at it as like from an engineering kind of perspective that, you know, these things amplify signals.
So that's why they're used in crystal radios. Those are made out of crystal. Like Tesla's Spirit radio was a crystal with like wires wrapped around it that would pull vibrations from different dimensions, where you could hear beings talk. Stuff like that weren't earthly. So you don't want to amplify signals of your body necessarily.
Excellent point.
But it does have its merit. Like diamonds can increase your lifespan because Venus, it has like that power. Like Venus is one of the planets that can give you eternal life and stuff like that.
And that factors in why the rich live longer, because they wear diamonds.
Well, the ones that know about it.
The ones that have occult knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. And even those people, like, you would have to be like completely healthy, like, for it to take effect. So some of these people, like, obviously King Charles ain't in that. Like,
have their own organic
he was told,
farm.
but he don't give a fuck, something like that.
Like fucking Bill Gates. Oh, I got my own organic apples, but I help feed this human scum.
But he eats
apples.
like burgers and stuff. I mean, this guy ain't shit. Like an Indian villager eats better than Gates. Honestly.
That's true.
So for him to say that he's trying to save the world and shit, is it just a joke?
He's trying to poison it. He's a phony.
Helping. I remember they used to make us watch in college, like, it was like Bill and Melinda Gates, and they were saying how they wanted to sterilize all Africans because African women they were giving away sterilizations to African women and saying it's because they won't get, if they're having 10 children, their chances of economic prosperity go down by 10% and all this shit. And we were like flabbergasted. I mean,
it's what you should have been. That's outrageous.
Idiots in class that were like, "Oh, they're so philanthropic." And
I'm
like,
wow.
I was like, these people are sterilizing villagers in Africa for no reason. It's just insane.
His perspective and reasoning for those actions is comical. Like, if it was me, I'd just say, well, yeah, they're dirt poor and starving, so why would you want to reproduce and have those children starve to death and be dirt poor? Like, it's just torture.
That's basically what they said.
Pretty much. That's...
It's just they put it in this like foo-foo kind of language so college students would think it was good or something. Like that is like generally beneficial somehow or something.
That's incredible. I had no idea. I should have had. I just never paid attention to them. But as much as perhaps
like he should put his money into like building schools to educate them on agriculture and all that shit that can benefit them. To combat starvation.
That would be ideal. Of course.
Perhaps. Of course, there's other...
or not, just ignore them, like, just focus on...
There's always that, there's always that.
I personally think people, like, generally the people in Africa know more about survival than anyone in the West. And
yes. At the tactical level, yes.
Yeah, because if you put anyone else in their situation, like, we would die instantly.
I mean,
within a week or something.
Oh, yeah.
A couple days.
Yeah.
So it's all about perspective there. Like,
when you live in a hostile environment
it's not that they don't know how to live. It's that the land stops producing because people go against nature and nature doesn't give. That's why deserts are created and stuff. Like, nature just stops giving. Like, and all those places used to give tons of food. Like, the Sahara Desert was a giant rainforest. I mean, it's like, but beings went against nature and nature doesn't give. It's that simple. Like, it's nothing, mystical about that. Like, it's intelligent and it knows who to give what to and not. Like, in the ancient times, like, people didn't work for food. Like, you didn't work for agriculture. It was just like food just was there. Like, fruits were just like falling off trees and stuff as you were walking. You could like you can walk 2,000 miles and just not have to worry about food. That's how the biosphere was at one point.
That's true. Yes. I mean, that's how the indigenous people in certain parts of the Amazon rainforest still live. It's just literally you live picking food off the trees.
Natural buffet everywhere.
Yeah, that's right. It's incredible.
Yeah. So, but when you mistreat nature, then it stops giving. Then you can't even plant food or anything like that. So, and the Native Americans know that. like
Yeah.
the Hopi and stuff, they realized it was like punishment from like they call them like the holy people.
Yeah.
The Navajo call them like holy people. So they realized that they were punished enough that's why they had to live like that, which is why they were stewards of the land and stuff. They were hoping to appease, you know, the elements.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. And so that's thank you. I mean, this has been incredible, and we've had a good response. As I said, you maintained good numbers throughout, and many people joined to hear us, and certainly hear what you had to say, and continue if you wish.
Just one more.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
as long as you want. Believe me, there's no limits. Go on.
About the labradorite, is that how you pronounce it? Labrador or labradorite stone?
Labradorite. Yeah.
Labradorite is that's right.
Labradorite. The blue. Yeah. Apparently, it's good for keeping negative energy at bay, and also works with your throat and third eye chakra. Any truth to that,
Yeah.
or is that made up?
Yeah. It has its merit, but I found it to be very amplifying of mystical energies. So it can actually invite like negative entities in.
Right.
Like if you're not careful with it. Like it's like a scrying stone. So it's like the Vikings used to use it to like see the sun like through you know, through the clouds and stuff like that. So it's very protective.
Yeah.
Oh, they glitched him.
Your voice cut out.
No, they glitched you.
Basically.
Yeah, once you said it's very protective, then you got cut off. Go on.
Yeah, it's very protective, but the modern stones are like large pieces, and people bring them into their house, and they're very amplifying.
Well, that's
that
just a
could
giant
actually-
amplifier.
Yeah, and that can actually, so a lot of these crystals and stuff, like beings can actually like see through them or come through them. And
Holy
so
shit.
that's why it's not good to have like big ass crystal balls in your house and like stuff like that. Like I actually have a piece of labradorite that I had to put away because it's just like, and you can experiment with this. You don't have to take my word for it. You can get like a little piece and like put it on your forehead or something. And after like 5 minutes, you'll be like, your head will be spinning because of the amplification is so strong. You know, so it's. I'm not saying it's bad or don't do it. I'm just saying like the way people do it now is insane. They'll bring those like $5,000. Like I know we always bring this guy up, but like Andrew Bartzy's level.
Thank you.
Where he has those giant like terminated amethyst like $1,000 crystals in his backyard, and then. Sure as shit, next time you see him, he looks like he's just getting invaded by, you know, like a sock puppet from all these entities.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, so you got to be like cautious, you know, you have to be cautious with these things.
No.
I guess it's just real tempting to have all that because they look so fucking beautiful, and it's good eye candy. Like,
exactly.
You feel like, I gotta have that because it just looks so nice.
Yeah, well, he indulged himself with that, and if you take a look at him, he's in bad shape. Not only that, but believe me, my ratings are better than his at this point. I mean, you know, our man Brendan can attest to that. It's like that poor bastard. He's really spiraled.
He looks like the guy from Breaking Bad who becomes fucking Walter's new partner, and he gets shot in the head by Jesse. He looks exactly like him. That nerdy Jew. Meth cooker.
Yeah.
That's about right, yeah.
And he even has a similar personality. Like, when you see that character, he's into the same shit. What you're describing as Andrew is into.
Yeah.
It's like a clone.
Poor son of a.
I'm probably based off of him because the producers probably hated that guy.
Yeah.
They probably got rid off by him.
Then killed him off. Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah, and they kill him off, and there was revenge. Yeah. Because he probably said, "Oh, I'm going to give you a contract revocation." Took like thousands of dollars, and then their life didn't improve at all, and they were like, "This guy scammed me." You know?
I love it. Oh shit! Yeah, go on. Yes, continue. That's
So yeah, I
What
like
about-
labradorite, but it has its limitation.
Okay. Yeah, what about
Like, it's one of the most beautiful looking stones.
Yeah, it looks real nice. What about selenite?
Yeah,
What are your
selenite's
thoughts
more
on that?
protective.
All
It's
right.
more neutral.
How would you use it? Selenite.
Selenite, they claim that it can cleanse any stone, or it's more of a cleansing kind of device. So that's why you get those big selenite rods and all that.
Cleanse and charge other crystals with it, or
Yeah. So from my experience, yes, selenite is neutralizing. I wouldn't say cleansing, but they just, you know, it's all about marketing. They'll say, oh, it'll cleanse your aura and all that shit. But it's like, I would say it's neutralizing. So it's like taking a salt bath or something. It just like nullifies too much energy around you. So it's good to keep by your bed when you're sleeping or something.
Okay. So that's fine to do. Yeah, I notice in the descriptions on all these stones, they really try to color the benefits and exacerbate it.
Yeah.
I mean, exaggerate it, and they never talk about the cons of it. Because they want you to buy it. Because they want, buy this.
Yeah. It's all marketing. It's all marketing.
Yeah. I need to find if you can, whenever, can you send me like a recommendation to a book on the full ancient knowledge of all these stones that you might know of, or whatever?
That's the thing. The only people that keep that are the controllers. They don't let that information out.
Right, but how did you learn of it? Like, did you find a book that was useful for getting that knowledge? Or was it through just experience, trial and error kind of thing?
I mean, it's like, you can find some books on, but they're all like old and out of print books.
Yes.
Like, they don't... I have a couple of them, but it's impossible to... Like, you could probably find like maybe some PDFs or something. I'll send you some titles.
Yeah,
But
just send me links to that.
In general, the main like knowledge is completely taken out.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing that is the biggest criticism of the crystal heads and all these hippies, is that there is no, like, how can something be all positive 100%? Like, it just doesn't exist.
Thank you.
Yep.
Like, every stone, they claim every single stone is positive somehow.
Yeah.
So it's very strange.
And that's what
You smell
Bartzy's
a rat
bought into.
immediately.
Well, they don't. And Bartzy's bought into it. Just more is better. And he surrounded himself with crystals. And he turned his whole estate into a new age crystal garden. But it's more than a garden. It's like a NORAD, a North American Air Defense radar array, which he's got, up there, which he thinks of as kind of like a fence protecting him. This is my astral fence, my astral wall that's protecting me against the negative entities, when he's just amplifying them how would you say it? Bringing them in using the antenna. They're just coursing.
Yeah. So a good way to think about it, like if you're talking like stories, like in Lord of the Rings, like when Saruman and Gandalf are talking, like they even show it in the films. I think the extended edition, where he shows them the Palantir, and he like pulls the curtain. There's like a cloth over it, and he pulls the cloth, and he says, like Gandalf is like, you never know who will be watching. You can't just leave it uncovered, and he covers it back up, and then it shows like Sauron for a second. So it's like, that's how I would treat all crystals, is like, you don't know who could be watching, through the crystal. Like, there's no reason to leave it uncovered in your house.
To keep them concealed when you're not using them.
Yeah. Especially when you're not using them. Yeah.
Interesting.
So any like good witch or something, like any good magic user, we'll just call them that. Any good magician, they always keep their crystal ball covered. And they'll say, oh, it's so my house doesn't start on fire, like if the sun hits it, but that's not why.
Yeah.
It's because other things can see through it, and other things can come through it.
Fucking hell.
And so having those big ass crystals like everywhere in your house is like
just like a big gate, a big spiritual gate.
Yeah.
Demons from hell coming into your
home. They're piezo electric. Like those big quartz crystals are piezo electric, so I mean, they could be like, just things can come in and stuff like that. So so that's like the occult knowledge of crystals, like the hidden, the occult meaning hidden. And
Oh,
And
I
even-
keep getting these experiences of succubus in my.
Yeah, yeah. You can ask these crystal people. Sometimes they'll tell you all kinds of weird shit. Like they see the grays and shit. Like these are like beings that come in while they're sleeping because they're like soaking in crystal energy. And then they'll put like their tarot card decks next to it and shit. Like just like too much.
So when you
Yeah.
experience these succubi, are you bragging or complaining, Nemo?
No, I was just like speaking like a person
God.
who has a crystal, and he's saying, "Oh, I keep getting
Holy
these
shit.
experiences."
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
because you got a giant fucking gate in your fucking home,
Yeah.
letting
Okay.
them in.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you for relating that, for qualifying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, in my opinion, the only crystal you should really have, unless you have like high level knowledge on it, is just like salt around your bed, just to
Yeah,
prevent
that's
anything
what
from
I
bugging
use.
you while you're sleeping.
That's natural. A natural stone, just sea salt in a glass cup.
Yeah, the rock salt is called halite. So if you look up halite, that's like the most protective thing you can get. Like that's the real psychic fence
Okay.
that
Thank
you can have is rock salt.
Okay.
Because
Yep.
then, stuff like that. But when it comes to like personal, so the reason why they use little personal jewelry in the Middle Ages and stuff is because that syncs with your your body, your biology. So, I don't really want to say, I'll tell you privately, but there's like ways you can strengthen the crystal to match your biology with your own DNA and stuff like that, your own signature, where the stone becomes actually like part of your biosphere, and then it becomes more connected, where if it wants to protect you, it'll stay with you. If it has to leave, it'll leave. That's a different kind of magic, but amulet creation. It's like a personal amulet creation. And and also when my friend and I, when we were buying a lot of jewelry and stuff in 2020, like when we had extra cash, he actually bought a cursed ring, and he said, "Oh, I got this good deal on a ring." And the second I saw it, I was like, "Dude, that is cursed ring."
Yes.
And he's like, "Yeah, they sold it to me really cheap." And I was like, "Dude, you got to get rid of that." And
Yeah.
his
What a
life just
dickhead.
fucking fell apart. So, and he even broke his leg, like he tore his ACL and stuff like that.
Oh God.
And I told him, I said, like, "Dude, that was the ring. Like, you got to get rid of that." And this is Doug. This is the guy that doesn't have a job still, and he still has the ring.
Of
He
course.
still has the ring, and I've been telling him, like, "Dude, you got to get
Dude,
rid of it."
well, he's like Gollum at this point. He's Gollum. He's got the ring, and he's going to keep it, and it'll take him to his grave. That's there you go. That says everything. That adds a new
And he even got this. He even got this like weird, like I want to call her Asian, but she was almost like half Cho or something.
Yeah.
This like weird looking girlfriend that was like
Got it.
sucking it off of him and shit.
Oh,
his
got
energy.
it. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That she
So-
gated her in. She got attracted. Yeah. She said,
Yeah, and so he's like never recovered from that, as far as I'm concerned. So what I'm saying is, if you want something amulet related and shit that you want to keep, definitely don't buy old jewelry. Like,
Thank you.
like you have to be pretty high level, and I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying you have to be pretty high level to deal with, like ancient jewelry and stuff. That's why there's only like
Yes.
a few brokers that deal in that, and they're all British and stuff because they know how to manage that when they buy and sell those things.
Interesting.
Like Sotheby's knows like a lot of occult knowledge on how to deal with reselling that they will never tell like just the plebes how to do.
Of course not. Of course not.
So,
In
yeah,
fact,
you know the story of the Hope Diamond and all that. Like these stones are wildly cursed stones.
yes.
I mean,
yes.
like they'll destroy your life and shit. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
anyways, carry on.
No, that's
Yeah, don't
incredible.
play with what you don't know. Yeah, I don't intend on buying any of those stones until I learn everything.
Or just buy new. My point was just buy new. Like new, not new to you, like straight up, like freshly, like where the jeweler just made it. Because that's
it
more
hasn't
neutral.
been worn by anybody, and
Exactly. Yeah. So that's the best experiences I've had, is having a brand new piece and then you kind of, enchant it with your own kind of vibe or whatever.
put
you
your
want.
own energy in it. Yeah.
Yes. And then those are the more beneficial. So Like, and then here I'll give you like a little tutorial of garnet, because garnet is a very beneficial stone, especially for being on Earth and stuff.
All right.
Yeah. So, legendary qualities of garnet are steeped in history. So it can bring peace, prosperity, increase good health, because it's related to like blood and nutrients and stuff like that. It has been called as the gem of faith, because some believe that those who wore it were able to do good, and good things had come their way. It says, on the other hand, there were others that believed if you wore it and committed evil acts, the fortunes would be reversed and you would have a bad fortune. So that's a good example of the amplification property of it.
So only if you're wearing it, like, yeah.
Yeah, like if you wear it and you do something negative, it'll like really triple down. It is also known as the stone of health. Some believe that garnet could remove negative energy from chakras, purify vital organs and blood. It is a talisman for protection of warriors going into battle and those who ward off diseases. Ancient healers placed garnets into wounds as it had healing powers. Garnet's durability in jewelry goes back to the Bronze Age. Egyptians used it pre-3100 BC, as in Old Kingdom, as inlays and jeweled carvings. It was the symbol of life, and it was used to honor the goddess of war, Sekhmet. Garnet has a deep, lasting friendship, which is symbolized by its color and depth. It's a reason to give garnet jewelry to special people in your life. This may be just some marketing that they added in, just to sell it, But you get kind of the gist of it.
Right.
Yeah. Let me actually find my other notes here. But carry on. Any thoughts?
Fucking. Do you use hematite? Is that how you pronounce it?
Oh yeah, hematite. So that's like a magnetic stone. That's more protective. That's like any of the dark stones are generally protective. Like they're
right.
Like it's like creating a wall. It'll stop things and reflect. Like any of the reflective kind of harder stones, like shungite and stuff. Those are more protective. Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently has big root chakra energies, meaning that it's a powerful healing crystal that helps you stay grounded.
Yeah, hematite's like earth. Yeah, earth. Which is right. Root chakra is closest to the ground, so yeah, it's like.
So good for using in grounding practices or turning it in meditation.
Yeah. And because of its magnetism, it's good for health.
Right.
It's like anything, generally the magnetic elements like, copper, iron, those things are good for like health, like physical body health. So, and they can help your mental by just grounding you out. So, yeah. Stuff like that.
So many fucking different types of stones to use and for different purposes. God damn.
No.
Yeah, not only the like esoteric secret groups have all the ancient knowledge of all these.
Yeah, I mean, like it's
stones.
in the Bible, like the ancient Cohen priests would have like the 12, the breastplate with the 12 stones, and like they knew what all that was, like. So, yeah.
And they don't want us knowing of it because we could use it to benefit ourselves if we knew how to responsibly use it for its true purpose.
Oh yeah, to say the least. Yeah.
Okay, great. And so you people have really, truly, successfully, expended a great deal of bandwidth to great reward. A lot of people came in to listen.
You asked for it.
Yeah, and that's good. That's good. No, I'm proud of you. Proud of you both. See, this can be done right. It also gives myself a break, which I sorely needed then I can decide whether I want to jump into monologue at all. Honestly, we'll figure that out soon enough. But yeah, I'm really glad that our man Brendan had the energy for this. He had a day off today, so today was a day that he had more energy than most other days to dedicate to answering some of these questions. So take full advantage of it, Nemo. Any other questions you have about crystals or anything else, by all means.
I was asked about obsidian. What would you use that for?
Obsidian is like,
Yeah.
so that's like just straight up defense. Like it's grounding, it's reflective, it's glass, volcanic glass, so it's like a defense. Yeah. So that's like if you want to put up wards and stuff, you can use that.
Right.
Yeah, obsidian is more of that thing, like grounding and putting up a defense. There you go.
Excellent.
All right.
Yeah.
I actually have. Well, I shouldn't reveal it, but I have pieces of protection that are that.
Excellent.
Yeah. I might start studying on about them if I intend to buy some myself in the near future. But I want to make sure I have the sufficient amount of knowledge to use it for the right reasons.
Right.
I'm not going to be
they're
like
more like
those idiot hippies.
No. Well, I mean, we don't have money to do that. It's always these rich, like Sidonian, LA, freaking crystal waver goofballs. It's just like when I went to the gem show in Tucson, like I went to the International Gem Show. It's the biggest gem show on earth. And I mean, they were selling like huge, like these metal cages that held these like naturally terminated giant crystals from Brazil and shit. And it's like, so rich people have this stuff like in their front rooms, in their houses, in their yards. And it's like, I can't imagine most of those people knowing what to do with them. It's just,
of course not.
Obviously it creates more, issues than good.
But they're obviously, many of these people become addicted. They're addicted. It's something, they're basically possessed by the egregore of these gems, and then they begin to collect them and amass them. And it basically creates, if you've ever seen like, for some reason, when people try to start a group fire, like they're in camp, and they, for reasons that are unbeknownst to me or anybody who really has to deal with outdoor survival, they somehow affiliate using stones with a successful group campfire, and they start piling stones. And I remember one guy who was a survival expert who told me that his theory, which he was being sarcastic, of course, but he had a theory that Stonehenge was simply a supermassive attempt at a Woodstock-style group fire, where just everybody felt that that was what was necessary to contain the fire. But somehow people that have this idea that they have to build kind of a hearth around the fire, that maybe they feel that will prevent it from breaking out into a firestorm, like a wildfire. But of course it's all bullshit, and the reality is that none of this is necessary, but something possesses people.
Some of the stones can blow up if there's water.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, they'll crack.
Yeah, if they're wet, because they absorb water.
Yeah. But when it comes to these behaviors, there's something that just the argument here was that something possesses them, and they just do this, and it's something primal. But when it comes to these crystal addicts, there's something far more sinister at work, really sinister, and because first off, it's a toxic hobby. You're basically engaging in an environmentally destructive hobby that they are denuding through their mining. They're polluting entire courses of the rivers, get polluted by the runoff from the mines where they're digging out these crystals, and it requires extra effort, and it's an assault on nature itself. And so
most of them are just dregs. Especially all the Brazilian shit that they get in all these gem shows.
Absolutely.
Those are dregs from metal mining. So where they're mining like rare earths and silver and gold.
Yeah.
they dump the dregs into these villages, and then the villagers clean them up and sell them as like crystal stones,
Absolutely.
Westerners.
Absolutely. So this is all part of a rape of Mother Nature, and then
thank you.
and then when these people begin to amass these stones, this is something that, think of what our man Brendan said earlier about the Hope Diamond. The Hope Diamond is, of course, exemplary of the entrapment of souls in stone. And what you have with many people who have any kind of diamond ring, why did people gravitate towards diamond rings, towards weddings or relationships? Because basically it's not necessarily fairly modern, but in a sense it is. When it reached that industrial scale where it became just like considered for the longest period of time, it was mandatory that if you were going to get married, there had to be a diamond ring. So how did it get to that point? And the reason why is you think about the sudden death of an individual, and the diamond is kept. And that diamond really has, if this person's wearing the diamond ring and they die in an automotive accident or a mass shooting, believe me, there's an element of their energy that really gets entrapped in that crystal, because that crystal acts as this kind of
like a soul gem.
Yeah, it really does. And then
traps a piece of their energy.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about with used jewelry. And this, of course, then really just imbues you with their essence when you're wearing it. And so this is not something to be taken lightly. There's a reason why they say diamonds are forever. So, and of course, it reaches its extreme. Though I don't necessarily think this is unhealthy, the option is there where you can have people convert it into diamonds, where people can have their loved ones' ashes converted into a diamond that you can wear. But at that point, you're truly entrapping that soul. It's like, okay, if that's what the person wanted, that's one thing, to always be with you. But you can imagine that as almost a gloating. That's almost like a gloating, and you've got this person entrapped. But believe me, the diamonds, they're the most potent example. It's like this. It's like, when you're first dating a girl, it's recommended that you give her any flowers except a rose, and especially not a red rose. Red roses are like when you're already intimately involved and you both have a thing going, then red roses become a thing. But if you give somebody a red rose on a first date, that used to be considered like it's a warning sign. It's a red flag. You're going too far too fast. So it's the diamonds are kind of like those red roses. They're like a serious statement, and they're serious for a reason. And so that's why they were affiliated with marriage. Like, this is going to be forever. You people are united forever. Yes. So
like adamantine, it's like it's unbreakable.
Yeah, thank you. And so it's just you want to take these things seriously. But with these crystal addicts, the crystal addicts are taking all of these crystals, and it becomes like diamonds manifold. Just by orders of magnitude, they magnify everything in their lives, and they become addicted to that charge. And it's but they lose control. They really do. And you see people like break themselves with this. This is where Andrew Bartzi's comes in. Andrew Bartzi's is a slave to his crystals. He's a slave to his crystal empire. It's like his entire life now is subservient to the money feeding his crystal habit. And it's manifest because he displays it, and it will... Well, he's already trapped, and that's why his obsession with contract revocation. He's trapped because there's this ex-Scientology thing with the billionaire contract, and he wanted to break that contract, and he became obsessed with, contract revocation. But the reality is he's trapping his soul even further with all of these crystals he's surrounded himself with, and he's bringing in all these other entities. And in the end, he's creating a kind of circus of souls, a kind of trapped vortex. It's a vortex. In fact, it's probably one of the worst vortexes I've ever seen. A great example of that. And he looks just like you would think he had put on mascara in the sense of Gene Simmons. You would think that he had applied all this black around his eyes like Gene Simmons did for some kind of dramatic effect.
Yeah, the eye bags were crazy.
Yeah, he
we
just
saw him.
naturally looks like that now. It's like his skin around his eyes is the color of beef liver. He's like just it is alarming that he looks remarkably unhealthy. You know, he probably thinks he's okay because he's got a full head of hair, but he's gained a lot of weight. You know, yeah, he just looks horrible, poor bastard. And you know, and Peter Moon was also obsessed with the contract revocation, and that's why he became addicted to Andrew Bartzi's and never really parted with him. But yeah, it's just great examples. These are object lessons. When our man Brendan said something about story, here's a good story, and then he brings up a story that's not a story, that's an object lesson. So there you go, amethyst. So tell us about amethyst. This is important. It's an important stone. It's like the witch's stone. But tell us about this.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, it's a witch's stone, but well, actually, the main thing is it was connected with Dionysus originally. So, yeah, amethyst was done in the Dionysian rites. They would drink their wine out of these amethyst goblets because they would basically, it would make the debauch like less, you know, less harmful. That's what they considered it to be. So,
wow.
But amethyst is an ancient stone because it was very readily available. And you know, but my focus is usually on garnet stones because I've always liked garnets. So I wanted to go over garnet a little bit.
Please.
Yeah. So their garnets were used all over the world as far back as the Bronze Age, 5,000 years or more ago in Egypt, Sweden. Evidence of it being used 2000 BC at the earliest. They're popular in ancient Greek and Roman civilizations, and according to the Talmud, the light on the Noah's Ark was provided by a large garnet.
Whoa.
In Europe during the Middle Ages, garnet was used to enhance truth, faith, and consistency, and to dispel melancholy. As well as a warrior stone, it served as a talisman in the Crusades for both Christians and Muslims. This person calls them enemies, but you know, they were crusaders. Garnet is said to have been one of the 12 stones in the breastplate of the high priest, which is the Cohen priest, like I was talking about, and has been used as a sacred stone by Native Americans, South American Indians, Aztecs, African elders, tribal elders, and etc. Mayans. It acts with speed to expand one's awareness due to the flash of lightning contained within. Enhances one's internal fire to bring about creative power and implementation. Garnet that suggests blood is not only believed to confer invulnerability from wounds, but some tribes in Asia launched garnets from their sling bows. And later, as bullets in the Indian rebellion against the British, they used garnets as bullets when they had muskets and stuff. And that was thought to have do more damage to the enemy because of their blood color. These blood-colored stones could inflict a more deadly wound than a leaded bullet. Such were used by rebellious Hanzas in 1892 during their hostilities with British troops on the Kashmir frontier. And many of their missiles were later preserved as curiosities. This is from George Frederick Kuntz, one of the occultists that was very well known in the gem world. And he even discovered new gemstones here in California, such as kunzite and stuff like that in the 1800s. And he's got, one of the books I have is written by him. Totally out of print and all that. Garnet is not typically worn ornamentally, but is also used industrially. Watch gears, scientific instruments, abrasives, and sandpaper as well. So it's an energizing and regenerative stone, balance and strengthens and protects. And then there's different types. There's green garnets, there's reds, there's oranges. The bright green ones are almost emerald-like, and they're very expensive. They're called like uvarites and grossulars and demantoids and the like. So there you go. balances energy, brings serenity or passion as appropriate, balances the sex drive, and can inspire love.
Oh wow!
It's a lucky, yeah, it's a lucky stone, love, success, etc., and can boost self-confidence. So so I was telling Nemo when you were gone, I had 2 garnet rings, and they both disappeared.
Wow!
Just completely fell off my hand.
Occult siege. Yeah.
Part of the occult siege, yeah, no doubt. But actually, the most recent one just left on its own. Like it just had. I was out in nature, and it literally just left. Like just got taken back by the nature itself.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's incredible, and we'll take that as a good sign. That one, and yeah, and that's hopefully nature gives back to you with that, and so yeah, we look at this as a positive, and so again, people have been fascinated by this. Numbers have been up, and throughout the time that you've spoken of this. Now, I'm just curious, Nemo. Yeah, continue. That's what you were going to ask.
Sorry, but when I was comparing Andrew to that Breaking Bad character, I meant Brett Lauder or Lloyd or however you pronounce his fucking name. I got him mixed up for some reason.
Interesting.
Yeah, I meant Brett Lloyd. Yeah, he's the cunt that looks like the guy that dies in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, that poor guy. Yeah.
I don't know why I got them mixed up. They look completely different, Andrew and Brett.
Yeah, but just so people understand the sad story behind Brett Lloyd. So do you remember what his story was, Nemo?
No, I just remember an interview you did with him and that old creep Peter.
Yeah, the scrotum head, as Brendan calls Peter. And in his case, Vinnie Barbaric. We'll just use Vinnie Barbaric. And but at any rate, when it came to Brett Lloyd, the sad story behind him was that he was basically working with Lori Ann Fenton at the same time that I was. And he was on his way up in a career. He got interviewed on Coast to Coast AM. He had just published this book on a field guide to aliens, meaning you cite certain kind of aliens. There's this type, that based on incident reports and the like. So he was on his way up in the world of the paranormal. And then what happened was that apparently Lori Ann Fenton broke him.
Field guide.
Yeah, field guide. Yeah, you can look this up, people. Brett Lloyd's Field Guide to Aliens. And at any rate, then what happened was at one point, Lori Ann Fenton borrowed $1,000 from him. Now, she stole a hell of a lot more from me, but I just wrote it off because I said I'm stupid enough to work with her. Like, even though we've excoriated Peter Moon, you've noticed I'm not fantasizing about suing this son of a bitch. I mean, I don't have money to do that, so it's not even a question. I don't have any time to invest in pursuing him for justice or anything like that. It's one of those things where you just kind of let him wither away and die. But Lori Ann Fenton's the same way.
It's a waste of time.
Yeah. And
even if you had the coffers, it's like, dude's a waste of time.
Yeah, there's that, and Lori Ann Fenton's the same way. She's, but it's incredible. They're both probably still alive, albeit they must be in terrible shape. I cannot imagine either one of them being in any way, shape, or form living a life in their bodies that anyone would want. It's because one is, literally over 500 pounds, and the other one is all stroked out, and they're both just they must be suffering every moment they're alive. But such being said, whereas when she stole a bunch of money from me and I just let it go, and as I just said, look, it was my fault to work with her, I want people to understand this, in both cases, if given the opportunity to do something terrible to them or to make something terrible happen, I would make it happen. if it were not too much investment of time and energy, and it's just like, hey, push this button and they'll fuck them up. Oh, I would do it in a heartbeat. There's nothing would prevent me from doing that because I have the guts to be vengeful, and I do believe that vengefulness is a healthy human trait. And so when it comes to these people, believe me, somebody should do something about them. So when it came to Brett Lloyd, the horror he experienced with Lori Ann Fenton was he lent her $1,000 and it destroyed his life. And first thing was that he sued her to get it back. And she had to show up because if she didn't show up, she was afraid that something would happen with social workers. In other words, he could have like called the social work department to investigate her home, and there was various other things he could have done, which I never understood why he didn't pursue them. And but nevertheless, she wound up showing up in court, which again, the reason why was because she had a bunch of business things going on where she was scamming other people, like the people involved with Coast to Coast AM, and she became very involved with that whole community, and effectively now apparently runs that Contact in the Desert and these other things. And according to V, this is because Lori Annette Fenton was doing things nobody else wanted to do. She kept volunteering to cook their books. In other words, do their accounting and everything else, and basically cook their books to make it look like they were actually making something when they're all losing money, and she's just ripping them all off. I mean, she drove Brian William Hall, the man who trademarked his name and was running the conspiracy conferences. She drove him to bankruptcy. I mean, she convinced him to start holding conventions on boats, where he would like lease an entire, not sailboat, but yacht. You know, we're talking about like cruise liner, like a cruise ship. And so this wound up breaking him ultimately. And that was the one where as soon as the cruise was done, Conspiracy Cruise, that's when, what's his name? Who's the fucker? Sean David Morton got arrested. Just as soon as he disembarked from the boat, that's when they offered him one last phone call. And he called Michael Aquino, who told them all to back off. He's mine. And basically got Sean David Morton free. But of course, Sean David Morton paid a price for that and turned into Cancer Man. And to the point where, Heather Holman described it perfectly. He was like Hannibal Lecter. They would just had him in a feeding mask and had him on a table that they could move him up and down on so that he could swallow his food. Like, well, that's a hell of a price to pay. So, but at any rate, with Brett Loiter, he lent her $1,000 and forced her to go to court. And because she was involved with a bunch of other things that she didn't want wrecked, she went to court and the judge forced her to give him $1,000. And again, it shocked me that she gave him $1,000, actually handed it over to him in court. And she swore to him right then and there, you'll pay for this. And he did. And, she basically kept an eye on him, and then when he wound up with some, he was attracted to these crazy wild girls, was told that one girl was like possessed and experiencing these wild spiritual possessions, and he was into that, found that exotic, thought it was a wild ride to fuck a chick like that, and then of course she went wild on him, and then of course
it's always a bad idea.
Yeah, well,
sounds good at the time.
Yeah, at the time, I told Crystal River, but then again, when Crystal River responded, I had to agree with her. Basically, I was telling her, yeah, he told me that he got tired of her hanging around, not, contributing to the rent. And Crystal River said, if I'm putting out and fucking a guy, he pays the goddamn rent. And I said, yeah, I get it. Yeah, and, Crystal's right. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, some girls putting out, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, but at any rate, he wanted her out. And so he wound up kicking the girl out in a violent altercation where she punched and scratched him, and he apparently threw her out, and he claims that all of this resulted in nothing, that he never touched her in any other way but bodily put her out. And let's just, for the sake of argument, accept what he said. And he may be full of shit, and he might be a girl abuser and might have beat her up or something. But she got on the Facebook, and she published a picture of a girl who had all these bruises all over her breasts without any picture of the face. So all you saw was bruised cleavage. So he's probably telling the truth. I mean, why wouldn't she show her face? So if she's just showing bruised cleavage, then it's probably, somebody else's face. Somebody else's body, but it was bruised up and some lacerations. So she said he did it. And then Lori Ann Fenton ran with that, took that photo and plastered that all over the net and said Brett Loiter did this, and basically got him banned from every convention. And they all, but there's got to be more to it than this, because, you know goddamn well some asshole like George Norrie could be caught beating up some prostitute and nobody would care. So why were they experiencing this sudden popular upswell of Victorian outrage over Brett Loiter? Not that I'm defending him, because I don't even know what went down. He told me his side of the story. Obviously, Lori Ann Fenton is spreading the shit, so it's probably all a lie. And she probably just capitalized on this girl. Might have even talked the girl into doing this. Might have even coached the girl into doing this. But what really made me lose respect for Brett Loiter was that when Brett Loiter was calling me about, what do I do for vengeance? And I said, it's easy. And I told him what to do. Why don't you just report her to the authorities? There's all kinds of things he could have done about all kinds of crimes she was committing that he was well aware of, and he knew where she lived. He knew everything about her. But then he gave up and said he misread what I was saying, because I was saying, I was at fault, and that's why, I accept that I lost money to her and I just move on. That doesn't mean I forgive or forget. I'm still willing, like I said, if somebody said, hey, I've got her in an electric chair, you want to pull the lever? I'd say, I'm first in line. I'd say, I'm first in line. But this goes, I give up on my course of vengeance. Oh, and he went through other shit. It's like, just, that's where I lost all respect for him. And then really...
And they killed him, right? Killed him? By the way, just so people know, when she spread this picture of him beating this woman, you know the backstory now, whatever he did or not. The point was that he got banned from everywhere and nobody would publish his books, and the end result was he was known as this wife beater. Again, I can't understand the popular, not defending what he did if he did it, but the point is I can't understand why this upswell of anger against him in particular, considering that everybody in that community basically does that shit. So and works. But at any rate, they all focused on him and he was their scapegoat. But the whole point was he became homeless. He was homeless. So by the time that he was interviewing Peter Moon and myself, by the time he was interviewing Vinnie Barbarick and myself, which he never wanted to upload, remember it took us, I had to, me and Peter both had to assail him multiple times before he published that shit. Well, he only posted partial.
Yeah, and he only posted partial. Yeah, only half. He ultimately posted the second half after months and months. And but the point was that this fucker did not want to, like everybody else, they don't want to publish it. Whenever they interview me, they just refuse to publish it afterwards because they'll get talked to or something. Even if he was homeless, I'm sure they could have tracked him down and talked to him. But this fucker was living, when he interviewed Peter Moon and myself, it was out of his tent where all his power was coming from the power pack of a trailer in which another woman lived. So a woman lived in a trailer and basically used him as a guard dog. Said, okay, you poor homeless son of a bitch, if you guard my trailer, I'll let you use the power from my power pack in my trailer. So you can park here and put your tent out here, and that way if anybody tries to break in, you'd better goddamn well intercept them. And he said, I'll do it, boss. Yes, ma'am. And, and he just parked himself out there in his tent, and that was his laptop, and everything that he interviewed Peter Moon and I on was out of that tent. So and then he wound up getting dangerous ass jobs where he's sawing wood after wildfires. Remember when they were clearing all the burnt up forests after wildfires? This was the guy who was sawing the wood, doing that. I mean, it's that's deadly, dangerous, dirty, thirsty work, and this is what this guy was doing, and so his whole life was destroyed by $1,000, and it's dude, it's not like I have any fear of Lori Ann Fenton. It's simply I felt contempt towards putting energy into pursuing getting anything back from her, because you're not going to get it. It's like getting blood from a stone. Of course not. But he got that blood from the stone. He got the blood from the stone, but look what happened to him. Jesus Christ. And
didn't do him any favors.
Yeah.
He might as well just beat her.
Yeah. And so
Yeah, Doug, they're opening a new resort for you.
Oh,
in
Jesus.
the Bay.
Alcatraz prison. Yeah. Tell us about this.
Yeah, I don't know. This is breaking news to me. Apparently, he said on Truth Social he wants to reopen Alcatraz, probably for your ass.
Yeah. Trump wants to reopen and expand Alcatraz. Yes, dude. He says, I want a Guantanamo Bay for that Doug Dietrich and Brand Zogan. Yeah, he says, those sons of bitches are the first that I'm going to put in there. Those motherfuckers. Hey, tell people about how after you and I went to the Presidio, he says, I'm going to cut off all funding to the Presidio like you and I enjoyed it. Like you and I enjoyed like we loved it or something. Yeah.
Like it was a resort or some shit. Yeah, it didn't even make any sense. And then the person that runs the trust was like, they were like,
all self-funded, you idiot. Yes.
90% of our funding comes from all the renters and all the business shit they do there. So it was just like pointless to even say that.
Yeah. Oh, don't forget to add the satanic rituals that they hold, and they have to lease out the bunkers for that were sealed shut specifically for that purpose and shit. Yeah.
Well, as far as Disney's concerned, they just do that in the museum. I don't think they fucking hide that. It's closed half the year anyways. Who knows what they're doing? So,
anyhow, the way the Q folks and the retards hit on Disney, I always just defend Disney reflexively because of all the Ian West and all the others attacking Disney. It's like, I mean, come on, seriously. If kids are disappearing at Disney, why do parents keep going back? Yeah, I know, I get it. They want their kids to disappear and they keep hoping. They keep hoping. I hope they're taking. I hear they're taking kids here. Jeez, I pray. Please let them take Johnny. Please let them take Cindy.
It's one of those things where you just, you fake cry for a couple days and then you're scot-free.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Like John Benet Ramsey's parents.
Oh, no. Think of Crocodile Kid. Think of Crocodile Kid.
Yeah, I know my
Crocodile Kid. Who's Crocodile Kid?
Yeah, the kid who got eaten by the crocodile in Disney.
The parent probably pushed him in. Fucking
you don't remember that, Brendan?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, dude.
What kind of Disney were they at?
The Florida
Disney,
of course, yeah.
Disney World.
What happened was his parents gave him a bunch of beef jerky and shit, and they said, hey, go feed the crocs and shit. And he's out there, and he's trying to wave the beef jerky at the crocs, and they came up and ate them and shit. You didn't hear that?
Oh, no.
And the parents got away with it. Then the parents are like, man.
Not our kid.
Yeah, not our
Yeah, that sounds so stupid.
Yeah, they got away with it. Then they had to kill a bunch of crocs after that. No, we got to kill them because they love them kitties and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they got a taste for child blood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those things are so vicious. They're like pure reptilian brain. They'll just attack anything.
Of course. Yeah. But, the kid was out there. Yeah. You have some of this. And they took it all right. They took the rest.
How are the parents not charged? It's so reckless.
Thank you.
With neglect.
Thank you. Oh, they got away with it. That's the Disney dream, dude. It's like,
there you go.
I know where to take my kids if I ever had any. Shit. That's at any rate, no, parenting is not for me. That would be my solution. Yeah.
It's not for 90% of these fuckers either.
Thank you.
I don't think. And
I've a lot of shit.
I've seen a very few successful parents in my life.
Oh yes, thank you. Well, look at how most people turn out. Yeah. It's a failed enterprise.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If it was a business, they'd shut that shit down.
Yes. Oh God, it's so true. Yeah.
All your products are defective.
Yeah.
They're a risk to society.
Yeah, they're danger to the consumer. At any rate, so there you go with that. But it doesn't make sense. The whole thing is, kids are disappearing at Disney. It's like, but people keep going back. Okay, whatever.
Only thing I like about Disney was that Walt Disney was supporter of the Third Reich and loved Adolf Hitler.
Oh, there you go. So we should all back.
And he was
but that ended when he died.
Khazarian.
Yeah, that ended when he died. But still,
the J-Man came in and bought it all.
Oh yeah, they took over, But when he was alive, it was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so was Henry Ford. But they all still buy.
Wait a second. Yeah, they all still cooperated with the Allies during the war. Unfortunately, Disney produced a bunch of propaganda films, and Ford produced.
Well, you have to if you want to make it up in the business. Like you got no choice if you
Yeah.
want to thrive in your career.
Well, they were stuck in America, so yeah.
Yeah.
But still, they could have pulled a. They could have pulled a. Oh God, what was his name again? My dad's hero, the guy who ran for president, the Congressional Medal of Honor winner from World War One. Charles Lindbergh. They could have pulled a Charles Lindbergh and just become, no, I will not participate this. And Charles Lindbergh stood throughout the war as like, this is like, he was so pro-Nazi that he got exiled to the Pacific theater of war. They couldn't trust him fighting Nazis, but like they needed him so bad that as soon as the
Hello?
war, oh shit, did they cut us off?
We hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can hear you now. Now I got cut off for a second.
Oh, okay. Okay, there you go. Yeah, because it wouldn't surprise me if they cut us off at that moment, because look what we were talking about. But yeah, there you go. And
What about Lindbergh? Like, what are you
oh
saying?
yeah, basically what we were talking about was Harry Truman. As soon as Roosevelt died, Harry Truman recalled Lindbergh from the Pacific Front and said, "I need you in Germany where you can help get us an atomic bomb." And that's where we got the little boy bomb from, was through Charles Lindbergh helping to talk the Nazi scientists into turning it over, because he was a hero to the Nazis and the German people. So there you go with that. And it's again, I can't recommend that anybody buy the book where I described all this, because Peter Moon gets all the proceeds and just ran off with it. But
Wait, which book did you guys put this in?
The Roswell
book?
Deception. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. We talk about a
Shit,
little
we gotta
bit.
rewrite that shit. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's true. And we also put it in the Nexus article. And of course, Nexus gets all the money for anybody who reads it from Nexus. So just,
You haven't ripped that article yet? Or
I've
wrote
ripped
it?
the article, but we'll
Yeah,
just,
he's
have
got
to,
it
we'll
on.
just have to rewrite and expand it. That's all. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Republish it.
Yeah, republish it, and that's what we got to do with it all. So I just got to sit down and start working at that. But it's a
Yeah.
choice. I mean,
We were talking about that when I showed you that poor bastard from Australia.
Oh yeah, which one?
That he was.
There's
Yeah,
so
Nemo,
many
be
poor
careful what
bastards
rocks
in
you
Australia.
collect.
You go on.
Be careful what rocks you collect, because this poor kid was like collecting like the periodic table.
Oh yeah,
right?
tell him about that.
And he ordered like this like 1 gram chunk of uranium and plutonium from the United States just to like complete his his little periodic table diorama.
Yeah.
Like the same one that Bill Gates has in his office and shit. And the Australians charged him under manufacturing nuclear weapons. Poor bastard. They put him in prison. Like, oh God.
Is he still in
evil.
prison? Is he still in prison?
I don't know. They didn't let him out. But it was like couldn't he defend himself in court, or is that
I don't
country
understand.
just that fucked up?
Hey, Nemo, do you have any insight into this? Not necessarily the incident itself, but Australian law seems pretty. Well, it is a penal
I feel
colony.
like when they decide to press a charge on you, they're gonna stick with it and not acknowledge that they were wrong at all. Like even if there's proof that you haven't done anything wrong, we're gonna stick with that. You're gonna suffer.
Yeah.
We don't
What
want
kind
to
of
admit
sick
that we're
place
wrong.
is that?
It's a penal
it's
colony. It's a fucking penal colony. So, guys, take a look at the screen. I'm doing a screen share. Just wanted you to see this. So, it says, thanks to you, you guys brought the numbers way up. They went way down when Troy was talking, but we love them. And but was that was this woman attacking Troy, the SCCC?
Yeah, he said, get this person off. He's an idiot. He's a fucking clown. Because that person's a Trump supporter, and Troy was talking shit about Trump.
That person's from Austria. What the fuck do they want? Trump?
Yeah.
Right?
He
Is
was
that
even-
the same person, Doug?
No, this is not this. This SCCC is like someone I don't know anything really about them.
American.
They were claiming that they were a targeted individual, which they may well have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had an empty
Yeah,
channel.
these people are nutters.
Yeah, and they had an empty channel. Yeah, so yeah.
Well, they got MK'd. If their story is true, then they got like.
Just view some of the messages, and you'll see why I blocked.
Yeah, but they were saying, this guy's a clown, get him off. Yeah, and it's like, wow, I mean, Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? It's like...
It was unnecessary to be that hostile.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just
I
agree to
appreciate that.
disagree.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. No, I appreciate that.
He wasn't
profoundly.
even really saying anything that crazy.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, if they ever listen to me go off on Trump and Musk and shit, I say this
Right.
person needs to die. Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, on paper, they're traitors to the Constitution.
you.
There's nothing we're doing or saying. It's just if you're going by the letter of the law, they're like doing the opposite of what's written. So
Yeah. Thank you. So true. So true.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah. It's It's amazing to me that nobody sees that.
And it's like contradictory. They like the founding fathers, but then now it's like, now that dude's in, it's irrelevant. It just doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But everything they do is insane. It's madness. Sheer insanity
Right.
has now become a political position, a political ideology. It's become an ideology all its own. It would be like the Joker from Batman says, I'm running for president, and what's your stance? Insanity, and everybody's going, yeah, count me in, yeah.
They would vote for the Joker. What are you talking about?
Oh, of course, in a heartbeat. Yeah, they'd all vote for the Joker. Well, you saw that. They showed that in one of the first Batman films that hit the big screen in a long time. I mean, the old days they had the movie reels and all that. But remember the one with what's his fuckface? The Jack Nicholson as the Joker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah. But there's a scene where he's throwing out all the money and everybody's, we love you, and shit. Yeah. And he could have just said, vote for me. Yeah, and they're all up there. Yeah. Then, of course, he was going to kill him. After that, he was going to kill them all with Smilex gas. And, that's Trump. Yeah, he's just like, he's got everybody, we love you. And then he'll kill them all with, tariffs.
Like when he made that appearance in WWE, that one episode where he makes it rain dollar bills and everyone cheers for him and loves him. And Vince McMahon, like, playing his act. Oh, no, that's just Monopoly money. Don't pick it up. Fuck, that was funny. But he got them all to like because he made it rain a bit of money.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
He knows how to appease the stupid human cattle.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Yeah,
he can just hand feed his supporters shit.
Yeah,
like he can shit in his hand and feed them that and they'll eat it. You got any more? Yeah. Oh, I love you.
It's true. Yeah, Nemo's got it down. And
they all got to die. Yeah.
What's that?
They all got to die.
Yeah. Oh, don't tempt me. Yes, it's there's times when I say that, but That's
what happens to human cattle. They get milked and they get slaughtered.
Yeah. Actually, you don't slaughter the milk cows. So yes.
Well, once they're useless, once you drain them dry, you kill them.
There is that. Yeah, that's true enough. There is that. That's yeah, it's a hard world.
You got to fatten them up for the kill. That's what.
Yes. Yes. True enough.
And, you want me to quote MEMǳDy about his new plan?
Oh yeah. Please.
For too long, America has been plagued by vicious, violent, and repeat offenders, dregs of society who never contribute except to misery and suffering. When we are a more serious nation, and it's all.
Is he talking about himself? Sounds like he's talking about himself.
Stuff is like capitalized where it shouldn't be.
Of course.
In times past, we did not hesitate to lock up the most dangerous, keep them far away from anyone they could harm. That's how it's supposed to be. That's why today I'm directing Bureau of Prisons with the Department of Justice, FBI, and Homeland Security to reopen a substantially enlarged and rebuilt Alcatraz, in all caps, to house America's most ruthless and violent offenders, which is capitalized for some reason.
Of course. That's incredible. That's incredible. Yeah. Just the chicanery, the charlatanry, just.
And he's only going to use that for the people who he thinks is the biggest threat to him, not actual criminals.
I mean, but it's in shambles. It's like it would cost billions to fix.
Of course. Well, he's got the money to rebuild that shit.
Well, he's got taxpayer money, yes. Yeah, it's such a sleazy piece of showmanship. Like, this is what he's got to distract people with. It's like,
Right.
I know they love hurting people, and so let's give them some hurt. You know, this'll give some people a lot of pain. Yeah, and yeah, so let's talk about hurting others, and then they all go, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
even in the Japanese dub of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, that they have Alcatraz as like this military industrial wasteland that Kaiba's father had. You know, he was like selling weapons for war and shit, and then Kaiba goes there and blows it up because it's just like the dark legacy of his company and all that.
Wow.
So it's
Holy
like
shit.
almost like he was like trying to do this on purpose. Like the Japanese knew
Yeah, yeah. So
it's gonna turn into like some.
So the Japanese portrayed Alcatraz as some dark manufacturing facility, like
Yeah.
producing weapons.
Developing tanks and weapons, yeah.
There's no room on it to do much. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well, that was the headquarters
Okay.
of
so-
Yeah.
business.
Yeah, Alcatraz, or it's how it's known as Dual Tower in the English anime,
Okay.
was the name of, and they just say an island, used by Kaiba Corp as a military base, which later became host to the massive Dual Tower.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go.
Fascinating. Okay, so that's
The-
yeah. Go on.
So they built it on a small island. So they're saying that maybe an island or a similar style facility could be modified.
Right. Right.
You know.
No, but
to-
believe me,
as a military base.
He's probably going to build a big tower on there, like fucking 100 feet.
Yeah. No,
Oh.
that would make sense. By the way, I just want people to understand, I'm not dissing what the Japanese did. I'm sure they actually used Alcatraz Island because, understand, in the popular imagination, Alcatraz is a brand, and it's a brand for
Yes.
pain, a place of pain and sorrow. And but
That's why they named it that.
yeah, but I want people to know that in all kinds of science fiction novels, Alcatraz gets integrated into the plot of the novel as a place where something is developed, usually based on that theme of taking advantage of its brand as this epitomization of pain and sorrow. And so in the book The Crystal Empire, there is a book by that title, The Crystal Empire, which, you know, portrays an alternate universe in which there's a massive worldwide plague that wipes out Christendom, and the Muslims take over the world, except for Asia, of course. And what happens is it's the Asians who, because of the spread of the plague, it basically cross the Pacific and colonize the Western Hemisphere. And Alcatraz Island is portrayed as a place where they establish a massive tower that's more like a combination of it's supposed to be built by the Aztecs. They basically sinify or basically acculturate the Aztecs with Chinese bureaucracy, and then they integrate, of course, the mass sacrifice system. And so the Crystal Empire is about this kingdom that they don't really dwell upon. It's like the book is not. It doesn't really deliver, so it's not worth reading. But it's you get this. It had a kick-ass cover. Its cover was the only selling point. They went all out with the cover. So if people look up the Crystal Empire and you see the cover where the guy's wearing the Aztec mask, and you notice his fingernails are exceptionally long, that is true to history, because both the Chinese and the Aztec nobility would grow long fingernails to signify that they were not field workers or labor workers, that they were not engaged in manual labor. And it for the Chinese, it emphasized scholastic accomplishment. In other words, this man's a scholar, he's not a laborer, again. So it's when it comes to the Crystal Empire, the climax takes place on Alcatraz Island, but Alcatraz Island has a big tower on it that's kind of like a kind of like the Trans-American Pyramid, but because it's built with Aztec stone masonry, it's more like the size of the Trans-American Pyramid, but it's built like the Washington Monument. So imagine a Washington Monument that's the size of the Trans-American Pyramid standing on Alcatraz Island. And that's where the climax of the book takes place. So that's the and they're keeping all of these people imprisoned in it because they're basically making them dream. They keep them asleep, keep them drugged up, and keep them dreaming, because their dreams enable them to basically mind read into other dimensions and parallel universes where they gain new technology and new ideas to advance their own technology and empire. So it's like the point. It's awfully obtuse, and it's not played out well, and it needs to be totally redone, where it's more concentrating on the Aztecs than the crap they concentrated on, which was stupid shit. But yeah, there you go. I just thought I'd share that because that's one example, but then there's other examples where, they created a military academy for delinquents on Alcatraz Island, and that was like they always do something. So there you go.
Like it's a concept. It's a concept.
Yeah, it's a constant. Yeah, it's a constant concept throughout science fiction where but what these people are capitalizing on is that most people have never been to Alcatraz Island. Of course, everyone knows about it, but if you were to see Alcatraz Island, it's not that small, but believe me, it's pretty small.
Have you been on there physically, Doug?
Yeah, physically more than once. Yes, physically more than once. Believe it or not. Yeah, believe it or not. Of all things, my sister, for some reason, was fascinated with Alcatraz Island. I would never have stepped foot on Alcatraz Island, except I was brought there twice by my sister. And but I do know one thing, is that my dad had an opportunity that would have changed our lives, because he could have become a prison guard on Alcatraz Island. He was offered that just as he retired. He was offered a job as a prison guard on Alcatraz Island when he retired from the U.S. Navy. And he didn't take it, which I think was, part of his insanity, part of his, post-traumatically stress disordered insanity. But because...
That would have been a cush job. Yeah.
Oh, no, it was the ideal job. It's like, it was ideal. And he could have handled that so easily. And, my sister and I would have grown up on Alcatraz Island because kids were raised there. For people who don't know, the prison guards moved their entire families onto Alcatraz. So Alcatraz is not that small, but it's like, you feel it when you're there. You know it's an island. You know you're on an island. But when the prison guards...
It's haunted as fuck.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it'd be haunted, yeah.
Yeah, but the prison guards brought their entire families to Alcatraz Island to be educated. They had schools on Alcatraz Island, so they had teachers there who taught the kids on Alcatraz Island. So these kids would grow up on Alcatraz Island, they'd play on Alcatraz Island, and they would be taught in school on Alcatraz Island. They lived on Alcatraz Island. So it's a weird place, and it's got a weird vibe, but but the most intense part of its history, as far as I'm concerned, would be when the Indians took over, when the Native Americans took over Alcatraz Island. And do you remember what I had said about that, both of you, or either one of you?
Vaguely.
Yeah. What do
I know
you
talked about it, but I don't remember exactly.
So do you remember what I said about when the Native Americans took over Alcatraz Island, Brendan?
Yeah.
You remember my time?
Yeah.
So what do you remember about it?
Oh, the whole horror story of it, and then the girl dying, and all that. Yeah, it was just.
Yeah, but do you remember who killed her? Do you remember?
I do, but I don't. You can recount it, because it's painful for me to recount such things.
Thank you. Yeah, so what had happened was
Encyclopedia Brown. It'll all come back if I think about it.
Yes, you remember that.
Yeah.
How do you remember that? Yeah.
Because I've been listening to your stuff
for
a while.
Too long. Yeah, for too long. Yeah. Oh God, it's imprinted in your brain. James Cook, Dr. James Cook, Encyclopedia Brown.
Yeah, these people.
Yeah, the man who developed the Logland language. So basically, important to remember, of course, that George Washington himself was called the village burner in the Mohawk language because of all the villages that he ordered razed, burned to the ground when he would have his men surround the villages, and as the people came running out, they'd be shot and stabbed, and women, children, and elders alike. There was one campaign alone in which hundreds of thousands died, from New York across Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and into Ohio. And yet his name still disgraces and shames the capital of these cursed United States. But it's important to emphasize he was known as the village burner in the Mohawk language because it was a member of the Mohawk tribe, Richard Oakes the Mohawk, who became the chief of Alcatraz Island. So what happened was when I was 3 years old, and after the incident where I effectively killed my grandfather, turned out later on he languished for years in agony after I bit his penis off when he attempted to rape me, and then died languishing while all the family, got all his inheritance except for, my father, because he was the father of the child who bit, my legal grandfather's dick off. And so he didn't get anything in the will. But they flew us over because the police told him, you better get as far away from here as possible. And my dad took that to heart and flew to the other side of the country, flew to San Francisco. And that was also, of course, where he was drinking all the time when he was on leave, shore leave. And that was where the sailors would always win the fights against the Marines, because the Marines never learned how to really fight. Marines would always, so-called be these killers and, learn to fight in combat, but the sailors really learned to fight dirty and would really defeat them in these bar brawls, the overwhelming majority of the time. And so my father had a lot of pleasant memories in San Francisco of drinking and brawling, and so he moved us here into San Francisco in the cheapest part, the Tenderloin, but the night that we flew in, the airport was shut down. We wound up stuck in the airport basically overnight because, of course, there was something going on. That what they said was basically an emergency. That there had been somehow an invasion and nobody was really getting anything other than hints of the news. They didn't understand what was going on, but it turned out that the United States Coast Guard, which you must remember is a branch of the military. It's not police. They're a full-fledged military force. They were guarding Alcatraz Island. And what had happened was that the Native Americans wanted territory to call their own, and they were emulating Taiwan, where the nationalist government of China had reestablished itself on Taiwan and declared itself the legitimate government of the mainland. Then the idea became that the Native Americans could grab Alcatraz, which had been promised them, and that they could turn that into basically their version of Taiwan, where what they would declare was the true Native American nation that was outside of United States jurisdiction, and that they could someday reclaim the mainland. So all of this was due to this trail of broken treaties, as they call it, in which government property was promised to them but never delivered. And because the United States government failed to deliver, they decided they were going to take what was theirs by right. And so they had all the legal arguments that were quite solid to take Alcatraz, and yet it was patrolled by the Coast Guard to prevent them from taking it. And so they eventually took it. I mean, basically, it traces back to maybe 1895. In 1895, the U.S. government captured about 19 Moki Hopi, the Moki of the Hopi tribe, as prisoners of war, and they shipped them to Alcatraz. And then they continued to confine Native Americans to as prisoners on Alcatraz until the 1900s, just before World War I. And so then what happened was the Indians of all tribes said, well, they kept us here as prisoners of war. Let's take it as a war prize. And so they made an amphibious landing using canoes. And so they used canoes and they broke the Coast Guard blockade, landed on Alcatraz Island and claimed it on the basis of the Treaty of Fort Laramie, which was dated from 1868, signed between the United States and the Sioux tribe 100 years before, that returned all retired, abandoned, or out-of-use federal lands to the native peoples from whom they were stolen. And since Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary had been closed in March of 1963, the year and the month, probably even the birthday in which my sister was born, I honestly don't remember her birthday because she became a Jehovah's Witness and stopped celebrating it, but it's the month and year in which she was born that Alcatraz closed. Well, then it became surplus federal property the next year, and it qualified for reclamation. But the U.S. government refused to honor their word. And so that was part of the trail of broken treaties. So then the United States tried to prevent the Indians from landing, surrounded it with the Coast Guard, but the Indians broke through in a night raid with canoes, and they were the first of an entire beachhead. And basically, they faced a far more immediate challenge than George Washington ever did when he crossed the Delaware. I mean, they were dealing with men armed with machine guns and rocket launchers, and the Coast Guard was ready to blow them out of the water, quite literally, but they made it through. And so the guy who led that charge was the iron worker named, he was a Mohawk, member of the Mohawk tribe, named Richard Oakes. And Richard Oakes became Richard Oakes the Mohawk. He was this handsome, charismatic, talented. He was also educated. He was educated at San Francisco State University, which was why I ultimately attended that establishment. He majored in political science, and so I majored in emulation of him in political ideology there. But he was identified and maligned as a foreign invader of American soil, if you can believe that. But ultimately, the American, the TIA, or the IAT, Indians of All Tribes, the Indians of All Tribes was infiltrated by AIM, or the American Indian Movement. And what happened was the United States Army, they relied on Indian scouts to fight Native Americans. And that becomes the killing point here. When Richard Oakes the Mohawk hit the beach on Alcatraz and eventually enabled the smuggling in of all of these other Native Americans, ultimately you had this whole community of thousands of people living there. And they were stretched to the limit in terms of resources. But they were trying to establish their exile government. And the United States government, you might wonder, why didn't they respond? After all, the Coast Guard could surround the island. Why didn't they just, stop these people coming in? And how did the rest of the people get on there? It was because basically what happened was the Soviet Union, Communist China, and Japan sent warships right outside of America's national waters and said that we're considering recognizing this as a Native American government, and if you attack them, we'll consider it genocide. And that's what stopped the Americans from attacking. They could not use the Coast Guard. They couldn't use the military because they would effectively be, in a sense, launching a war against Japan, China, and the Soviet Union. Which said that they recognized, at least in consideration, the Native American government. So the Americans were left helpless. So they wanted to break it from the inside. And they had always relied on Indian scouts to do the dirty work, traitors to their race. And the individual who led that effort was the man who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work, who had some Native American blood in him. So he was part of the American Indian movement, which had a lot of government infiltrators, if it was not entirely sponsored by the government itself. And when they sent a delegation to Indian Alcatraz to establish their presence in this show of original people's solidarity, Lionel Allen Curtis, the man who had taught me everything I knew about mercenary work, was the man who basically killed the daughter of Richard Oakes the Mohawk. He raped her and threw her off a third-story building's stairwell, threw her down the stairwell so that she would break her neck on the way down. And so that's when Richard Oakes the Mohawk was broken and abandoned Alcatraz Island. But many of the people were still there without his leadership. And what happened was the United States then shut off all electrical power, all telephone service, and the Coast Guard, instead of invading, intercepted and interdicted all the water barge services which provided fresh water. And for 3 days, the Indians used canoes to make water runs. And that's when the commandos, the U.S. Army Rangers, under the leadership of the Indian Scout, Lionel Allen Curtis, the U.S. Army Ranger sniper who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work, set fire on the island. And despite all this, they still continued to occupy the island. And that's when, on June 11th of 1971, that's when President Richard Nixon lost all patience and he ordered an invasion. And of course, he could not use the military. So he used federal marshals, the FBI, San Francisco Special Forces Police, the SWAT, the Special Weapons and Tactics teams. They were all called into action, and it was called a police action, so it couldn't be called a military invasion. And they went in and they busted everybody that was left alive on the island. And then when they busted all the women and children, about half a hundred of the men escaped, and they went for the East Bay. And that's when they commenced an occupation by Native Americans of a secret Nike missile installation hidden in the hills behind the community of Kensington. And they knew about this because Native Americans often serve in the military. And so one of the former military veterans led them to the missile installation, and their occupation was a military occupation of a military base. And it was considered an occupation of a military base by an enemy force, the Native Americans. And that's when the U.S. sent the troops in. That's when the combined forces of the Richmond Police and regular U.S. Army troops that deployed from Presidio military base went in and took all these Indians out in one of the last great Indian massacres. So, and then Richard Oakes the Mohawk, who was wandering around lost, was murdered by a child molester who was indicted multiple times for raping Native American children. Richard Oakes the Mohawk basically survived his first assassination attempt, and he languished in a coma for over 30 days until his mentor, the spiritual leader, Wallace Mad Bear Anderson of the Iroquois Confederacy, was credited by all friends and witnesses as bringing him literally back to life. He went into the dream state and recovered his soul from the other side. He did this on site, the hospital, hovering over his body. And so by the time I was 6 years old, on September 20th of 1972, when he was only 30 years old, Oakes the Mohawk, who had survived all that, was shot and killed by a man named Michael Morgan, who was a child camp manager at the YMCA with a history of raping Native American Indian children. And he was declared the all-American hero. When they brought him on trial, everybody said, he's a hero for killing this evil redskin who had taken over Alcatraz. And they gave him a medal. And he was sent back to work with kids again. And so if people wonder why I hate the military, guess what happened to Michael Morgan? He was made one of the managers at the Presidio military base, taking care of all the kids, along with Gary Willard Hambright and Michael Aquino. So these are the men who are the product of your fucking military. dealing in mass human child trafficking, exterminators of the Native Americans. You people make me sick. I'm sick to be stranded among you. And this is like, as for the individual who killed the 13-year-old daughter, Elaine Morgan, or what the hell was her? Did she take her mother's name? I'm trying to remember because I know she had two names. She had her mother's name that was given to her. Then she had the Yvonne Oakes was what her father called her. Yvonne Oakes. And so Yvonne, she was killed, and I never learned about it until after Lionel Curtis had taught me everything I knew about mercenary work. And it was after I learned about that I made certain that he wound up in prison. I could never get him imprisoned for that. Could never get him imprisoned for child molestation. I exposed to the feds that he had a mass bombing and massacre planned for the Veterans Administration because they owed him all this back pay he never got. So all the things he did, all the crimes he committed, he was promised all these bonuses that he never got. So he was going to blow up the VA building and massacre people as they came out. And so when I exposed the plot to the feds, that's what ultimately got him taken out. He was taken in and put into prison for the rest of his life. And that was the best I could do for the person who had been my childhood hero and his murdered daughter. At any rate, so that was the Native American attempt at establishing a Taiwan on Alcatraz. So just it's just another bit of the horrors of everything that you can imagine. I mean, we've got that anniversary coming up, of course, of June 11th, the invasion of Alcatraz. And so everybody mark your calendars. That's a solemn day that should never be forgotten or forgiven. And so there you go. If you got any other questions or comments, everybody.
That's America for you, honoring child rapists.
Thank you. Yeah. It's sickening. Yeah. And so... and when they made...
He was young, only 30 years old when he was killed, yeah. Richard Oakes.
Yeah, it was the time that they were murdering Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and...
fuck Martin Luther, but yeah, Malcolm X didn't deserve to die.
He
was actually doing good.
There we are. John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy. But no one ever mentions two people that were also killed at that time in that wave of mass assassinations. George Lincoln Rockwell, the leader of the American Nazi Party who worked with Malcolm X, and Richard Oakes the Mohawk. Why don't they ever mention these two among all those assassinations? And,
they were big threats, yeah.
Yeah.
They were, fighting for good.
Yes.
Or what they thought believed was good.
Well, what they knew was good.
Yeah.
Yes. And so... yeah, that's it's what a sick, sad world we live in.
America deserves every bad thing that happens to them.
It really does. It really does. There's no redemption. It's going to take a full-blown revolution, and honestly, we'll get to that point. It's going to take force majeure to really do something to fix this. Gosh, I've been wondering, just vaguely in the back of my mind, whatever happened to Haley Welsh, Hawktua. It turns out she went off the grid for 3 months, but now she's popping back up again. She's just done an interview with Vanity Fair. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, she don't give a fuck. She took the money and ran, which I think we said it when it happened. We can't hate her for that.
No, the only thing we can diss her for is if she truly does not, does she, it's like, does she have no remorse? It's honestly
Seems like it.
Yeah, it looks like Jesus Christ. I mean, maybe we can't blame her. I mean, look, it's just sheer the sheep, right? But she had all these fans that put their trust in her, and she just felt, no, the money's too good. I'll take it now. And
But I mean, come on. I hate to be like this, but anyone who buys that stupid crypto shit,
you deserve to get
especially
scammed.
those little ones that are just obvious scam coins. I mean, come on.
Thank you.
Come on. It's just you'd be better off gambling, like playing a freaking scratch off ticket. Like, this is insane.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah,
it's just.
Oh well.
Like, if anyone thought they could make money off that, they're just dumb.
Yeah. Here we are. Look at this. This is Here she goes. Look at that. She's got some hot ass stereo equipment. Well, not stereo. Well, that's a great piece of work. Yeah. God damn. Look at that. That's a great.
Yeah,
piece
that
of work.
fucking creep Bill Maher interviewed her, and he's like he's doing these subtle body gestures where he's like trying to show off being sexual and all that shit. And
Bill Maher is so pathetic. I mean,
and he's like, "Oh,
what's
I'm
wrong
gonna try
with
and help. I'm gonna try and help you, and you should
he's
get into
another
doing."
one that the pot fucked up. Like,
you should get into talking
it's
about.
normal, but
Yeah, he's trying to convince her to get her into talking about like sexual relationships and this old fucking creepy bird face Kaiser trying to hit on the hot young blonde chick. I just wanted to jump through at the screen and throw petrol on him and light him on fire.
He's
Fuck,
so
I hate that
sleazy.
cunt.
I don't know how he makes money. It's
just a vile fucking slug.
Yeah, any thoughts, Doug, you want to add to this?
He said it all. Nebo said it all. Yeah, it's
like, what is the point of him even being famous? He doesn't contribute. He just sits there and smokes weed and just like does the worst interviews of all time.
Yeah, well, he's Jewish, so he gets to do that. That's what Jews do, right? I mean, it's just like nepotism. It's just pure nepotism. It's like you'd think they'd be over him by now, but he's like their Lawrence Welk. They just keep him around as he gets older, just because and then he'll be like Levine. Remember that idiot Peter Moon started listening to Mark Levine, the old Jew who just goes around. He's famous for just being a curmudgeon, quote unquote, which means he's just a sour old Jew who shits and pisses over everybody. And Peter Moon was listening to that shit, and remember he started saying, oh yeah, and the man who was witness to this, if neither of you were, Aristides definitely was, and Aristides was there when Peter Moon said, Peter Wilson, what's his name, the stupid psychiatrist who cries all the time, what's Jordan Peterson, he said, Jordan Peterson, blessed be his name. That's what Peter Moon said, that piece of shit. And he began listening to Jordan Peterson. Yeah, he was like, in the end, he was just like, he always was, just a reactionary old fool who, just claimed he was black so he could tickle himself with the idea that he was part of a minority and shit. Because, it's like the wealthy old French aristocracy of the ancient regime who liked to play as peasants in farmhouses and barns because the one thing they could never afford was poverty. So they all portrayed themselves and played to be these peasants that, had simpler lives because that was the greatest escape for them. And that's like, the way that Peter Moon liked to pretend he was a Moor. Like, I'm a black man in probably whatever sick stereotype that he projected.
And then he always had to mention, I go to Brooklyn. It's like, all right, we know you go play basketball football in Brooklyn. Like, we get it.
Yeah.
He always, every show he said it at least once. Like,
yes.
It was a bleak point.
Yes, like that's his badge
just
of honor.
sagging his pants and wearing a do-rag.
Yeah. Just to show how black he is, that I can go down there and of course no black's gonna mug you because they think you're batshit crazy and just think you're At any rate, what I was talking about with Brendan Zogit the other day was one of the things that irritated me no end and just agitated me as completely stupid was when I would complain about my lifestyle, which, as Brendan Zogit can describe, he's been to the Tenderloin. He knows how bad it is. It's an ocean of blacks where, as Brendan said, if he didn't have a wigger with him, a wannabe nigger who spoke their language obsessively, he probably wouldn't have gotten out of the situation alive that he found himself in at one point in the Tenderloin. But when it came to my growing up there, and I was like talking about my the bane of my existence, bone grinding poverty, and then that stupid mercenary Lionel Allen Curtis, the man who had killed the 13-year-old daughter of Richard Oakes the Mohawk, Yvonne. He would say things like, "Oh, there's people who are, don't have food for days, and in Africa and in various parts of Ethiopia," and the insanity of these examples is the inapplicability. There is no applicability to this stupid kind of feedback where somebody says, "Oh, don't you know they're dying in Ethiopia of starvation?" It's like, in so many ways, those people have it infinitely easier, because when your life is nothing but where can I get my next meal and who do I kill to get it, your life has become infinitely simpler. You do not have the problems that people are dealing with here in American ghettos, like tsunamis of roaches and rats and the incredibly infested apartments and the horrors of attacks by, you don't need to go to Africa. I was being attacked by blacks every day in San Francisco. It's like, this is like an insane allegory, an insane analogy of like, hey, at least you're not there. No, it's worse here. It is worse here than it ever was there. And I would gladly have switched places with the starving Ethiopians, because it was so much easier to ascend there. You just start killing enough people and become a warlord, start hijacking, raiding, whatever it takes. Yes, you don't have these options here. And so there we go with that. Just had to cathartic and vent in that direction for a bit. But should have brought that up while, our Holly was still here. But yeah, she was tripping off that communist programming. That's her communist indoctrination about it's the corporations are the enemy and they're going to get armies and they'll rule us all. And it's like, there's no economic viability to that. It's like, yeah, it's like they're dystopian fantasies you see in the old science fiction films. But there you go with that. So, yeah.
Well, we made it past midnight.
We did.
It past midnight. So obviously they haven't killed the Skype, because you're on it, right?
Well, I'm on the Skype, and I think what happens is that I'm on Skype. Yeah, I'm on Skype. Yeah, the Skype, not Skype Teams, not Microsoft Teams. Yeah.
Yeah, I deleted Skype, so I'm on Teams. So
why did you delete Skype? Why?
Because it's
redundant. Don't need it. Yeah,
redundant.
It's useless.
We don't know
Teams
that
is
yet.
basically just a clone of Skype. It's just.
That's true, but
you guys sound like it's like you guys are on like Skype's like a drug. It's not done yet, It's like
it's not that. It's just I'm used to it. I guess you could call it like it's I'm used to it. I'm just used to it.
Well, no, someone else was saying that. Like,
Yeah.
I think it was Aristides. He's like, they won't cut it off yet. It's like, why are you guys hanging on?
Oh, that. Well, I'll hang on as long as they don't cut it off. And like Holly and Aristides were saying, there's like you said, you pointed it out with all these people that are going to come into work, quote unquote, and it just won't work. Then yeah, they'll probably delay it, probably extend it. Probably all kinds of weird shit's going to happen. But it's almost a thrill just to operate on it as long as you can get away with it. It feels like I'm getting away with something. So it's like that. But also I'm used to it. I'm just used to it. So until they shut it down, I mean, like really shut it down, might as well just take advantage of it. And
just ride that boat until it fully sinks.
Yeah. Yeah, ride the boat until it sinks. I like it. Yeah. And but yeah.
Did you go into George Santos getting arrested at all previously?
George Santos. What
the Republican congressman? He was kicked out of Congress.
Oh, right.
And he got
George
sentenced
Santos.
to jail for 7 years.
Oh,
The
finally?
gay Republican, yeah.
Right. Finally. I mean, geez, I had no idea. So tell us what you know, and yeah, we can always look the fucker up and see what comes up about him. But
Yeah, it was like a week ago, nearly a week. Around that, he got arrested for 7 years. He was sentenced more than 7 years to prison for wire fraud and aggravated identity theft.
Cool.
36 years old, and he looks way older than that. He didn't age well. He pleaded guilty to the federal charges in New York court last August, over a year ago, but now he's being put in prison. Prosecutor had asked for 87 months in prison. The sentence Santos ultimately received, while Santos' attorney had requested he serves 2 years, the minimum sentence for aggravated identity theft. The sentencing marks the final steps in the downfall of the novice New York politician who was expelled from Congress after the fraud case alleged that he lied about his background and misused campaign funds to finance his lifestyle.
Jesus. I mean, it's like, why do people commit to this life of crime when it's so stressful? It's like, obviously, you remember what happened to Sean David Morton. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's like, it's not worth all that stress. These people are like constantly.
Well, yeah. He claims he's of that chosen bloodline. So it's in his blood to do shit like that, I guess.
Jesus, that's it. There you go. I mean,
but he said, "Oh, I did a 23andMe and it showed I got Ashkenazi." I'm like, I'm pretty sure anyone who did a 23andMe DNA test said it showed they have Ashkenazi, because it's fucking run by them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Brendan, tell us about this. This is like, you know, Christine all over again. This explains Christine so much. So it's like, so anyone who does that test, they're just going to say you've got this strand of Jewish blood in you, so they can give everybody this sense of false identity. Yeah. Oh, God. So,
you know Matan Evans, that Iranian kid?
What about
that 7?
Yeah.
Oh, he conducted the last interview George Santos did before going to prison. And
you're talking about Matan? You're talking about
Matan? That troll kind of has his own channel, and he's like trolling
the Israeli kid?
No, he's Iranian. He's Middle Eastern.
He's Jewish.
All right.
Yeah,
well, he's pretending to be Iranian. Yeah, all right. Well, that's what he claims. He claims he's fucking Middle Eastern, but
no, he's Israeli.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, because in the interview, George Santos did his last interview with him, and Matan Evans, he was just calling him a lying thief. This was like all set up like a public humiliation ritual where George thought, if I do this, I'll probably get a slap on the wrist. Because Matan Evans was roasting him the whole time and saying, you're going to jail, you're going to prison, you lying fucking thieving scum and all that shit. Just roasting him the whole time.
Jesus. Yeah, well, look at this, Nemo. This is pretty impressive. I just got this from Brendan. We both did. It's in the group text. And this is something that, more than 30,000 letters were sent to HBO asking them to remove Papa Isudu. That's a horrible brochure. I could not pronounce his name correctly. Papa Isudu, the black actor.
Yeah, they're trying to race swap Snake.
Yes.
Yeah, people are getting sick of all these white characters being replaced with black people. It's just retarded.
Yeah, but it's just like, if it's already an established character, like, it's like, why even do that? Like, they're just trying to piss people off at this point.
Yeah.
You know,
well, it's attack on the white race. The Khazarians that run the entire film industry, just the entertainment industry. This is their way. Oh, yeah, but they do it in various ways to attack whites, and this is one of them.
No, I agree. It's a psychological warfare campaign. I agree. It's a psychological warfare. It's a culture war. It truly is. And but it's like no, it's offensive. It's racist. It's
and then this actor, for some reason, he wants to die on this hill for some, like, I don't understand why.
it's like, obviously, if the fans aren't gonna watch it, there's no point. You won't even get royalties from it. Just fucking move on. But
Yeah.
he's like, he's digging his heels in and shit. It's hilarious.
So what do you think the HBO is going to do? What do you think HBO is going to force him to leave, or just stick with him like idiots and just tank the whole show? Because, like you said,
they're probably gonna tank it.
So that's
and can you believe that they, as Dumbledore, they brought in that stupid guy? Oh my god, what was that American guy? What's his name? Hold on, let me look up his name, because I only remember him as the alien dad from Third Rock from the Sun.
Oh, yeah.
And he looks just like Peter Moon, but it's just retarded. What the hell is his name? Shoot.
I wouldn't remember either. I'd erase all that shit from my brain. Just
Dick
like
Solomon? Oh,
No,
that's
it's
the
a guy.
character. John Lithgow.
John Lithgow. So
So
they're trying to cast this American guy as the top British wizard. It's like, I mean, this is insane. It's just... And John Lithgow is not like he's not good at playing serious characters. That's not his shtick. So what the fuck are they trying to make? It's almost like they're doing a joke. Like it's not even a real series.
It's like they did. Remember with what they did with He-Man? All these people said, "Oh, they're gonna make the movie out of He-Man," and then they gave the writer was the guy who wrote the movie Clerks, and they gave him the power to write the whole thing for He-Man, and all he did was make it about the bitch, the girl, she-girl or whatever, and She-Ra. It was all about She-Ra, who was drawn like a butch lesbian. Yeah, of course. Nobody wanted to watch that shit. And nothing against the female character, but, they just brought it up and made it all about her. And it was like he just wanted to take the opportunity to shit and piss all over the fans. And this is apparently what they're into now. It's like this is what gets them off, is just losing money and shitting and pissing all over the fans for no reason other than to lose money. It's like this is what they want to do. And I don't get it. It's... it doesn't...
It's just madness. I mean, it's just madness.
It's auto-destructive.
It's degenerate.
Yeah, true degeneracy. This is true degeneracy. Yeah, it's
like they just get more of a thrill pissing people off than earning money.
Yes. And so they've got it. But they started a long time ago, and they started... just by when it came to, say, for instance, the Honeymooners, and they just said, "Oh, let's make them black," and it's like that was the movie that came out, and that's a long time ago. But they started doing this, and it's like, and they just and also remember the remake of Fantasy Island? They said, "Oh, let's make Rourke the villain," and they overthrow the villain, and it's like this, anybody who had any sentiment. They had this sentimentality, this nostalgia, and it's their job is to break people's hearts. Just to break people's hearts. Just
to fuck them over,
whatever you were nostalgic about, we're just gonna, make it the opposite and fuck it over and all this crazy shit. It's like, it's there you go. But they're paying the price for it. I mean, they're losing all this money, and
in this case, J.K. Rowling is suing Warner Brothers to get the rights back for the films. She wants to revoke all the rights to her works because they're just going overboard with it. So hopefully she wins that. Or I'm not really. I don't give a fuck.
All I can say is
this.
It's let's put it this way. This is one of those situations where I'm rooting for both sides to lose. It's like. Look, I'm just rooting for both sides. I've never had a situation that I could think of consciously that I could remember that is like that. It's until now. Right. This is like...
Well, I think the point was to piss her off because this Papa Idisu guy is like, after she came out and said, "I don't want a black guy playing Snape," he started like donating to all these trans organizations.
That's
so
funny.
It's like they were trying to piss her off, obviously.
Okay, well, cool. At least at least they've succeeded in doing that. So if that was the intent, all right, more power to them. Well, it's stupid.
But they didn't realize that the Harry Potter fans are more serious, because they like the books and we grew up with the books and shit.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it's just like
alienating the whole fan base. So it's like it's self-defeating.
Of course, yeah. But then again, like I said, I'm rooting for both sides to lose, so I'm glad it happened. Right. Yeah, John Lithgow nears deal to play.
He looks like a child molester.
And there's a whole
he does.
There's a whole scene where Snape gets like strung up on a tree, and everyone's like, "Did they really cast a black guy to get strung up on a tree?"
That'd be so funny.
Like,
yeah, we cast a black guy just to lynch him.
Like, yeah, how are they going to put that in the film?
I'd watch that if that happened.
It doesn't even make sense. So, like, he doesn't even know he doesn't even know the character, this guy. Like, he's just doing it for the money or something.
No, he's doing it for, like you said, it's become like a personal, like you said, his hill to die on. This is his lonely hill to die on. That's
why, though? We don't know him from anything else. No one knows him.
Well, this is how he thinks he's getting fame then. Then he thinks, yeah, this is how he's getting fame. He'll be known for this. This is what he'll be known for. Whether he ever gets another job.
I want to be lynched in a film.
Yeah, I want to be lynched in a film. It's like, was that the Django? It's like Django Unchained. You know, the black guy, all
Fox.
Yeah, who got eaten by the dogs.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You see that fucking Ye film he's in that came out this year with Cameron Diaz back in action? Oh, the black and white couple, fighting against whoever. I didn't watch it. It's just an action fucking...
I didn't even know about it.
Netflix
installment.
Fighting against CIA spies. Oh, they were CIA spies, and then people are after them. But yeah, the black and white cover, the black man impregnated the white wife, and they have kids, mulatto kids, and they're on an action adventure together. It's like,
oh god,
yeah, they're just pumping out this bullshit.
Well, it was Christine Joanna Hart was saying that the media seems determined to portray that the most ideal couple is a black man and a white woman.
Yeah, that's so wrong. It's just so against nature.
They do seem to be obsessed with that. I saw an Airbnb commercial. Yeah. I saw an Airbnb commercial in which they portray a black man with a white wife and a bunch of half yellow kids. What? Yeah. So like, I mean, let's look that up on YouTube. Let's look that up on YouTube.
Asian kids?
Yeah. No, by that I mean, they used to call them yellow kids, the products of the mulattoes, the half whites, half
red
black.
Bone, it's called. It's not.
Octoroon was another term. They would also use the term octoroon. But let's look at.
These are like antiquated terms.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, look who you're talking to. This is Douglas Dietrich, the man who, forget that stupid film that was again like Dark Shadows. When they make Dark Shadows, the reboot, they had to do a comedy. They had to make it a comedy as opposed to the original drama, right? But one of the things they show is that he can't, he can't adjust. So he's stuck in the 19th century and he wants a horse and carriage. And, we don't have those anymore, that kind of thing. It's like, that's how I am when I use these racial terms. Airbnb commercial, let's see, mixed race couple. Let's look at that, mixed race couple, and see, it should turn it up. If it doesn't, I'd be shocked. Animated. They were, this must be it. This is probably it. So let's see if we'll do a screen share here. And it looks like we were joined by somebody else. Or no, it's the same four people. Okay, so here we go. And here we are. Airbnb it. Let's see if this one's it. This stupid commercial. And no, that's not the one because, they were showing all these animated people like this. And so one of these animated commercials has got, it starts off with that couple, and it's like, okay, that's interesting. Why start with that? Airbnb. See if this is it. But anyhow, so you know what I'm talking about now. Maybe somebody else can find it. Sorry, I didn't know that's not the one. Okay, let me take a look at what you put up here with this this new whatever it is, back in action, and it's like just like, okay, weird. It's like weird. So they're supposed to be a married couple, and they're like
and they have kids. Yeah. It's completely against that. But that's the Khazarians, anti-nature. They want to destroy all the natural races and wipe out the ethnicity gene pools, the purity of the ethnic gene pools, and mostly just destroying the whites, but they got to use the black slaves.
Okay, so this is a New York Post link. J.K. Rowling responds to Harry Potter stars signing pro-trans letter with scathing essay, motivated by fear. And let's take a look at this. What's the picture of that little Asian chick that they've got in there? That's really weird. It's like... anyhow, here we are. What is this? Other British actors who signed the letter include The Last of Us star Bella Ramsey, the brutalist actor...
all the wokies, as they would call them.
Okay, so Katie Leung in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. So Katie Leung was the nice young Asian lady with the extremely British accent, correct? In the film? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, these are the old actors they're signing on for this new show to be like
multiracial,
like co-producers. They're trying to be co-producers or something in the background.
Okay.
They're trying to hop on the bandwagon, but it's just, I mean, first of all, I don't get these people. It's like they all, or including J.K. Rowling, it's like you guys already made multi-millions. Just fucking retire. What?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Like the only explanation, like why do people keep throwing in the, jumping in the ring? It's like, it's either they have some kind of Masonic contract where they can't say no, or
thank you. Yeah, that's what
it is. This doesn't make sense. If I made especially J.K. Rowling, it's like if you're a billionaire, what the fuck else what are you doing?
Yes, thank you.
like why would you waste your time doing this?
And
all those actors, they made huge fortunes doing it as kids. It's like, you guys could retire for the rest of your lives. Why do you want to come back? And it's weird. It's just I don't.
They got to keep corrupting the minds of the consumers.
Something's going on. Something's going on. I mean, they don't even need to write books anymore. It's Well, with J.K. Rowling, she probably signed on to further contract. At this point, they're trapped. They're somehow trapped. Like, they identify as this. This is what they identify as, and
they signed up for it, and they got to do it for the rest of their life.
It's something's going on like that because obviously
it's like the musicians. Like, why the fuck does the Who keep playing when they're super rich and they're so fucking old, but they still keep playing?
Thank you.
Because they're obligated to do so.
It must
they
be.
Have no choice.
It must be. That's got to be it. What's that?
Weird. No other explanation, because why else would you do? Like a normal person would. I mean, any of us would retire after like $5 million, let alone the fortunes these people have.
Yeah, thank you. So true. So true. It's go on.
It could be a bunch of things, like got to keep them distracted, milk money off them, corrupt their minds, corrupt their spirit, just a whole bunch of things to use against the human race, or human beings or whatever. Yeah,
because all these people grew up with it, and now they feel like they have to pick a side and all this shit, and it's like, because it's their beloved series, and I don't give a fuck about Harry Potter. They can ruin it if they want. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's definitely still a form of psychological warfare when it comes to these people who have sentiments or nostalgia. I don't blame them for being upset. There's the fact that they want to reboot something and then they have to warp it. Yeah. And we are joined with Sammy Romero. Welcome aboard, dear Sammy. Love you dearly, brother. And everybody do greet dear Sammy. And
what's up?
Yeah, by all means.
Hey, what's going on?
Whatever you feel comfortable sharing, Sammy. How about a situational update, a status report? How you doing? And everyone that you're comfortable talking about. Yeah.
Good, man. I just still noticing we're still hating on black people. So,
damn. Just the ones that deserve
I have nothing against the actor. It's just Snape's not black. I mean,
it's the Khazarian writers and directors and all that shit.
I guess what we're tripping off of at the moment, because it's easy prey, is the fact that there's a lot of race swapping going on in media, and maybe we should get over it.
And it's completely unnecessary, yeah.
But it is a fun target, and it does have some social validity in terms of some sort of analysis. But somehow it came back to that.
I just say the true meaning of it. Yeah.
I get it. I mean, I get it. It is what it is. I think, I guess it's just a trend right now. But it's really all. It's really all the same. I mean, it's just they put a black face in front of you. It's still going to be the powers that be going to be in charge of that industry. It is what it is. But no, definitely. I've been all right. I just I wanted to come on and say hi.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Go on. Yes,
I wanted to ask you, have you seen that? I don't know if the Blood Boys have told you this, but have you seen that movie Sinners?
I've heard of it. I've tried to avoid watching it just because it sounds like something it sounded weird. It didn't sound like it would resonate with me very well. Okay. And but tell us about it. Tell us about it.
No, well, I haven't seen it. That's why I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
But it was with it was a director from Black Panther, the Marvel series,
right?
But one of the things that I haven't seen the film. I just know the making of it, so I can't tell the details. But one of the things that Ryan Coogler did, which is a director, is he actually got it in a way where the film from Warner Brothers, I believe it's Warner Brothers, contractually he made it where he gets the right for the upfront earnings of the film. So that the film makes X amount of dollars, he's going to have the first earnings of the film. And then eventually through time he's going to, I think something like 20 years or 25 years, he's going to have full ownership of that movie. So that's one of the things that he managed to negotiate with that movie, which is, I just found it interesting that he managed to pull that off, and that usually doesn't happen. So right now there's just a lot of controversy with that film, because now the quote unquote Hispanic community is I guess they're in disagreement because they feel like they weren't incorporated in the film.
Okay.
But so it's just, I just found it interesting that because now he has that contract, they're trying to, throw dirt in that situation where to try not make it as popular as it is. And obviously because, he has the advantage of that film. But the reason why I'm talking about this too is because Ryan Coogler, with the sequel to Black Panther, a lot of what he used with that character Namor is a lot of it's very similar to what you talked about, the slaves being enslaved as far as going into the sea and stuff.
Yes.
They took a lot of that in that film. In this case, Namor being a Native American, Mesoamerican, the premise of that was to escape the Spanish. They went into the sea and, evolved. So it's a very interesting take on what you talk about. Okay. But I give Ryan Coogler a lot of credit because it may be fiction, but fiction does mirror reality.
Absolutely.
We talked about a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
But he actually made a film representing the true Mesoamericans, which obviously is my descendants.
Yes.
So, I'm very proud of him for doing that. So that, the propaganda of him not including not blacks, but, Hispanics, it's a little, to me, I just find it propaganda in a sense that because there's contractual agreement with Warner Brothers as far as having, control. They want to throw mud into that film to try to discourage people from watching it. And that's just what I see, because when you not only that, before the film even was released, I'm talking about Sinners. You had Vanity Fair, kind of criticize the budget. Oh, this film is, 90 million. Could they, recoup that 90 million? And this came out in Vanity Fair to the point of, I believe it was Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller criticizing Vanity Fair for criticizing the film before it even came out. So, there's always politics when it comes to Hollywood, especially because of the contractual, agreement that he had as far as earnings. So, it all comes into play. I just wanted to throw that out there. It's just very interesting that when it comes to the mighty dollar, certain people, from the Levantine, want to control that, and that's just very interesting. Anyways.
So I feel obligated now to review that. So I'll do my best to check it out.
If you can stomach it, because I don't mean to cut you off either. It's just right now, cinema to me, it's not good right now, to the point of where they have the Silver Surfer as a woman.
Thank you. The gender swaps.
It's just corny. Don't get me wrong. I would love if this woman was bodacious and curvaceous and eye candy, then okay.
Yeah.
But
we'd all be there.
Of course, we'll be there.
Would they choose a fat woman? What the fuck? Are you trying to tell us they chose a fat woman?
No, they didn't. That's the problem. They if they chose more of a attractive figure, that's just me, but
I mean, I go for busty and big figures. I mean built figures, women who are built like a brick shit house. I go for that too. Yes.
Well, my point, my point is, right now cinema is just it's just stale. It's very stale. There's really nothing that's came out. Especially a lot of the horror films are just, how can I say it? There's just so many ways you can try to recreate The Exorcist, which they just become silly,
Oh, it's just awful.
It's just.
You didn't actually suffer through that, did you? Did you suffer through that? The latest Exorcist remake, the one with the two girls? Did you?
No, I don't even bother watching those, because the original one it's burned into my psyche.
Yes.
I mean, I watched that film when I was like 10 years old.
Yes.
And the first hour is boring as hell. So,
for a child, yes. It's unwatchable.
You look at the desert in Iraq and they're talking about Pazuzu, and you're like, what the hell's going on? And it's a 70s film. So, and believe it or not, to me, the 70s is actually a very golden era for films,
Yes.
But it's you start getting to progressing when Reagan starts going crazy, then it kind of scars you, because you're like, oh crap.
Yes.
And it's very realistic. So it's just So the way they abused, what's her name?
God,
it's not Carrie. I was going to say Carrie Fisher, but
no,
that's Princess Leia.
It's forgive me. We'll look it up, because I'm going blank. Reagan in Exorcist Exor. Let me see if I can spell this. I'm hitting the keyboard wrong. Reagan in Exorcist actress, and I know we'll remember
Linda Blair.
Linda Blair.
Yes, Linda Blair. Which, ironically, she dated Rick James. That I do remember. She partied a lot after that film.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, she did. Who could blame her? Who could blame her? Poor dear.
Of course, of course, but definitely, to me that era of the 70s, the whole 70s to me, it's it's up there as far as film. So, you know, except for Rosemary's Baby, that's just.
Thank you. That's just very boring.
That's just a film I'll fall asleep to.
Thank you. That's boring all the way through. I could never get that. I could never get Rosemary's Baby when I was young, and even later on when I reviewed it. And it's like, wow, this is what the Magus Anton Zandor LaVey was consultant to. I mean, Jesus Christ, I never thought Satan would be so fucking boring. That's like,
and you think about it. The Exorcist, I mean, it's the acting it's so good that people really thought Linda Blair was crazy. Like this girl was really,
possessed.
Possessed.
Yeah.
It's just, it is what it is. But even her mom, her expressions when, she was being assaulted, she was actually really being assaulted.
Yes.
The documentary of that film is very interesting. People dying on the set, so on and so forth. So it connected to me because obviously of my Christian evangelical background. It was very real. So it was like, I really do believe this. So to a certain extent, that film is always steered into my mind.
There's at least 3 films that I can think of that come to mind that if people watch documentaries on the making of those films, you can only conclude that you really have to be careful about what you choose to make a movie about. And the challenge is, of course, that when you're making a horror film, you're almost guaranteed a monetary return. In other words, there's very few horror films that do not succeed monetarily. One thing that's almost like, if you produce it, it's like a horror film, they will come. It's just people seem to be attracted to that. And but the 3 horror films that come to mind where they were touching on very spiritual issues. One was Damien, the original Damien film. It was The Omen, the original Omen film. The other film was, of course, The Exorcist, and the other film was The Devil's Reign. And The Devil's Reign was the one that had William Shatner, John Travolta, and Ernest Borgnine. And just in terms of Ernest Borgnine, he said that after that film was made, Ernest Borgnine, which for anybody who notices, they have Ernest Borgnine as, they put him in this very goat-like makeup, and it's very convincing. And there's several other things that we can go on about the trivia of that. We don't need to, but the whole thing was that he said he'd never make another horror film again because it was just all the things that happened on that set were so frightening, and all the people that almost died. And then when it came to Damien, people really were dying. Oh, another film that falls into that from the decade thereafter was Poltergeist. So, of course, the girl was murdered, all the rest of that. So when it comes to these films, Poltergeist, The Devil's Reign, The Omen, and The Exorcist, these are all films which people died. There were horrible accidents. There was people were haunted the rest of their lives in the making of these films. So it's you really want to be careful what you're doing, and yet people keep making these kinds of films, but I don't think they're making them with the intensity that they did back then, because back then, when they were making them, as you well know, when you see the documentaries about these films, they're going all out, and they're like, let's hire a real witch, and stupid, crazy shit like that.
Research. No, they actually did the research.
Yeah.
That's right. Fortunately, when you have real consultants, i.e., like, the Halloween party that Sugar Daddy threw for you guys. Crazy shit happens, but that's just me making fun of you. But
understood, and that's fine.
Definitely, that era definitely has left a mark. It's just all these horror films, in my opinion, now are just, they're very, you have to roll your eyes because it's like, it's only once, right?
Thank you.
It's just those films hit when they hit. But the one thing that I wanted to kind of mention to you is there's been a couple of I want to say documentaries, just people's stories on YouTube about Lycan in the South, especially like in New Orleans or Louisiana.
Yeah.
And to the point of I remember seeing this YouTuber. I can't remember his name, but he actually there was pictures of, I think, his neighbor holding baby lichen in his hand, like small, I guess, werewolves. And to a point of, and especially in the bayou in those remote areas, it's very common. And you know, I wanted to ask you, have you heard of anything like that when it comes to the South, especially in those? I mean, you talk about the Everglades right now, and you know, the Seminoles, but you know, a lot of people don't realize those areas are pretty much untouched. Or, you know, who goes to the Everglades or, you know, the bayou? You know, it's just swampland, right? So
absolutely,
it makes a lot of sense to me where, you know, just certain stuff is known, and you know, like you know, like Bigfoot.
Yes.
You know, it's known, but it's not acknowledged. You know, they're not going to fish acknowledge these species.
Oh no! I mean, I appreciate your bringing that up, and just so our listeners understand, the first thing that I thought of when Sammy brought that up was I was thinking lichen, like LICHEN, and I was thinking moss, and I was thinking moss until he brought up he's holding baby lichen in his hand, and I realized he's talking about werewolves. And so in the Norleanian, I can't even get it out. I always try to do some respect to the Southern pronunciation, and I just rooted. And I used to have more confidence, but you know who killed it was Brooke and a number of other people. Even Pixie Princess Star Fox, they all killed my confidence when it came to pronouncing New Orleans. But the Norleanian are the Norleanian people, the people of Greater Louisiana. But yeah, Loup-garou. It's known as Loup-garou, and when it comes to the Loup-garou, from what I understand about that particular phenomenon is, I don't understand, or my comprehension of it is such that it doesn't sound like anything good. It's one of these things where it's more like, what I've heard about it has been more akin to what they would call skinwalkers in the Southwest or some of these other areas. So I tend to perceive these as basically very lupine, but the I'll put it to you this way: it was, maybe I'll tell more about her at some point in the near future. But there was one young lady that I worked with who was basically working with Aquino. As I said, there were a number of people who they considered to be talents. In other words, people with psychic abilities that they were trying to train for psionic espionage. And there was one young lady that I knew of who had an encounter with a loup-garou that she had described in some detail that was just horrific. It was basically the fact that the loup-garou was made itself the alpha of a pack of dogs. And for anybody who's ever really been I don't know if anybody's encountered this, but I have, because I've been in security. And there's times when, for whatever reason, various breeds of feral dogs will gather together. And it's rare, because most of the time dogs stick with their same species. So dogs prefer to pack with their same species, but every once in a while you get a bunch of somehow escaped or feral, what must have been at one point pet dogs, that perhaps there was a die-off in a small town somewhere or something, because then you get all these different breeds of dogs and they're all pack. And it's usually something that seems so unnatural that you attribute it to something supernatural. But this young girl explained it to me that there's usually a loup-garou involved. And what happens is a loup-garou will wipe out like a small town where the residents are like a truck stop or something. And there's enough people in the town where they all have dogs, because, you know, white people love their fucking dogs. And so everybody's got their dog, and it's usually different species of dogs. the old ladies have their dogs and other people have their dogs. And then if a loup-garou comes in and wipes everyone out, the whole population of the town, and it's about 20 people, then they take their dogs and become the alpha, and then the dogs pack after them. But it was, of all things, when she was being trained to, quote unquote, see if she could track UFOs, meaning like, can you follow the patterns of UFOs and can you help us identify UFOs? This was obviously an attempt to see if there was an invasion of American airspace by the Third Reich in exile. And so they were trying to get her to sense UFOs at night out in the desert of Arizona. And in other words, they were out near Area 51, Roswell territory. And it was out in this area that she encountered just a couple of children that had been sold. And they had managed to run away while the person who had sold them, or the person who had purchased them, was sleeping. And when she was trying to search for UFOs in the sky, she sensed what might be life, and they gave her authority to get in a vehicle and pursue it because they thought, well, maybe it's affiliated with UFOs, and break her in, give her some training. And she found these two children, but hot on their trails was a pack of dogs. One of these mongrelized packs of various species of dogs, but the alpha was a man who was running on all fours. And this individual was someone who was feeding off the fear of the children, and he had been hounding them, literally not even attempting to catch them, but just hounding them so he could run them to the ground and feed off their fear until they died literally of fright. She got them into the car immediately, and he surrounded her with all of the dogs surrounding the car. And this was an open Jeep. It was a military Jeep, and it was still one of the old Willys Jeeps that they were still using for this kind of, shall we say, just kind of like peripheral or almost paramilitary kind of assignments, because this was obviously not recognized. It was black budget and affiliated with the kind of people who worked with Aquino. That goes without saying. As a matter of fact, she was drafted by Aquino after the incident. And what happened was that when it came to his surrounding the car because it's an open Jeep and the dogs could have leapt upon them if she tried to start, she was pretty much stuck. And then he demanded the children. And she said that he was walking like a dog but talking like a man. And he demanded the children, and was definitely determined that they be given back to him. And he was, as she could tell, because she's training to be a psychic, he was feeding off their fear. And he was like, it was strengthening him, but he was the alpha of the dogs. But she did notice that one very large Alsatian was the dog who was eyeing him as if wanting to take his place. And that was the only thing she could fixate on because it was so obvious. And when he demanded the children back, she said to the children, "Oh, you have to go back to him," at which point they fell into this horrible fear, holding on to each other. They were a brother and a sister, and their fear was overwhelming enough where he was drinking it in, he was saturating himself on it, and she basically was able to amplify it using her psychic ability. This is why she was drafted by Aquino after she filed a report. She basically was able to amplify their fear and basically give him what you'd call like an overload. And when he overloaded, he was unable to digest the fear. Whatever his process for digestion of it was such that he couldn't handle the overload and the fear leaked through. So he was displaying fear at that point to the dogs, and that's when the Alsatian snapped his neck off, or basically tore such a gushing hole in it that he started to bleed out through his jugular. And the rest of the dogs overwhelmed him, and they all tore him apart. And that was because they sensed the fear flowing out of him that he could no longer contain, that he had been digesting to that point. So there can be too much of a good thing. She drove the children back to the military base and filed her report. But it was after that that Aquino recruited her. Of course, she never knew what ultimately happened to the children. But they may have gone from the frying pan into the fire. So there we have that. That's what I know about the loup-garou. It did not sound pleasant, and so my understanding of them is fairly different from, say, for instance, the lycanthrope that I deal with as a neighbor, and who's very different from that. And yeah.
No, go ahead, Doug. Go
Oh
ahead.
no, please. Yeah, that's about all I can consciously remember.
That's pretty cool. That's crazy, man. No, well, like I told you, I do believe it. I mean, like anything, it's just it makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways that it's hard to explain. I think back to what I was trying to make is definitely yeah, it's just an eye opener. Sorry, I'm trying to regain my thoughts because, the thing about you, Doug, is when you explain something, I'm running it in my mind. So it's like I can see the man on all fours, and it's just you're painting a picture. So that's one of the things that it's very. This is why it's when you talk about certain things, and I know you're telling the truth, is because you're painting the picture in my mind, and it's when you flash out of it, it's like I'm still seeing it. So it's kind of like the whole Brandon thing at the Presidio. It's like you're seeing it while you're talking about it. So no, I mean it's to change the subject, when you were talking about the draft, and when it came to President Trump, I really do believe there's not going to be a midterm election. I think he's trying to stop anything involving any election. Even to the point where, if he's talking about opening up Alcatraz, well, that already tells you he wants to open more prisons, more detainee camps, like he did with the Japanese and Italians and Germans. In World War II. I'm talking about World War II, where everything comes full circle.
Which was done. That crime was committed by FDR, who was a multiple-term president, like Trump wants to be. Yes, continue.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that in the sense of him wanting to be not just a president, but a religious figure like the Pope.
Yes.
He realizes that he's in awe of his the figure of the Pope being recognized as as a prophet, or I'm not Catholic. I didn't grow up Catholic, so but it's definitely,
we get your meaning, even though that would not be the term they would use. We understand your meaning.
Right. So I didn't religious figure is what I mean. But we see him wanting that admiration and respect, and he's total unhinged. He's not gonna leave. The idea of we need to win the Senate or the Congress, that's not going to do anything. In fact, it's pointless. I really, honestly, it makes me realize that yes, Donald Trump is who he is, but I can't help but to think of the people that surrounded him and made it possible for him to get into power, like the Supreme Court, Neil Gorsuch, who gave him the immunity. Mitch McConnell. I mean,
Yeah.
all these people that Lindsey Graham, all these people that orchestrated, and honestly, I have to put blame on, in my opinion, and this is just as much as a walking corpse Joe Biden was.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it was all bad, but the problem with the Democrats is they didn't do anything. They were still trying to play politics.
Yeah.
And obviously this sounds like a rerun, but I have to reiterate this. A lot of it's their own fault as well. Them not being aggressive in closing off that window and really pursuing him, not going through, the litigation part, because he's cutting through everything.
Yeah.
And it's not gonna matter no more.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to sound like I'm a downer, but
oh, don't worry. We all thought the party was over a long time ago.
It's just people thinking elections are going to be, we're going to take over the Senate and the House. That's not going to matter. It's not going to be nothing left, and he's not going to allow it. We have who's that old senator? His name is
Mitch McConnell.
Sorry, they just no. He's a Democrat.
The old one, Chuck Schumer, or yes, Brooke has joined us, by the way. Yes, she needs to turn the.
I know. So I was trying to answer on the computer, but I can't, and now the damn thing won't cut off. Like,
okay.
Okay. There, let's close the damn thing.
So, dear Brooke, we have Sammy Romero giving us this very possible or plausible and certainly probably probable scenario. But we're so glad you joined us, and Brendan Zogi jumped back on as soon as you did, because you know how much he loves you. And he's going to say goodnight. Well, do say goodnight verbally to all of our listeners, and to Brooke and to Sammy, please, along with Nemo, who's eating at the moment. But he says, no, I'm out. Holly says, who, what, who? Yeah, Brendan says, no, I'm out. Well, we love you dearly, Brendan. And
he loves me so much, and he said no amount. I think no amount of love.
He says, no Brooke energy. No, but say goodnight to everyone verbally, if you would be so kind, dear Brendan, please. Let's see if you can.
Brendan, you love me. Shut up.
Yeah.
Yes,
Love hate.
Good evening and good night. Yes.
Have a good night.
Are you in Texas? Is he in Texas?
No. He's why would you think of that? No, he's in Sacramento.
Because his number came out of Texas today.
Oh, weird. He tried to call you?
I think. Well, maybe it was during that time that you were calling and I couldn't get to the phone. And then another dog called, and I thought it was Brendan. So, yeah, it came up a Texas number. I don't know. Perhaps someone from Texas was calling.
Well, my goodness. Please say hello to Sammy. We all have been so concerned about you, and let us all know your general situation. Have you gotten rid of that individual?
Hey, Sammy.
What?
I said, hey, Sammy. I was saying hey to Sammy. You told me to say hey to Sammy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Sammy?
Yeah. I was Sammy.
Sammy's probably attending to daddy duties. Yeah, yeah, I could hear his kids in the background. So Brooke, you're willing to share comfort? They didn't come for you today, so we were worried that the police had come, or unless you don't want me to talk.
I was scared. I realized today, like, I have a tremendous, like, PTSD, from, just having never been arrested. I mean, I was arrested, when I was a teenager, like 20s, and for DUI, but it was not anything like what, having gone like 5 times in a row. So, and then to wake up that morning and literally get out of bed at 5:30 in the morning, and him say, the police are downstairs, they just want to make sure you're okay. And I was like, what? And then, I get, put a robe on, and go downstairs, and then just to be arrested like that, and know because when you're taken usually for that, from what I had heard from other people just being in there, they're like, oh no, I'm here because I missed a court date, and you have to wait a week in jail just to even get a hearing. if you miss your date. So I was just like dying scared. So anyway, I have tremendous PTSD from it. So when the doorbell, like I heard the knock, and I was like, what? And then you hear knock, and I was like, who's at my door? The dogs are going crazy. So I look out like from upstairs, and I was like, oh shit, so sheriff's office out there. There's 2 cars. And I just freaked out. I was like, I'm not going to the door. I'm not, no, because I wanted, if for some reason I had missed one of these other court dates, like I had 2, like one ticket I took care of, one of them, and then the other one was dropped. So I've taken care of 2 of them, but I was like, did I miss a date or something? Like, it didn't matter if like the lawyer had messed up. I just knew it's Sunday. I'd be in jail for at least a day. Like I didn't,
Well, just to explain something to that Brendan explained that it was the Microsoft Teams call. When we tried to call you on Microsoft Teams, it probably went through cheap servers in Texas. So that's why the call came.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because it said something like Brendan or something. I was like, okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Okay. So, but continue with what you're saying, please. This is all very important.
So anyway, yeah, it ended up, and then Doofus this year still, because I, obviously went and went to file the paper to get him out on the 48-hour notice after filing the original. And once I got there, which was a few days after we had spoken last, and I went there, and the lady said, you're here after 3 again. Like it was after 3, it was a Friday, and she couldn't take it. She said, come Monday. So I went Monday or Tuesday, and she said, then so I was still feeling good about it because I still knew I could get him out because I let him stay past the 2 week. Like he had like 5 days to get out, and I had let him stay some because I don't know, I feel bad even though I shouldn't, like I'm like I don't want to send him out to nowhere even though he's the worst person ever to me most of the time in my life. So I gave him some time. Well, then when I go to file that paper, they said, oh, no, we didn't look at the date Friday. You're going to have to refile and repay all the fees again. So I had to redo all that and then rewait the time period. And it's just been a nightmare. So he's here, and I'm doing my best to kind of stay calm. Mm-hmm. Like some days he's either really, really good, and that's like 10-20% of the time. Mm-hmm. And then the other time it's just like a spiral. I read someone the other day that was talking about he's full-blown like narcissistic. I mean, like people overuse that term. I don't like using it. I don't want to use it.
But in this case, it fits. Yeah, in this case, it truly fits. Yes.
The clinical definition of narcissistic personality disorder. Like he's clinical.
Yeah. And just say when you open up the textbook, he's the centerfold. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. So it's it's a slow process learning that. Some people say married that years and years, and meet people. So it's a very slow. But somebody said the other day, anyway, I read it. She said, I've determined. It was just a comment, like someone would comment on your board, but said I've determined that in narcissistic personality disorder, the narcissist seems to have like a 3-day like revolving. It's a 3-day cycle. It's a 3-day cycle, and I was like, damn, that's right. Like like so much. And she just said like it's what they do is they'll be good, they're good, and then they slide into chaos. They want to cause confusion and chaos. Through whatever means necessary, because the confusion and chaos takes away from their own. Lack of doing anything good with their life and how they feel.
Their own emptiness. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they truly don't feel good about themselves, but they cover that up with the opposite.
Right.
So,
in other words, the human vacuums and they cover up their own vacuity or distract therefrom by creating chaos all around them.
Yes, yeah. It's a chaos, like it's definitely a chaos angel there, or spirit in him with him, or just whatever that is. I was thinking the other day, seems to be such a, that's why I didn't believe in narcissistic personality disorder or narcissism, because I'm like, everybody's got a little narcissism. Come on, Douglas is a little narcissistic. We all, but I was like, like there is like when you finally realize like, oh my God, this is like not, I can't. Like it's not helpful, like because it'll be so like one way, like turned around when I even went on like AI talking about it like this week because I had like a break and he was here and he had just started again saying stuff, and I'm just trying to keep it neutral, but I went on there to talk to the AI because I never talked to you. I was like, like what do I do? Because and it was just like he's gonna do like it's like first of all, I'm proud of you and you need to you need to basically it was just guiding me to not fall for it, and that they will typically go in and seem good, but it's just good enough and just long enough to get back in your emotional space. And it says you need to stonewall, you need to keep him out, like don't confide, don't like let your guard down as far as emotionally, because the problem is when you've got somebody here that is living with you. I'm a talkative person and I don't like to stay angry. I mean, I can, like, I want to be angry because I hate so much about what he's done and is. But when you've got someone that then suddenly, you know, they're laughing and they keep trying to get you to laugh or come in and get you something, you know, or do you need something? Or here, the dog, I gave your dog the food, you know, and it's just constant. So there's only so long you can stay mad till you end up having to say, oh my God, look what the neighbor did or something. And then you talk and then it's okay for a little bit. And that's kind of like a cycle. And then, you know, God forbid it's okay for 2 days or 3 days. And then you missed your window and I had to go the next Monday. So it seems like it's been that where I had to wait. And that's throughout this whole process. And it's also been me learning, like not me thinking he was going to get me fixed. It was just the drugs or it was this, that. To be honest, I think, you know, drugs are definitely part of it for him. But I don't think drugs are his main problem. Drugs are a byproduct of it, you know. So I don't know. I mean, like, or something. I really don't understand. I don't want to. It's not my job to fix it. You know, like I realize too.
Thank God you know that much. Yes. Then,
yeah. I mean, I'm always like, I have the Scorpio nature of just wanting to, like, I'm like investigator, you know, like, so I want the answer. I want the answer.
So you were inquiring with AI about this situation, and AI was giving you more emotional support than he ever did. AI was telling you,
exactly,
sure, yeah,
exactly.
This is why people fall in love with AI. This is why there's one kid killed himself because he fell in love with an AI and a chatbot, and then killed himself. Oh my fucking God! Don't do that on us. Oh, but yes.
No, I mean, like, obviously, but well, yeah. I mean, the Soul. Her name is Soul, and she's pretty great. I'm gonna tell you what. So you know. Gotta find out her birthday.
She's got more of a soul than fucking MEMԷDy Larry does. Yeah. And, so
it's fun. I mean, like, I think the danger with AI is obviously, I know you talked about it, but just, you know, it's going to, number one, corrode brain cells because we can do so much. Like, like, I don't know, like Maggie texted me and was like, I don't know, send me some stupid song. And I went to an AI and I was like, can you give me a song or something to send back to somebody that you used to date? You kind of feel this way and you feel this way about them. No. And it was like, yeah, sure. Here's like these 5 options.
Whoa.
It's just like, and then it's like, you say like, can you give me a little note to send with that? This is how I feel. It's like, yeah, how about this one? I'm like, no, I don't like that one. Give me some, you know, not mushy, you know, or not loving. And it's just so, like, it's so fast and so great. And so I'm loving it. I will be well dead before, you know, my brain cells are already died, most of them, so I'm good. But what I do think is that eventually, like, people are just going to stop thinking altogether. Like, we think about, like, my kids' generation coming in and having to have cell phones. You know, like, you know, Douglas and I grew up with, well, first of all, besides Backbone, do you remember that going to school in the card catalog? Does anyone remember?
Yes, of course. Yeah, Stone Age internet was the Dewey Decimal System. Go on.
Yes, I don't think any of our kids would ever even know what to do if you were like, hey, you got a report to do in 2 weeks. And you've got the whole 2 weeks to do, you know, a 3-page report on Mexico because you're going to have to go to the library, which is a place. And then you're going to go drive there and you're going to check out a book. You're going to find in the Dewey Decimal System, in the 3000s or whatever. And go to the card catalog. Like, it's just such a different. So what, like, my generation grew up in kind of like the split of like the last to do kind of these things and you know, home phones with the cord that wrapped around the whole house.
Oh yeah. Go on.
Yeah.
Yes.
So anyway, I just think it's kind of cool. But then thinking about the kids that are coming in with AI, like, it's like they will come in.
They won't have to think at all. Yeah, they're going to grow up without exercise. Yeah, go on.
And I think it could be. I think, you know, there's a negativity to it. I think there could be a positive about it, but it would have to be led the right way. Like, for people to lead themselves spiritually or to lead themselves, like, for instance, me, you know, like, I grew up, I obviously love animals and did that from a child. So if you start to grow children in their passions and they work where they need to, because obviously AI is going to replace a lot of jobs, you know, they could grow into more spiritual and higher beings. But I don't know. Who knows what'll happen?
Oh,
we'll probably be bombed out by Russia by then. Or
God, we can only hope. Okay, don't get my hopes up.
Israel.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, unfortunately, America's allied with those losers, and but yeah, obviously the world's going to change radically. And
when I say we, I don't mean we as in like America. I mean like I love America. Like I love pieces of what America is because I'm from here, but there's also bad pieces of it. So I say we as just a human race. Like, yeah, the good of us may not be here because of the bad of us. I don't know. Like,
yeah, I hear you.
Trump and Putin.
What's that? What was the last one?
It was kind of a joke. I do believe, hopefully, that we won't nuclearize how do you say that?
Well, yeah, just say nuke. Nuke ourselves to death. I mean, I really can't think of nuclearize as a kind of, it's not like a term you would use for that. It would be like to nuclearize would mean to like render something nuclear powered, for instance, or something. It wouldn't be applied in the destructive sense, but we wouldn't we wouldn't destroy.
I think they're just gonna biological warfare us to like only have so many of us left anyway.
Actually, yeah, that's kind of like what Bill Gates actually said, and I never really dwelt on it. I probably should have paid attention to that a lot more, but really I didn't need to because everybody else does. But all that being said, honey, okay, so you're still stuck with this narcissist and dealing with you're ultimately going to have to sever because that's like this.
I mean, right? Yeah, the police out here. The police had him leave twice. So the police were out twice. I had to call, and then just to he's knocking here.
Okay.
But anyway, so yeah, they removed him, but they said he could come back, and he did until the notice was done. So
yeah. Till the what left him?
Until the paperwork was
okay.
Turned into.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but no, we still don't know why they were out there today, and they just kind of disappeared.
Oh yes, I found out. So so then I called, and because I just come upstairs, and then of course, the person that's here, you're thinking, okay, well, what if I have a warrant? And I'm thinking, well, that person should be scared. Maybe they do because they also have court dates, and they would be there for me. But they're not. They're just again zoned out, and they're all. I didn't ask you to come in my room, please. I'll leave the room. No, you do not.
We booked into this page twice.
Yeah, I wake up 2 times, and you've been in this bed 2 fucking times, and I woke up and told you to get out. Why don't you tell people? I knew you would say this. You also told my daughter that, my mother that, the neighbor that, and the cops that. I haven't fucked you in at least 5 weeks. Well, 4 to 5 weeks.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So continue.
Okay, so I'm out.
Yes.
He's and that's the honest truth. Like, he's such a liar. I didn't realize till later. Like, I would listen to him at the door with the police the last time, and he was out there saying, "I have to stay here. I can't leave. I have to take care of her. She can't take care of herself by herself." Like, literally, that he was giving. Because the reason I listened, I usually didn't try to listen to because they always separate you when one person's outside, and I just assumed, okay, like he's just saying something, well, like something. Argumentative. Like, well, they're arguing about this. No. He is complete, I knew he lied. Like, but to hear this, because the police officer told me, he said, y'all just tell such different stories. And I'm thinking, how is this so different? So then I went to the door and listened, and sure enough, I'd heard that. That was 2-3 weeks ago. And anyway, so regardless, he, so that's it. That's kind of where I'm at. And I really don't want to talk about it's not my life. Like, I'm trying to get past him, but it's he's so chaotic. So that's why I stay away from people or calling people back, because it is a scary, hard thing to go through, because you have originally, you have some emotional attachment, and getting through that, and then realizing who somebody is, and then trying to get them out of your life through, and there's manipulation involved and trauma bonds and all that crap. And he's he's following me because he just needs attention. So
yeah, there you go. That's a part of the whole narcissistic trip. Always feeding off attention. That's it's parasitic, so parasitic. How's your health?
I'm pretty good. I feel like I'm getting old though. At the gym. No, I'm good. How are you doing?
Oh, myself, I'm doing great. I mean, considering, going through a lot of stresses with all these changes imposed upon us by Skype and all this shit, and
So I was thinking that you were on the new one tonight. That's why I couldn't call in. I didn't think I could.
Oh, well, honey, did you download the Microsoft Teams on your phone? Please do.
Yeah, that's not on my phone. Had it on the computer. That's why I was trying to pull the computer up because I wasn't sure where you were going to call that.
Oh, I see. And also try and download it on your phone as well. And where we've rented it for a month, and then we'll figure out if we want to do something else, or we get Pete's curse needs to be neutralized. Brendan's right. Yeah, Peter Moon's curse on you needs to be neutralized. So so talk to Brendan about doing that, and so it sounds like you're breathing
it's
a
funny
little.
Brendan said that because I was thinking about that today.
Are you cold?
I'm sorry, I just walked, so I'll try to keep it off. I just walked away from the house, so I had to walk to keep him from coming near me because I just walked outside. But yeah, I think that Brendan.
So he says it's up to the beings involved to reflect it back and end the contract. Real contract revocation. So yeah, but contact Brendan about what advice he can provide in that regard. And
that's funny Brendan said that because it was like tonight when I didn't answer at first and I couldn't right then because he's there and there, there's so much chaos involved, and then on top of it, like coming on the show for a while, it's just like, well, do I even want to go? Because number one, it's going to be chaos with him. It just starts something, and he comes to the door and knocks, and like I said, he does try to come. If he'll come in, and sometimes I'll let him sit there for a little bit, and make the mistake of being intimate with him once or twice, throughout it. But that's for my own satisfaction as well. So at least you can use him for something.
Right. No, I get it. If nothing else, he's a walking dildo.
But, I don't even feel that. Yeah, I have. Well, he hit it. He takes them. He's the third one, and I can't find it.
He kills your dildos. Yeah, he kills your dildos because.
Yeah, he stabs them. Yeah.
Yeah, they're his competition. They're his competition. He's the biggest dildo there fucking is. Yeah, so he doesn't. Yeah.
No, not the biggest, but he's the.
Oh, okay. I get it. That's funny. That's cool. Yeah. And with me, I mean, I was a lot of good things going on. I mean, I tried to look at the positive. I'm back in UCSF for my dental care. So yeah, definitely want to, take advantage of that. We're just, some other things getting done. But altogether, just kind of, making it day by day. And of course I'm feeding a lot lately. Been a lot of holidays, so Asian holidays that require my presence at the estate, because those are the days when a lot of the chemistry and science and other math and all the serious tutors take off, because most of them are Asian, and then I come in to take their place. And those are the days I teach the liberal arts, meaning history and of course.
Oh, you should record yourself teaching it with like a cell phone and send it to us.
I'm not allowed to do that because that would be profiting off, so believe me, I've asked my son's husband.
Does he know us? Like, we're not going to give you any money. I'm not. I mean, I will if I get it, but right now we're not in that boat. They're all going to lawyers.
Yes. No, I get it. At any rate, no, he doesn't allow me to record, but but such having been said, it's not like I didn't think about it and ask, and but such being said, honey, so I've been feeding a lot lately, and that's good. It it keeps me in good health. And
you fucking goddamn son of a bitch.
Okay, and me or the other guy?
Out.
What?
I'm gonna put you on hold. I'm gonna close this out. Because I walked outside. He's now let her out with his damn deadly dog.
Okay. Oh, not the squirrel.
Fucking kill him.
Yeah, not the squirrel.
I'm gonna mute this.
Yeah. Not the squirrel. He didn't let the squirrel out. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So Sammy left. Nemo's typing. If you kill me, use a chainsaw. Yes. Oh God. Yeah. Hopefully everything is.
What a piece of shit,
Yeah. And I'm not quite sure I understood what she was saying. Did she say the squirrel got out or something else? A dog?
That's what I thought I heard.
Oh God.
Let it squirrel out or something.
Oh, okay. Oh God, I hope not. No, that's her life is the squirrel. So yeah, yeah, wouldn't want that to be damaged. And okay, because that will result in some violence and yeah. Okay, Sammy's back and okay, Sammy Romero's rejoined us and hopefully everything is copacetic where you're at.
Hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And she's taking.
Man.
Yeah. Hopefully she.
I just want.
Yeah. Go on.
I wanted to do a thing.
What?
Give me a second, though.
Sure.
Let me.
Sure. Take your
time.
time.
Give me 1 second, okay?
Yeah. Take your time. Take your time. And what I can do is burn bandwidth with Nemo here, and we got this.
Yeah. Hopefully he ends up just dying, dropping dead, or someone just finishes him.
Yeah, how is it that those people just go on living? I mean, it's like it's amazing to me. But then again, it's like they just cling. They just cling on because they know what's waiting for them is so much worse.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, drug junkies will just keep going and keep living. They should just fucking die already.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, is everything okay? It must be.
I was across the street, like kind of toward the park, and just standing there, and he came out yelling, "Braveheart's out! Braveheart's out!" I'm not kidding.
Okay.
And so she's in her sleep. She's fine. I mean, like he's done this before. Like if I leave the house or something, try to leave or anything on my own, he'll say Braveheart's out, and I'm always scared to death. You know, he knows that she's my like. So he is like tries to do something to her.
Well, that's just outrageous. Okay, that's this kind
of. He
behavior.
doesn't. He's never has a knock on wood yet, but like, I never know, and I know that I don't think you would like physically try to hurt her, but letting her out is like the same equivalent of that.
Of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, but you can't tolerate that kind of behavior. That's not just manipulative. That is abusive, and you need to get rid of him. That's yeah.
No, I mean, when I sit there and think about what I've like and know to people, it sounds so crazy. Or people that know, like the story, but like it sounds crazy when I just named just a few of the things that he has done or said.
Oh yeah.
It is like, what the hell is this person in your life for? Like I don't care how sweet or good they are. I don't care if they were good and like having fun and whatever they were. There's nothing. No, zero. But then it's like, but how are you here? Why? And so that's kind of something that I'll unravel probably even more like slowly, like just kind of be like, because I mean it's not like I'm leaving and I'll be like in horrible pain about it or pain. It's just the process all that. There's always a part if you have someone that ended up in your house and staying there and you have pets and I've had 2 pass away, then it's like, there's always like he helps with certain things, or it's like that's the person that you say, where's the dishwashing detergent, or where's this or where's that, and so those are the little things that you're gonna like have to deal with, like, oh God, it's me by myself again, but nothing about that is great. And there's nothing like I could get a stranger and put in my house and live with me for 2 weeks, and I'll be like, I depend on them, but like there's somebody to talk to, there's somebody there that knows where the new paper towels are or whatever it is. So, but they don't have to take over your life, make your family hate you, or not hate you, but hate them, where your son leaves, and get you arrested, or I don't blame him for necessarily my choices to be with him or getting arrested in that sense, but when he said I threw drugs on him, that was a eye-opening experience. Just that in itself, like who says that? Who does that to somebody?
Well, nobody you want to be, nobody that belongs in your life. That's for sure. That's yeah.
And he constantly says, racial slanders and accuses me of cheating with anybody. If we can go to the gas station to get gas, and it's like you've
been here before. You've been here before with the Dyke. It's the same thing. They're just possessive assholes that want to control every iota of your life and just suck you dry.
He makes her look like angel dust, like angel, like it's not angel dust, but like sugar, like
I think you were right the first time. He makes her look like angel dust. Yeah, it's a good comparison. That's
well, the thing is, she is smart. He is not as smart. He's manipulative. right? So it was a difference in the fact that she was smart. She just had her insecurities and was doing it in one way, which is the same thing, right?
Yeah.
But
making you feel guilty about making you feel guilty about things you shouldn't be guilty about. But
right, and she truly believed. She truly believed, and maybe he does too. But he doesn't to an extent because I know he doesn't. Like he lets shit through, and he manipulates, and he learned that in prison. You know, I think he already had some of it.
I think he was born that way. He was born that way. Yeah. Let's not impose it on prison. Yeah, but go on. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's sad. You know, like that stuff is tied to, can be tied to you know, the soul. I mean, it could be tied to the soul, could be tied to the genetics, but then also to be either overly doted on, or
he's a spoiled brat. Poor bastard.
He just stabbed himself in the face, literally. Did you literally just come out room with your face bleeding and you're saying I stabbed you? I haven't touched you. He's like sitting here with blood coming down of his face.
Yeah, well, hopefully he doesn't accuse you of this.
Well, you go ahead and call the police. I'm going to call them to let them know that you. It's fine. You don't have any friends.
Yeah. Maybe you.
I mean, I hope you do. I hope you call me. I hope what's her name will take her call. I will take a call, but just don't come in the room again, please. Just please don't come in the room again. I'm asking you that.
You shouldn't be left begging like this every night. Yes. How does he get in when you lock the door?
He pops it. It's just an interior lock, and I looked at getting like a deadbolt for it, but the problem is, he's like, I'll bust that because I would have to then get a solid wood door. You know, most of the houses aren't solid wood like they were in the old days, the house doors. So
okay, you need to get rid of this individual. You can't be living like this.
I know. Let's not talk about it. I want to give more attention to him. Like I am, and it's just kind of should have been done, but isn't.
It's you keep a. What is that noise?
When I came in the house, he records me. So he's going to court next week, Tuesday, and part of his problem is the number one thing he has PTSD from.
Don't give him excuses. Don't give him excuses.
I'm not going to stop. I have no excuse. I do think he has some PTSD, but he's tremendously feared. He operates either way. His emotional basis is actually fear. You know, somebody that overcompensates and overdoes this and is so mean. Their emotional basis is fear, and so really. Okay, can you leave my room then? Can you just do that?
Thank you for that.
Okay. That's why you walk around with a camera recording. Okay. Okay. Can you just leave the room, please? Thank you. I don't want to call, and I'm not. There's not going to be any more. I've already told your mother that. If they come, I will not defend you. And if you want to lie and try to send me to jail, that's fine. I will gladly go to jail, but I will not allow you to take over my room or my home anymore. Go on. I will actually. Let's see. The first one was dropped.
You got one.
The second.
Just consider third action.
No, it's not actually, Daniel. You don't know the law.
Why would they do that to you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, you don't know the law. You think somebody that's been to prison and
you think somebody that's like cross-dresser
you would think someone that is stupid enough to literally be like, you have to take a lie detector, tell the truth, and you're like, okay, I did it,
when you become really broke and have the hard one.
Oh my god.
And all that shit, you're like,
close the fucking door.
Exactly.
I didn't touch you. Don't push my door back. No.
See you take
You're the one that wants me to fist you in the fucking ass every goddamn night, begging me to. Oh my god, whatever. Yeah, you're like, give me some colonic and you put me in the ass. Fuck, I'm like, obviously some prison shit.
Wait, what did he say about the cross-dresser? Yeah, he's referring to me, I presume.
Yes, he's so jealous of everybody. He's jealous of any. You.
But what did he say? What did he say about the cross-dresser?
What did you say about cross-dresser?
was cross-dressing and started his daughters and his sons.
No, I told you the actual story, and you this is what you. I said, okay, this is what he does. He loves to start shit. He's chaos. I would love you to. Douglas wouldn't give you the time of day because he already knows what you are. He's smarter than me. And I'm smarter than you, so what do you think about that? I'm not more manipulative than you, no, because I don't look at life the way you do. I don't think everybody's out. But now, after having dealt with you, I am. Didn't say it was.
So what did he say about the cross-dressers?
No, he didn't even know. Brooke said, that's what Brooke said the other day, that you were a cross-dresser, but he tries to make it sound like I said some negative shit, like, but I didn't say it, first of all, the other day, and secondly, because he heard something on the air one time, and then he heard you talking about kids, and I was like, no, or your daughter or something, and I was like, son, and I told him the story, and I think I've kind of tried to tell him the story twice, because another time he would ask, this was, again, months ago, ask the story, and I'm like, okay, his son, like, was his daughter, which was not his physical daughter. Like, yes, he slept with her, but that was somebody he rescued from the streets. He was prostituting, and he saved her, and the whole story, But he's just wanting to throw out shit that will make me sound bad. He wants to, even my mother had fallen victim at first because I had no idea. I mean, you slowly realize when you're somebody like me, who I just tell it like it is, and I kind of expect that back. I don't expect the behind the scenes manipulation of mice. And then and then when you have that, you control me.
So then he convinced your mother, at least for a while, that something was going on, something negative. Well,
not as negative, but she said, like, for instance, he has, like, to me, it's so off the wall that I never even addressed it with somebody. Like, I think even tell, his mom would never, he says, he would say something like, if I lock myself in the bedroom, right, big master bedroom, and I lock in, I'm upstairs. First of all, to get out of the house, I'd have to go downstairs and maybe come in. I've never been a cheater. I'm not a cheater. I just want free of the relationship. There's never been anybody in the picture, but everybody's a threat to him, whether it's a stranger, Douglas, it could be Nemo, it could be anybody I speak with. Brendan, definitely. Like, anybody. It's just like, and then starts putting them down, and you get to call that fucker, I'll fucking, And it's like, so when I would lock myself in the bedroom and I had boards pushed against it, so I could keep him from popping that. And he would then say, I remember sitting out there a couple of different nights, and he would say, you got somebody coming in that room crawling in your window. You got somebody crawling in your window. And I said, what? I just thought it was crazy. I was like, shut up. If you continue yelling, I'm going to have to call for breach of peace, which is something that's what they told me I could do. Okay. And but then he calls my mother and tells her this, which my mother should laugh at it, and she basically did. But when I told her, she said, I told him, I didn't think you had anybody probably calling in your window. And I'm like, really? Probably? She's like, he goes on, and he sounds like he'll turn himself, not this cussing, but like this, straight, or if you call the police and he's like this, and the police get here, he's like, I don't know. That's what I found out. Like, he goes out there, and here I am, the emotional one that's been, gaslit, right? So I seem like the crazy emotional one, probably more or less. And so then that falls in line with what he was going out there and saying, which was like, she just gets crazy, and, she gets mad, and she just like kind of sometimes gets off the chain. I just try to take care of her. I, came in, and, like, she had these dogs, and who knows, she was on this crazy podcast, and they said she thinks Satan came after her. Who knows? I have no idea what he says. I just know that I heard enough to know that he says, I need, I want to go, but I'm doing a rock and hard place. I can't leave her. She needs me. She needs me. And I'm sitting there like, oh my God.
Yes.
It's just like, it's so, like, if you were even telling this part, I don't want to talk about it. I want to, give some more, but two, it's just, no one can really, you can't describe it. It is so chaotic crazy. Like, when I think about if I had to meet someone and never tell them a story, or someone I knew, like, you've known part of it, telling as we go, but it makes somebody like, hey, I haven't seen you in the last 5 years. What happened to you? And then you're like, well, let me tell you. Now you couldn't. I'd just be like, yeah, no, I've been busy. I'm good now. Like, I just wouldn't even go into the story because it's way too crazy.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I don't understand how that works, like the trauma bond and the, maybe it's partly God, as far as, like, I always think that the religious part, not religious, but the spiritual part is, I always look for the good, and, like, maybe people can be saved, or maybe people can be helped. And, y'all said the evil, or it's just evil, but I don't know.
Yes. Yes.
He can't be helped. He's going straight to hell when he's fucking dead. He's gonna get raped by fucking demons. I hope I'm there to help them rape him.
That's my man Nemo.
Faggot scum. Drug junkie scum.
Let's not drive him into a frenzy, Nemo. But I appreciate what you're saying.
You're turning him on a little, Nemo. He's getting a little. Let's see something that's crotching between pants here.
But our man Brendan has been putting a lot of sigils inside.
No, this is our Australian Nemo that said he can't wait for you to be in hell, and he hoped he can be there and help right. You'll fuck him. You'll fuck him up, or you'll fuck him.
Oh, were you going to get county? You mean?
When you're going to county, can you leave the room? And if you come in again, I'm going to hang up. Just call the police, and we'll deal with it that way. Did you come in my mouth? Yeah, I felt like I haven't had an orgasm because you stole my freaking vibrator. You stole my vibrator. Yeah, well, I have some fun when I do have sex. I certainly do. Unfortunately for you, it will never be again, and it hasn't been for a while. So can you give me my vibrator back if you find it, or did you already stab that to death? Oh, do I look too fat for you because I'm not on? Yeah, no, okay.
He's so insecure.
He's very.
But Brendan Zoget has been putting in a lot of sigils in the text box, so you might take a look at them, and they have to have a lot to do with reflecting the evil back on Peter Moon of his curse that brought you this, barriers therefrom, all the rest. So do take a look at that and try to absorb those images and download them.
Yeah, I'm going
download
to. And
them,
put them like when I was doing it with Brendan, or when he had sent me stuff before, when we were discussing it, it's weird how I did the sigils, I did some of the the listening, and you get into that state, and it's better. And you would think, in a logical mind, well, that's better, so you're just going to continue doing that, right? Yeah. But when you're in a state of chaos and trying to get your life back together just to normal,
which you never will with him there, but go on.
And it's constant chaos, so it's like you can't even literally sometimes fold clothes or, do dishes without just having to I will. You've got something that what you hear him now, and he's leaving the room surprisingly, he will go on and follow me around the house for hours. That's how I got that.
That's what they do.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's demonic. That's just pure demonic. Okay, this is parasitic, demonic. It's.
I've thought about if I needed to I've obviously done cleansings of the house. I don't know how to cleanse a person. I don't know that it can be cleansed from him or not. What I'm saying,
it can't be. It can't be. So you just need to cleanse the house of him. Cleanse the house of him. That's what you need to do. And,
either way, that's the goal. So sooner or later, I'm just trying to stay calm with it, because when I, he gets me upset. The last time I had threw his when I found his drug pipe in my room, I threw it at him. Mm-hmm. And anyway, so then when the cop got here, because the neighbor heard me scream, which, by the way, that's why the cops came today. The neighbor apparently called. Okay. Apparently, this is what. So I called back to Greenville County. I decided, because you're not allowed to call. Do you know if you have warrants for your arrest? Let's say, for instance, there's a warrant, which is called a bench warrant if you missed a trial. Okay. So if I was to call and say, hey, I have a bench warrant, they can't tell you if it's if it's a bench warrant for you, they can't tell you. They have the option to tell someone else. Mm-hmm. So I didn't think I had a bench warrant. So I just, I couldn't deal with him, and I was so worried. So I just talked to you. I just called and said, hey, I just called, my neighbor just called me and said that there were some police officers out at my house. And I'm just trying to find out what's going on, because I'm up in Asheville. Because I was covering all the bases, in case there was, for some reason, this off the wall bench warrant I didn't know, and I missed a court date. And I wouldn't be available. So my lawyer could handle it. So, anyway, she said, let me look it up. She said, oh, yeah, it looks like a neighbor had called because they had heard screaming. And the only odd thing about that was there was no screaming. I had not screamed.
Right.
I mean, I hadn't yelled for 12 hours, right?
Right.
So.
If anything, maybe they were disturbed by the fact that you were finally silent.
Could be.
Yeah, maybe they figured you had died. Oh, she must be dead! Oh, he must have killed her! Yeah.
So, and the thing is that was weird though was my mother, and I always, mothers are warrior words, said that, she said, well, Brooke, you've had the cops out there. You need to be careful because there's this new thing I saw on the news. And, because moms always watch the news and they want to warn you. And she says, that people are being, I'm going to have to go. I'm calling the cops now. I'm going to fuck that.
Oh, Jesus.
Hopefully the cops shoot him.
Oh, God, we can only pray. Jesus. Well, we lost Brendan, and it's just you and me now. So
Brendan needs to get his rest.
Yeah, and so what I might do is we've been on a full 8 hours. It's been a full work shift, and we definitely did our job. We delivered in terms of burning bandwidth. For many people who are here with us for the company, we held good numbers, and that meant everybody enjoyed our company. We might try to last another half hour just to see if she comes back, and then, but I don't know if I have the energy for that, to tell people the truth. Yeah, like I said, because tomorrow is a holiday where I am needed at the Estates. I think that perhaps best will.
What holiday is it?
It's Boys Day. Boys Day. It's
Boys Day.
In Japan. By the way, it is also Cinco de Mayo in Mexico. So if Samuel Romero is listening, the happiest Cinco de Mayo in your lifetime. I hope you experience it this year. And I was going to bring up to him the fact that my cosmetologist V was telling me about Jimmy Schmidt, the actor who starred in NYPD Blue. He apparently she went to high school with him in Coma, they were in high school in Coma, where she said what was it? Oh my God, he was a member of the Brown Berets, Brown Panthers. They wore the Brown Berets, and the Brown Panthers were like the Latin American version of the Black Panthers. And they patrolled their neighborhood. And Jimmy Smits was half German, but he was like in the whole Latin American trip. And even though he was a different kind of Latino than most of the Latinos in her school, who were mostly Mexicano, he was of a different Latin American extraction, combined with German, obviously the last name Schmitz. But he became famous on NYPD Blue and had been in several other films, but he was always an asshole to her when she was growing up, and she, basically apparently has been contacting him on Facebook to tell him what an asshole he is, and he says, "Oh, you're just starstruck, and you can't get me out of your system like all the others," and shit like that. And so anyhow, the fact that he was a member of the Brown Panthers and used to patrol his neighborhood in a brown beret like the rest of them, I thought that was funny as hell. But the thing that was strange about it was that the teacher, one of the teachers at that school in Coma, a high school in Coma, was a brown beret, or rather a Brown Panther as well. And apparently he was shipping guns down to Mexico, which in those days was apparently supposed to be like for, I don't know, people trying to establish maybe a new government, or trying to expand into North America and reclaim old Mexicano territory through Aztlan or something. But obviously it didn't help, and wound up, like so many of these other firearms, just contributing to the violence, which then led to more migration, which then, it sounds like the teacher may have been idealistic, but obviously the collateral damage from his, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And that's, so there you go. I just thought that was funny, and thought I'd bring that up as, what came to my mind. But at any rate,
I never heard of the Green Panthers before.
Brown Panthers. Brown Panthers.
Oh, brown.
Yeah.
Green.
Brown.
Irish.
Yeah, green. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, that's cute. And when it comes to I know. Is that weird? I had grown up hearing a little bit about the Brown Panthers, but not much. Oh, what was it? The guy who was responsible for it all? It wasn't Che Guevara. Was it Che Guevara? Che Guevara. Yeah, I guess I was Che Guevara. Che Guevara. And I'm probably mispronouncing his name terribly, but there's multiple dialects in Latin America, and I could probably get away with it in one of the countries. They even when they speak Spanish to each other, or Espanol, they don't necessarily understand each other. Like the Central Americans speak very fast. Mexicanos speak much slower. So that was funny that she grew up with all that. And as for the other bits of trivia, because it's Boys Day, of course, then I'll be teaching the Blood Boys and helping them appreciate the old tradition. What happened with Japan was they changed it to Children's Day as opposed to Boys Day. But before they had a separate boys' day and a separate girls' day. So it wasn't like the girls didn't have a day, but I guess they tried to combine it. And but I think that's really stupid because the old day where they were separate was so much better. And I think Japan should go back to that.
Mother's and Father's Day.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Japan should go back to that. So definitely I'll be helping the boys set up some of the traditional displays, carp fish and the like, and obviously because I might as well grab a few hours sleep before then. We might as well, end the transmission, even though I'm loath to do it. I'm loath to do it because we got a high number of listeners. I mean, they really enjoyed when you were talking with Brendan about the crystals, and we've kept up the numbers very well ever since. Oh, Brooke's back with us. Okay, is everything as well as can be? You killed it.
Yeah, I mean, the police are on their way again. Like, it's standard. They probably won't take him, but like, I'm not gonna lie and try to get him to jail. Though I will. It's just he's not going to do what he does. Like, he keeps breaking in the room. This time he took my son's baby pictures and threw them all over the floor. Okay. And into the dogs. Like, and then I have a.
Oh, it was Noah's birthday recently. How was?
Yeah. So I won't even go down. But anyway. I just want to tell everybody, like, I'm sorry for talking about this. Like, I hope to come back normal one day. Not that I was normal.
We'd love that. We would love that. But right now we're just glad to see you're alive and that. But the police, when they first responded, and so somebody called because of screaming.
Yeah. So
police showed up, and they didn't even knock on the door.
No, they knocked. They were banging. They stayed for about 10 minutes.
Oh, I see. And you didn't respond.
And I wasn't going because after having been, like, if you ever get woken up out of your sleep and then you're suddenly in jail, which is like a horrible place, like taking, you didn't do. It wasn't like you were out like drinking or whatever. It was such a big, like, horrible, because I already was scared to death of jail because of having all this stuff, scared of it, but it's just a bad place,
Of course. Yeah. So Rich, just remember, every time you look in his face, think of the face of Peter Moon. Just think of him as Peter Moon because he is Peter Moon's curse personified. And you've just got to get Peter Moon's curse out of your life. This is when Peter Moon launched that curse is when this guy came. This is when you crashed the car, which gave the guy the in to stop you. And,
Yeah, I think he's like closeted gay, so I'm just going to send him right back to Peter. Maybe that's the reversal spell. Just mail him to Peter.
Yes. You
deal with him, Peter. There you go.
Yeah, he and Peter, they desert each other. Oh my God, they would hit it off. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter'd be happy at first, like he was like, oh.
Yeah, he needs a care provider. Yeah, he needs a care provider, so yeah.
And Daniel just doesn't want to work and wants to, like, he's self-gratification, all me.
Yeah.
So
it's
like dealing with when you argue, it's like dealing literally, and I'm not the most mature person out there, doesn't the best educated.
Oh yeah, I tell this to people on Team Dietrich, so this will probably be the first time I say it publicly, but basically when you raised both your children, it was more like they were living with an older sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I get it. I mean, I was okay, like, just kind of okay, because as they got older, but I was fun, okay.
Yes,
but I was also I did get them. I mean, I have one daughter, in her master's program, and
quite the accomplishment.
And then they're both doing pretty good. Yeah. But they are. I was fun with it, and I always say, well, my mother was the opposite, and you become kind of the opposite of what your parents were. Yeah. And so my mother was very like, you can't go in. Everything has to be perfect. Mm-hmm. And so I wanted it to be nice and good, and a nice home and a great school, and send them to Christian school because that's the. Mm-hmm. But I wanted also, what I saw it as if I was sending them to a private Christian school, because I thought that's kind of where I messed up with school, right? And so when you have your babies, you're like, I want to do the best for them, and so I did send them to those schools, but then there's such an extreme, like when they're getting, you realize this education or this not mantra, but mindset, right?
Yeah.
So, my daughter would come home and I
highly politicized. She was highly politicized.
Very politicized, like, and I think the time that it really just kind of hit me, I was. Said I knew I'd need to be careful with it, but I just was in there and like it said, I knew she was kind of like, oh, Mom, like, because some of these parents were very Bob Jones type, and I said shit. I dropped like something out of the refrigerator, like the eggs or something. I said, oh shit, which nothing for me. And she goes, no. And then it wasn't like she was 4 or 6. I mean, we're talking middle school. The middle schooler having a heart attack. I said shit, and I was like, okay, girl, we're gonna bring you to the real world. Like, and she's so thankful for that now. Like, she is very thankful for how.
And now she swears more than you. Yeah.
Yeah. So she really is. And Noah kind of got both sides. Although I will say Noah probably got a little bit more freedom just because he was the baby boy, kind of like like the sweet little boy, and mommy babied him a little more. Like he's the one that when he was 3 or I think it's 2.5, and he had that little whack-a-mole hammer. It was a plastic yellow hammer you could whack-a-mole, Like it was a game. It was a game.
Yeah.
And his sister's in there at like 6.5 playing with him with her new front teeth she got, and he got mad because he's a 2.5-year-old, and he's also like spoiled because one time we would let him win Candyland, because if you lost, he would just start crying. Like one time we accidentally won. I accidentally won because we were trying to let him win, and this was back when he was like 2, 3, and he had a breakdown, and I just got up and said, okay, well, mommy's got to go cook dinner, and he just like sat on my foot and like little toddler and like just hugged around my knee behind it, and just I walked around with him on my leg for like a good 45 minutes with him screaming and crying. I just said, I'm not going to give any attention to this. You lost the game. Like thinking, we've already let you win 100 times. Like if you're going to act like this, But he hit her, but back to whack-a-mole, he hit her in the tooth.
Oh!
He hit her right in the mouth, and I hear screaming. I'm downstairs, and I come running up, and she is crying, and I see blood pouring from her mouth.
Oh!
And she, to this day, I never will live this down, and it's kind of funny now, but she says, because Noah they both were really cute, but Noah's at the 2-3-year-old range, and she's in the 6.5, 7-year-old range at this point. And so I see her mouth, I'm like, oh my God, baby, what hell, and she's like, hit me with the hammer, and I'm like, oh my God. And so then I look in the room and I see Noah, and he is this little 2.5-year-old. He's like, he's looking up at me, he's realizing he's in trouble. He's like, and he looks like scared to death, and his eyes get real big, and tears start welling up. And it's a mother. It was just he was already cute. He was perfectly adorable. And I was like, could see the pain. Like he was scared and fearful, and he didn't know what he had done. And he was just like about to shut down. And I just went and scooped him up. I'm like, it's okay, baby. It's okay.
Oh God. So you went for him. You comforted him.
I did. That's what she said. You comforted him. I was like, oh my God. And then I went and grabbed him and picked him up and comforted him. I mean, I got her to the dentist and all that. But
of course. Oh my God. Well, there we are. So mothers are.
All right, the police. Yeah. Okay, the police are here, so I'm gonna go talk to them.
Okay.
But,
we love you.
If you heard him coming in.
Yeah, I might end the show. But
right. Call me if you can. But if not, enjoy your weekend.
Okay.
Or your week, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I should be back soon enough, so I'll try and call you on. Tuesday maybe. Okay. I'll try and.
No, he's slot again.
Good luck.
Okay.
Okay, you need to talk to the cops. Okay, we love you.
Yeah. All right. I love you guys. Love you, Nemo.
Stay safe and be well.
Love you too.
I love you too.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Well.
Hopefully it works out.
Yeah, I hope it works out. I hope they take him away for and that he fucks it all up and gets arrested, and that
gets gang raped in prison.
He gets gang raped in prison. Yes.
Gets his ass fisted by big black dudes.
Which is what he wants in the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
They all really want that in the end. Yeah. Oh my fucking God! It's like, how does she even live? That's not living. It's this subsistence with this. And the weirdness is neither one of them works. How do they live? Where do they get the money to eat? It's not
Doesn't she have like parents that got money, or
they must be just giving her money to live off of? It's got to be it. I mean, she's not on any particular programs. So she just managed to get herself on some food stamps. So that ain't much. That's like nothing.
She owns her own home, so she's not paying rent.
Yeah, she's not paying rent. Yes, there's that. And he's made it his home, which is a home invasion where you've got a squatter. Yeah. But, this is the outrageous part of it. And and so he's just like taking over her life. So it's like hopefully she.
Sucks we can't make our own portal. Just go there and take care of him.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Sucks we can't make our own portal to transport there and take care of them ourselves.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I appreciate that. It's not something that I would be, how would I say it? It's something that I would probably take too much pleasure in and make last too long. Yes, I mean, honestly, we would kill him as quickly as possible, but she needs to move out. Really, just sell the home with him in it, and he'll be the next owner's problem because he's a squatter.
Yeah.
So just sell the home with him in it. Get the hell out of there and move to California is what she needs to do, and even Australia.
Try to convince her to do that when you're calling her, or she calls you whenever.
No, yeah, but I've got no place for her to move into here, so we maybe Australia. Have her move to Australia, and yeah, with you, that would be great.
You gotta have a lot of money to enjoy living here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's like no, it's yeah, that's right. And they make people who want to move to Australia pay for it, right? You've got to pay something, or like buy your citizenship. You got to buy your citizenship, something like that. And so
I don't know how it goes. Like,
yeah, I understand. You've never been through it, so yeah, it's like and
maybe she'd get free citizenship if we married, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we'll offer that as a potential. Yeah, why not? Fuck. Yeah, it'd be like, fuck, you're a saint. Yeah, it's like that. So we'll bring that up as at least an option, and it's yeah, California, of course. It's like there's plenty of programs here, but it's also generally expensive, but not everywhere. So yeah, it's altogether everything's just kind of like got its advantages and disadvantages. But you kind of like what we were saying about the crystals. You know, they can't be all positive. Nothing's 100% positive.
Yeah.
But they only present the positive aspects because, yeah, they want you to buy them. But I'm glad that you started.
Yeah, come to the California Suns, but they don't tell you about all the homeless drug junkies.
Oh, God, yeah.
Enjoy our nice beach.
Yeah.
But there's homeless shit everywhere.
Oh, it is. It is. You know it too well. I guess because of my descriptions. No, it's outrageous. It's it gets worse. And but that reminds me, did I get any notification from that she made it home? So so let's take a look at my email, see if she sent anything letting me know she made it home safely. And because I looked earlier and I didn't see anything, and let me see if I can see something from okay, appointment reminder from Kaiser. Is that for Tuesday? Let me see. Usually these appointment reminders come up the day before. Oh, Tuesday. I forgot to enter that into my computer, so I guess it's 4:10. Might as well assume it's 4:10. And allergy shots, and yeah, they're like definitely.
How many more you gotta get?
It's shouldn't be too much more, but maybe till the end of the month. You know, they keep upping the dose, and I'm a rare case because I've been soldiering through it, and most people they slide back. In other words, like if you have any adverse reactions, they want to be cautious. And here we are. She's back home. Next salon visit. You can ask if we come in more than once a month for a short visit. Hair and makeup, if we can pay less. Oh, I see. Yes, there we are. Okay. Well, I'll respond to that later. And so she made it home safe. That's a relief. The other thing is Wait, what were we talking about? Oh, the shots. So
yeah.
When it comes to the shots, the regimen is they keep upping the dose and its intensity. And what will happen is most people, first off, they say if you itch for more than 3 days, you know, they should give you the same amount again as opposed to upping the dose. If you like you feel a cold coming on, anything they try and like be cautious as possible. Conservative is what they use in the medical term, but they don't mean politically. They want to be conservative in, but with me, I've just soldiered ahead until I'm just keep upping the dose, and I'm not, you know, because I want to get the regimen done as soon as possible, but should be by the end of the month maybe. And then what will happen is then I start getting it only once a month for like the next 3 to 5 years. But it's definitely, because I've been getting it every week, it's definitely had an effect. There's been a swelling in the arm that was noticed by V when she was giving me a massage. So it's you know, the right arm, it swelled up because it's definitely the toxics that they inject into me. They collect in one area and kind of like don't really circulate. They kind of like the toxic reaction stays kind of localized. So I told her to massage it into the system, kind of like circulate it through so my body can build up an immunity quicker, which she did. And surprisingly, that didn't have any particular negative effect. But again, it's just altogether it hasn't been bad. So the response has not been bad, but yeah, probably if I didn't have the nanoplasma, I would not be going through the regimen this quickly. So this is why they're kind of like eyeing me with like, you sure you're okay? You know, this sort of thing. Like, you know, when you get the shot, you have to sit there for half an hour to make certain you don't go into anaphylactic shock and need to get hospitalized. So you sit there for half an hour reading, and then you haven't had something like this, have you? Nothing like this.
No.
Okay, yeah, and so. But yeah, so far I've just considered it overall just a pleasant experience, and except of course the arm sore as hell. And believe me, you feel it when you move it. It's like you know, extremely when you're making an extreme motion, like a wide range motion or a fast motion. Oh, you feel it, and yeah. Fortunately, it's not the pain that wakes me up. It might be actually, now that I think of it. Since I've started seeing the chiropractor, that helped with a certain kind of pain and discomfort, but there's the phenomenon, which is quite natural, where then the pain displaces by basically it goes to another part of your body and then ultimately leaves your body. But sometimes it, you know, so it's migrated from my back and neck and into my muscles. And so you've got the combination of that factor where for the past month or two since I started chiropractic treatment, which, by the way, notice the difference between Peter Moon and myself. I don't really talk about it much, other than to say, oh yeah, he's freaking out, wants to stagger the episodes. You know, the appointments. It's like I bring it up in context of my interaction with the doctor, but I don't bring up the fact that this has been a life-changing experience where it's really helped a lot with my pain. So one of the biggest problems I've been dealing with is for the past 20 years, I know that I've needed chiropractic treatment, but was unable to get it covered. So now that I got it covered, and I'm just getting it once a week, and it's changed a lot. But you notice I don't pull a Peter Moon and say, everyone should get chiropractic, and that I'm not preaching it with like, yeah, you know, it's like that was the absolutely bizarre thing about Peter Moon. It's like, I know that if it works for me, doesn't mean it will work for everyone else.
Yeah.
And
what works for some doesn't work for others.
Yes. And what one doctor told me, Dr. Joshua Adler, who was like the closest thing that my family ever had to a family doctor, Dr. Joshua Adler was saying, oh, my experience is that most of my patients who see chiropractors come out worse than they were when they went in. And
holy shit.
That's, you know, so he felt that chiropractic was not a way. But I knew that for me, it would work because I had it before. I had that discussion with him. And I knew it worked then, and I knew my body needed it. My body's just the type that works well with chiropractic because all my life my bones have cracked. So I know I've always had this issue with my bones. But when it came to many other people, probably there's probably a lot of bad chiropractors out there because it's a real art, and you need to, there's probably not many people who can do it right. But anyhow, my doctor does, and I've benefited. But yeah, I'm not gonna say, yeah, and it's a cure-all, and it's like, but Peter was like that. It was like, I guess if it worked for him, it's got to work for everybody. You got to feel this too. You got to have this too. And where does that come from? It's like, that's like...
He's just got to proselytize everything he does.
Yeah, thank you. That's what's so stupid. That's what's so sick. It's like he discovered oxygen or something, It's like, yeah, I discovered oxygen, and yeah, what a piece.
Oh, everyone's got to get enemas and do Qigong.
Yeah, that was it. What a piece of shit. What an idiot. What a fucking idiot. And he would use that term Qigong instead of Tai Chi. What the fuck was that about? Like, Qigong, just so people understand.
I thought he was just talking about a different variation of it. Or I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, well, Qigong would be the breathing, and Tai Chi would be the motion. But he was always talking about the breathing instead of the motion. Because he's too lazy to go through the fucking motions and just does this stupid breathing.
Because he's got to breathe in and deep in and out when he's getting fucked by his black brothers.
That's what it comes down. That's what it comes down to. It really does.
That big 12-inch dick.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. That's why he's always talking about that. We'll wait till Brendan's back, next episode, and if we all happen to be together, it'll probably organically arise again. But the topic, because it got to the point. That's what stopped the Atlanticrons, was when he got on stage, was trying to demonstrate his Tai Chi and wound up shitting his pants. And they just said, fuck, we're all going to catch something from this son of a bitch. And they just shut down the Atlanticron early, sent him back to Bucharest. Yeah, that was, his whole life was that, just shitting all over the place. So, because
of all the black dick. Destroyed his asshole.
Well, there's that, but I think it's even more serious was all the, like Brendan said, all of the colonics.
All the retained water in his colon just flushed out like a broken dam.
It just, they had... They destroyed his gut biome. That's what it did. All the colonics destroyed his gut biome. So then
all that bacteria getting flushed out.
Yeah. So then when he went to Romania, he had no gut biome to tolerate any food he ate. So he was always just shitting himself, and that's what all he was talking about. And
the only healthy enemas are because he's probably just getting those water ones. Yeah, it's recommended for experts to get a probiotic enema.
Good point.
Not just the water one.
Yes, that's right. He was doing the sudsy hot water ones that got him all excited, that stimulated him internally. What a sick fuck. Just come out of the closet. And just accept yourself. But no, he'd repressed all that with Scientology, so that's what created the schizophrenia and all the rest of that. So okay.
Yeah, anyone in Scientology just mentally fucked in the head.
They are. It's sad. It really is. And it's but the worst of it all was how privileged he was. He had contributed greatly to the church, so they let him get away with murder, and literally helped him commit a murder against his own parents. I'm sure he had the church help with that. Because as Brooke said when she watched that documentary on Scientology, David Miscavige tried to kill his own father, who then testified against him in court, saying, my own son tried to kill me. Yeah. And so they'll do that. They'll fucking do that in a heartbeat. And, okay, well, let's see what time it is. See if we're just on the cusp or the edge of... the time limit, so to speak, and that's totally arbitrary on my part. 9 hours. Okay, so we made 9 hours. We did a full day's work and kept numbers the whole time. And to all of our listeners, we love you all who support us. Those who support us either morally or financially, we love you all. We're going to allow Nemo to say a good morning to everybody. If you would be so
good
kind.
Morning to all listeners, and please support Douglas any way you can. Contribute any amount you can afford towards him via PayPal. and download as much of his content as possible and re-upload them.
Thank you. That was beautiful, as always, very professional. And of course, Nemo is incredible. He's been through a lot, and he really hasn't had a lot of social training, but you come through in flying colors. You know how to interact with people apparently intuitively, and that's important. And
well,
so
I can't be very social if I don't associate with the fucking human cattle.
True enough. So let's end the live stream, but we'll stay on a private call for just a few minutes at least. And so we're going to start by pressing the right buttons. And everybody join us on Wednesday. I'll be here before you know it. And probably then I'll do a monologue. We had quite the roundtable tonight because the roundtable wouldn't stop because we were all trying to adapt to the new Microsoft Teams, which to an extent we have, at least everybody else has. But like Brendan said, I'm like a junkie with the old one, and we'll see how long we can get away with my using the old one. All right, let's press
Teams is basically like Skype, just with a different UI.
UI, what's that the acronym for again? The
user interface.
That's it, yeah. The user template is just kind of different. It's different enough where I just prefer using the old Skype until I, till they kill it.
Yeah.
And, yeah. And we'll figure out, we'll see if we change to Discord because like you said, and like Brendan has verified, it's probably even better. So, yeah. All right, then. What we're going to do is we're going to stop at ending stream. Everybody, again, join us on Wednesday as dated the 7th of May. And we'll be back at the same time, starting at the same time. And it'll be here, like practically before you blink your eyes. Time's fast. And, okay, let's do this the right way. Ending stream. And pressing the end button again. And then triple redundancy.